A guilt-ridden playwright returns to the burned ruins of his theater, haunted by the ghosts of his cast. As he obsessively rewrites their final play to seek redemption, the line between art, guilt, and the afterlife blurs in a descent into madness. The currency.
Jonah kept his things small. It was not a loneliness of spectacle, no dramatic withdrawals or theatrical refusals, but the kind of economy that prefers a single, well-worn cup to a cabinet full of unused dishes. On mornings when the fog lay low and the quay smelled of coal and the iron tang of 100 worn ropes, he would move among the stalls and the wet warehouses carrying jars at his hip. They were ordinary jars with screw tops and cloudy glass, some of them fitted with reeds through which a breath might pass. The jars made a soft, metronomic noise as he walked, a private punctuation that matched the clink of mooring chains and the distant, steady beat of a smith's hammer. People noticed him the way one noticed weather, a fact of the day that arrived and left without fuss. He kept a slim notebook in the inside pocket of his coat, the pages of it edged in salt from hands that had studied more things than one might expect. The notebook had once been a school exercise book, the cover creased and the stitching gone slick from use. He wrote in it as if he were writing down the contours of a map, and he believed, truly, that its lines had weight. Each entry was an economy of syllables, a name, a date, the smell of the regret if it could be named, the citrus of an old quarrel, the iron sore of a regret about a boat. At night he would add small margins where he noted the trade's outcomes, the quiet alterations in a household's rhythm. That ledger was less an instruction manual than an ethics, to which edges of a shadow he had trimmed, to whom he had given a softer silhouette, and what terms had been paid an evening of light, a bag of coins, a promise to keep silence. The town understood, in the way that small places understand the utility of an unusual profession, that Jonah's work was practical. People do not easy themselves free of their troubles for nothing. A widow might offer a jar of cloves, a cobbler might promise a week's mending, a boy might trade a borrowed jacket for a weekend without the memory that burned his mother. The terms were never the same twice. They were as informal as the gossip at the fish shed, yet somehow binding. A promise was a promise here as much as any coin. Jonah observed those exchanges with a careful modesty. He was not the sort to pronounce absolutions. He fitted shadows as a tailor might fit a coat, by measure and by the sound inside the body. Shadows in this town were not the obliging followers taught in children's rhymes. They answered, sometimes too plainly, to what had been left unsaid. A man hauling crates might walk with a shadow that looked like a sob held behind the jaw. A woman wiping her hands at the stall could have a shadow that trembled in the shape of a lost name. They were articulate. When the fog lay heavy and the lamps were poor, these silhouettes became more distinct, as if the mist allowed regrets to unspool their edges. Jonah had learned, a long time ago and by degrees, how to see those edges. He learned to wait at the right distance close enough to hear the thin, private things one sometimes said aloud to no one, far enough away to avoid being suspected of prying. He worked in small rituals. He always put the jar to the heel first and left the opening a little wide so the shadow could find its way in. He hummed only the briefest of tunes, a half-remembered lullaby that seemed to loosen the shadow like a button undone. When he had it where he wanted it, he would screw the lid down and mark the jar with a single stroke on his hand. The replacement shadow arrived folded, simpler, softer, a shadow cut of the original's harshest corners. It did not erase memory, it smoothed it. The people who accepted such trades left with less of the acute edge of their trouble, and they returned to their lives with a steadier step. Sometimes that steadiness came at ridiculous practical cost, a deckhand who no longer recalled a course marker, a wife who no longer remembered the exact sound of a lover's last quarrel. Mostly, though, the trades were domestic miracles, small repairs that permitted washing dishes without tears, morning bread eaten without the stale aftertaste of some unattended grief. On the morning the chapter of the town began to name itself to Jonah, the fog had the particular grayness of a damp animal, and the quay smelled of boiled net and coffee gone cold. He had been up early. His hands felt ready. At his first stop, a market stall where a woman sold fried fish and rolls, he found a mother with a child swaddled and a coat held too tight around the shoulders for lack of warmth. The child's shadow had a little sawtooth at its center that looked, upon inspection, like a missing lullaby. The mother had the look of someone who had catalogued suffering and dispensed it in small rationed measures. Jonah had already fixed the jar at his belt, the lid loose enough for a shadow to press against. He kneeled with that careful, unobtrusive patience he had perfected, and the woman watched him with an expression that mixed both hope and the caution of someone spending a precious coin. He did not ask many questions. He bent his head and let his sight find the shadow's edge. The child, restless and damp, smelled faintly of sea salt and milk. Jonah hummed the short tune. He always used the one with no words, more a pattern of intervals than a melody, and the shadow lifted, as if relieved, and flowed like ink into the jar. The act was clinical, domestic as washing a shirt, and the mother exhaled a sound that made Jonah look up. He offered then, the replacement shadow softer, a little dimmer, less precise in its complaints. "You sure about this?" she asked, not to him entirely but as if asking someone who had been a witness to the process. "If you ask me to make it less sharp, I will," Jonah said, and he meant it. He did not offer counsel beyond that. He had learned, by experience, that words could complicate the transaction. She paid with a handful of coins, a promise to leave him a candle on his doorstep that night, and the obvious relief of someone who could, for a few hours at least, sleep without waking to the same sound. The child relaxed as if a small knot had been taken from his back. Jonah sealed the jar, set it in the basket between baskets of sprats and preserved lemons, and wrote a line in his notebook: "Market child light-eased, evening candle, 7:12. It surprised no one that such work went on. What was surprising to Jonah was how quickly such small reliefs acquired a social logic. The woman at the stall lowered her gaze and then, with a quick motion, smoothed some fabric behind the counter as if to tidy, not the stall, but the memory that had had its corners shaved. The regulars at the fish stalls glanced at Jonah as one might glance at a necessary though slightly disagreeable neighbor. He felt useful more in the sense of being a hinge than in the sense of having been heroic. Old Tilda watched him from the doorway of a shop that smelled of dried herbs and the faint iron smell of stitches. She was a small woman, with knees that had seen more years of bending than most, and eyes so still that they seemed to stop the motions of other people's faces. He had met her twice before, and both times she had been more archive than person, a woman who remembered births and marriages with a steadiness that bordered on ceremony. She watched as he moved through the market, and when he passed her doorway she stepped out with a slow gait, and did not yet speak. Later, as Jonah straightened a dropped string of net by an old piling, she came up and put something in his hand without preamble. It was a bead, small and dark as a night without stars. "For keeping," she said. "So you remember the weight." He turned the bead over in his fingers like a small, heavy thing and looked at her. "It will chip," he said, thinking it a practical objection. "Let it," she said. "If you keep everything pristine you will never feel how things wear you back." There was rebuke in that, but also an offer. He had known, in a way he could not name, that the ledger and the jars were not merely tools but ways of keeping his own distance. Old Tilda's gift was a reminder that distance, too, had a cost. Jonah kept moving. He described the town to himself in a private, almost liturgical language, the quay as a long throat that swallowed boats and gave them back shaped by salt. The warehouses like patient mouths, the rope-strewn lanes, a slow braiding of the community's daily efforts. He noticed small things that other people might hardly stop to see: how the shadow from an overturned barrel had the precise silhouette of a quarrel, how the lamplight likewise seemed to gather memories and hold them for a moment before the fog took them back. He fitted his work into that geography, the jars at his hip like beacons of practical mercy. A child chased a gull, and the gull's shadow on the paving looked like a small regret that had been denied a name. Jonah could have stopped and scooped it into a jar, and the scene would have been like wiping a small smudge from a table. But he did not. He had rules as carefully observed as the customs of the harborman: never take a shadow without consent. Do not claim to absolve what must be remembered. Keep careful records. Barter with things that mattered to the person, not with the person's dignity. People called him odd sometimes, but not unkindly. There was gratitude in their faces when a family returned to the quay with steadier hands, when a husband could speak his wife's name without his throat closing. Jonah catalogued those returns as much as he catalogued the trades themselves. Each successful exchange felt like a small, private restoration. He told himself, sometimes, that this was why he had begun, because it was better to be used than to be ignored. Near noon, when the sun tried to push the fog aside and failed, Jonah sat on a low step to write. The page took his hand and he wrote slowly, each entry a small ceremony. Market Mother Lullaby eased, candle promised, 9:13. He paused, as if listening to the letters. Across the water a bell rang somewhere in a shape that meant someone had come in from sea. A sound like an oath and a summons both. It sent a tremor through the fog. He thought, not for the first time, about ledger keepers and about people who record other people's lives for reasons that are not purely practical. He had friends who kept lists, old Tilda with her roster of births and names, the harbor clerk with his tidy rows of cargo and fines. He wondered, with that particular, private unease that visits people who have a craft of their own, who tended the registrar of shadows beyond the edges of the market. The thought was slight, but it lodged itself in his chest like a small stone. He closed the book and slipped it back into his pocket, the paper warm against his palm. He put his hand to his jars and felt, for a moment, the small, steady weight of what he kept. He walked on, back into the bustle as if he belonged entirely to it. A woman called his name, no, not his name, rather the word for the boy who kept things, and he turned with a small bow and offered a smile that was narrow and deliberate. The morning continued routine and precise, but the edges of it had acquired a quieter definition. There were rules, and there were people who kept to them. And there were networks of kindness that needed tending as much as nets needed mending. When the day ended, he would shut the shop of no shop he held no address. Only tugs and alleys, and set his jars in a row on his windowsill, where the lamplight would make them look like small islands. He would count coins and note how he had been paid in time as much as in money. But in the little space between the jars and the ledger there lived a question barely formed and easily dismissed. Might there be a place where shadows were kept not to soften them but to order them, catalogued in a way that made them useful for other ends? He told himself, as he often did, that such notions were the sort of gossip that came from the harbor council rooms and from men who wore too many coats. If there was such a place, it was far away from his neat, domestic ethics. Old Tilda watched him go with the slow approval of someone who keeps a ledger of a different kind. She did not ask him to change the work he did. She simply said, "Mind the bead," and that was both benediction and caution. Jonah felt the weight of it inside his palm for the rest of the day, a ballast that steadied him, and under it, a noticing that something else less visible, more organized, kept a different watch of the town. He moved toward the next day in the small, steady way that he had come to inhabit, jars clinking softly, the ledger warm in his breast, his eyes attentive to the edges of people's lives. The fog took and returned everything, and as he walked he could not tell whether the town's economy of sorrow was an instrument of mercy or simply another kind of commerce. That, he thought, might be a question to keep for an evening when the lamps were lit and old Tilda's back room smelled of herbs. For now, there were people who needed the edges of their shadows trimmed and a ledger that needed another line written. He bent, as he always did, to the small, honest work. Jonah had a way of listening that made people think he was half a clock and half a mouth. He would stand with his hands folded as if to keep the tide out, or he would perch on a kitchen chair as if on a stub of harbor wall. And he would let a silence lay itself between himself and whoever sat with him. In that quiet he attended not to words, which the town could supply in abundance, but to the shadow immediately at a person's feet, its tremor, its length, the parts of it that were knotted and dim like old rope. The trade he offered was economical in gesture. It was never spectacle. Jonah abhorred spectacle. He had learned that people already carried enough theater in their faces. His work began, always, with a bowl of water that smelled faintly of iron and long-dried seaweed. He kept the bowl on a low table in his small room above the chandler's, and he kept beside it a spool of twine, a stub of sealing wax, a thimble, and his ledger thin, its leather softened into a shape that fit his palm. The ledger was where he kept receipts of debt. He called them notes of exchange. Others called them catalogues of the impossible. He preferred the former name. Mrs. Home came on a Tuesday that had the peculiar clarity of the mornings after a storm. Her son, Arthur, stood in the doorway like a tree that had been pruned back too close. He looked at the floor. He was small and his collar was damp where the salt air had settled. Has been waking at night, Mrs. Holmes said, as if speaking of a boil. All the time. He'll sit up and call names. I can't sleep because I listened for him. I heard of you. Old Tilda suggested. Old Tilda had indeed suggested. That was often how people made the first step. A neighbor with a known partiality, a shopkeeper who understood when grief required interfaces with barter. Jonah watched Mrs. Home as she smoothed a handkerchief across her lap until the fabric made a small sound like a pipe clearing. Jonah did not ask how the family came to that particular regret. He had learned to keep such queries in reserve. Instead he moved slowly to the floor and put the bowl between himself and Arthur's feet. He lit the lamp on the low table, and the room rewrote itself in the lamplight. The kettle's flake of steam became a ribbon. The crusts of bread on the plate took on the same texture only the sea could give. The shadow at Arthur's feet did not speak, and Jonah knew by now that that silence meant more than words sometimes. He leaned forward until his nose was close to the water and listened. A person's regret, Jonah had come to believe, sat in the body like a pocket of weather. It could be rained upon, or it could be folded up and carried. The shadow told him where the seam was, how easy it was to press the fabric together without leaving ragged edges. For Arthur the shadow was thin at the toes and taut across the arch. It moved with the kind of nervous twitch that belonged to someone who woke to check a door. It smelled faintly of small rooms and the public houses by the fish stalls, a memory of too many people passing through, each scent layered upon the other. Jonah took his spool of twine and set his fingers into the water as if testing its depth. "Tell me what it's like when he wakes," he said. It was not a question that required immediate answer. Often the telling was a ritual of its own, and the information Jonah gained came partly from what paused in the telling. Mrs. Holmes spoke of the early waking and a lullaby the boy could not finish, how the voice that used to steady him had long since frayed. She said it in short, careful sentences. Where other collectors might have promised full erasure, Jonah selected a softening, a thread of forgetfulness that would keep the shape of the loss without the bristling edge that ate into sleep. He would not, he told her quietly, unmake the memory of who might have been gone. He would only keep the sharpness from cutting every night. The agreement was a bargain as old as the docks. An evening of light Mrs. Holmes coined Jonah's time, and a promise inscribed. She tightened her hand on the handkerchief. The practice itself held a kind of choreography. Jonah warmed his fingers over the lamp, cupped his hands, and extended them to the place the shadow occupied. Palms trembling perhaps not from cold, but from the small seriousness of touching what belonged to someone else. He breathed with a softness that might have been compassion or mere habit. From his inner pocket he took a small piece of waxed cloth folded into the size of a coin and placed it on the floor. He recited, in a voice no one else would have believed necessary, the small lines old Tilda had taught him. Words that were not exactly incantation, but that required a shape of attention to be spoken properly. They were fewer than most prayers, and their economy fit Jonah's temperament. When he felt the shadow ease under his palms, sometimes like a cat shifting on a winter rug, Sometimes, like a small bell losing its pitch, he would wrap the softened edge around the waxed cloth and bind it with twine. The act was both literal and symbolic, a knot to hold the softened shape in its new form. Then he boiled the water quickly, set the cloth in it, and took it out, wrung it once with his thimble-stiff fingers, and set it aside to dry. The shadow did not return to the floor in its old shape. Arthur sat straighter. Mrs. Holmes' eyes were embroidered with relief. Jonah kept the wrapped piece in a small jar labeled with Mrs. Holmes' neat script, "Home Arthur night waking softened." He noted the transaction in his ledger in a hand that had been steadied by repetition. The page recorded the who, the what, the cost, and the tiny ordinance of consent, Mrs. Holmes' folded promise not to ask Jonah to remove any more than he had agreed. Jonah's vow not to commit the memory to any other use. He did not write, and the ledger did not ask him to write, the precise shape of what had been lost. Sometimes the omission felt like mercy. Other times it felt like collusion. He made that decision, and then he closed the book and rubbed at the corner with a thumb that still smelled of the sea. Thomas Reed was easier to find. Dock workers had habits that made them visible, a specific gait, a set of calices, a way of shifting a crate that told Jonah where to look for a man who had given an evening of light for the chance to go back to his work steady-handed. Jonah encountered Thomas beneath a string of billboards, the gulls' cries rubbed out by the sound of winches. Thomas's shadow had been an old thing, a stubborn, bracing piece that kept him from being able to rest with other people, that kept his temper hawkish and his hands clenched around compasses and crates. The trade with Thomas was different than the one with Mrs. Holmes. There was no hush of a parlour to keep them. They stood in cold air, their breath visible. Thomas arrived with a scar on his knuckle like a small, dried-up hook. He did not want to talk at first. Jonah watched his jaw work as if it were testing whether he could open. "You want this done quick," Thomas said, not looking properly at Jonah, but at a crate that needed lifting. "I can't be soft at my work." "No one asks you to be less than safe," Jonah said. He had learned to offer wording that did not imply moral lecture. "Just less corrosive when you sleep." Thomas' mouth kicked at the corner. He let Jonah stand near the light of the alley lamp and make the same small arrangements he made in a parlor: twine, wax, a dip in the bowl. The shadow there loosened not like a knot but like a muscle unclenching. Thomas' face shifted afterwards in a way that would have been easy to miss for anyone not accustomed to reading the small changes in men who had been taught to keep the sea's hardness in their bones. He lifted a child's small glove, someone else's gloves left on a crate, and held it to his chest for a moment, as if to test something he had nearly forgotten. At the end of the day, Jonah walked back with the ledger under his arm. The town folded into a different kind of evening when the sun slid down, lamps went up, noises compressed into their duties. He stopped in at Old Tilda's because there was a small ritual of rapport between them. Old Tilda's shop was the sort of place that kept the air of the town's memory, shelves of jars filled with dried flowers, letters tied with twine. A bell that never quite rang entirely when the door was opened. She regarded Jonah without hurried speech. She had an eye that had the patience of someone who had watched births and funerals, and all the unglamorous passages in between. "You were busy," she said without reproach. Her voice had the rasp of wool being rubbed. "You look as if you'd been handling needles." Jonah set the ledger on the counter. He liked the way the ledger looked under Tilda's light, a thing modest and peculiar. He told her, in the way one gives a report to a magistrate with whom one is intimate, the facts: 2 trades, the costs, the small differences in the way Thomas had said the word sleep. He did not tell her the surprise at Thomas lifting the child's glove. Some moments he wrapped and kept. Old Tilda did not offer grand pronouncements. She took a cloth and put it over the ledger as if to keep the pages from the gulls. "You've got your hands in a market," she said. "Not all markets trade in goods you can put on a shelf. Remember what I told you about the seams." He remembered. She had taught him the little codicils that separated a good trade from a careless one, how to ask for consent without shame, how to make sure there was someone else who could corroborate what had been done if a question came later, and most importantly, how to keep the ledger as a moral object rather than as a list of tallies. Sometimes, Tilda added, the relief is only a different kind of remembering. You can't always buy a thing back by pretending you never wanted it. Her cautions had sharpened the edges of Jonah's practice. Where at first he had seen himself simply as a middleman of sorrow, he now felt the ledger's weight like a button on his chest. Each line was a compromise between mercy and the fidelity of remembering. He took to writing with care, making small marginal notes, the cadence of a person's voice when consenting, the presence of any witness, the smell that accompanied the shadow. These were private annotations saved not to be cunningly used but to anchor a particular exchange in a context that might later be understood. There were unforeseen things that came with such apprenticeship. Once, when Jonah had been new, he had traded away a pocket of guilt from a woman who then ceased to recognize certain faces in the neighborhood. The woman returned to trade a year later for a different softness. She told Jonah in tears that she couldn't remember the names of the neighbors who had once kept her company under their drying nets. What he had meant for mercy had become an erasure for someone else. He had folded the memory into the ledger and closed the book and slept with a small, sharp cold in his chest for many nights. It was episodes like that which taught him to spend more time in the listening. Ask me the shape of it, old Tilda would say. Let them tell you the corners. If you press too hard, you will smooth off syllables that shouldn't be sanded away. By the time Jonah returned to his room, the lamp had been wind-blown into a thin, confident glow. He placed the ledger on his table and arranged the objects of his day with the almost desperate orderliness of someone who needed to make sense of chaos by straightening it into lines. He wrote out the day's entries with a hand that had long been trained to conserve gestures. Each notation was a miniature oath. He traced the cost in minutes and coins, and sometimes, when the trade had pushed to the edge of what he felt right returning, a small letter, C for chosen compromise, R for returned emotion, S for softened. He paused often. He left space in the margins where a future annotation might be needed, if the person returned, if a witness contradicted, if his own conscience called later. Sometimes, when his pen lingered, Jonah saw the ledger as a map of things he had touched, dots and lines that made a town he loved look like a cartographer's private joke. He didn't always enjoy the clarity that came with that map. The night closed with small noises. A fisherman muttered as he walked by below. A cart's wheel scraped. Jonah could hear old Tilda moving in the street, her steps measured. He put the ledger away and cleaned his tools as if preparing for work the next day. The twine was wound, the wax put back into its tin, the bowl rinsed. He sat by the window and watched the fog press soft against the glass. Beyond the glass, the far side of the quay was a sheet of dim samenesses. Lamps showed like tired stars. He thought, as he often did at such hours, about the gestures he had not made. He had not asked certain questions of Mrs. Home he could have asked, for fear of making her choose something she was not ready to keep. He had not told Thomas the small thing his face had revealed. He had not, so far, allowed anyone to look inside the ledger. That secrecy kept people safe and made the ledger an instrument of unequal power. He had begun to care more about the differences between relief and amputation. It was a distinction that sat at the core of his work and that distinguished, for him, an honest trade from one done for show. He thought of the woman whose neighborhood was washed from her mind. He thought of the way the child's glove had stayed in Thomas's hand longer than required. He felt around for a rule he could follow that would keep him from making the same error twice. Outside, from a rope bridge across the fish stalls, there came the sound of a footfall that had a different complaint than the usual traffic of the docks. It was a lighter, quicker patience. Jonah moved to the window and looked. The bridge tossed small shadows across the quay. He could just make out the angle of a body against the fog. It was as if the town, keeping its usual appointments of commerce, hinted that not all interruptions were meant to be closed. He closed his ledger partly because it was a book and partly because it was an instrument that, if left open, could be used against the living. He tied the strap and slid the book under his mattress, where it felt less like a ledger and more like a heart that had been stitched shut. As he blew out the lamp, a sound followed him down the stairs, someone calling a name in a voice neither too young nor too old, and for a moment Jonah thought the sound might be a question meant for him. He listened until the sound was swallowed by the thick, steady breathing of the town. Then he let himself sleep, which was to say he allowed thought to come in small, manageable pieces, and to arrange them in the dark by size. Keep the seams, old Tilda's voice seemed to say from the dim. Don't smooth everything into a uniform wash. When he woke the next morning his hands remembered the ledger like a limb remembers where to find a pocket. He took it out and read the names he had written. Home read. He placed a small check beside each, one for consent, one for follow-up. There were many customers he did not write, yet those he knew by the sound of their tread, by the way their shadows bowed in the afternoons. His role in the town gathered detail as dust gathers along a sill. It made him useful, and it made him lonely in the ways of useful things. The ledger was a practical object, but it had started to do something else as well. It taught him his limits. Every entry was a conversation between what could be repaired and what should be remembered. He practiced, silently, the small art of refusing certain bargains. He learned to say no when a mother wanted him to take away the fact of a son who had gone to sea and never returned. That kind of removal was not something Jonah felt he could put under his thumb. He could soften the nights, make the mornings less sharp, but the architecture of a life required an honesty he was only beginning to understand. He made his breakfast on a slice of bread and watched the quay. Somewhere down the pier a man cursed softly at a rope that had knotted. The town continued to live with its awkward, human rhythms. Jonah finished his meal, tucked the ledger back into its place, and folded the day ahead into the neat geometry of his hands. There were trades to be made, a bank of human weather to attend. He tied his string and took his bowl. He stepped out into the fog and toward the place where the docks met need. He did not know, as he crossed the stalls, that a conversation had started between old Tilda and a woman on the other side of the market about whether to recommend him more widely. He did not know that a pair of eyes watched him from over the fish barrels and made a note in a different ledger. He moved with the small confidence of someone who had found a way to be of use, and with the newly sharpened conscience of a person who had learned that use carries a cost. The town dressed itself as it always did, nets over shoulders, vendor calls like low chords, and Jonah folded back into it, ledger bound under his arm, a pen at his lip, ready to ask the right questions and, with luck, to keep the seams. He had, by the end of the day, the small satisfaction of having kept an old rule: trade what softens but keep what shapes. He could not promise it would always work. The ledger itself would be the judge of that. But the practice, the careful listening, the binding with twine, the slow notation had, for that day, made 2 pockets of weather easier to live with. That was not nothing. When he turned in that night there was a sound from the quay he did not recognize, a quick step on the rope bridge, and a voice calling not for a purchaser but for a friend. Jonah lay awake and listened to that call, like someone trying to make out a line of ship foghorn. He did not yet know that the voice belonged to a person who would begin to teach him what it meant to be seen without being made smaller. He only knew that for the first time in a while. The ledger under his mattress felt less like a weight and more like a question that might be answered one careful page at a time. The chapter closes on that poor, certain question: how to keep giving relief without being the cause of the forgetting such relief sometimes required. The ledger waited, patient as ever, for the next notation. Jonah had come to know the rope bridge the way a cartwright knows the grain of a piece of oak, by long use and by the small, practical attentions that keep it serviceable. The bridge itself was no more than a steadying chain of planks hung between 2 pylons, tied each season tighter to the posts as the weather tested it. And it carried as much trade as affection. Nets were passed over its rails, children balanced across it on the way to school, and fishermen leaned on its ropes to talk in the open air about storms. In the mornings the bridge caught the fog in filaments. Sometimes the rope was wet with a fine silver spray that muffled sound and made footsteps softer. Jonah liked the way a footstep there did not demand announcement. The bridge allowed for a kind of anonymity even when faces met each other every day. He found Mara on a Tuesday when the mullet came in thin and bright, and the fishmongers were filling boxes with a nervous efficiency that made the air smell of iron and citrus. She had tied her hair back with a square of cloth and wore the same rope bracelet that caught light at her wrist like a small anchor. Her hands were, Jonah thought, like the hands of those who work the docks, broad at the base, knotted in the knuckles, but not without a compact steadiness. She had a way of arranging her stall that made it nearly invisible that she was trying to command attention. She shouted prices the way a woman might call to a neighbor. There was no performance in it, only a need that was plain and understood. Jonah paused a few planks away, his fingers pressing a little tighter against the slim notebook he kept in the breast pocket of his coat. He had meant to pass by. The ledger, with its neat rows and the cautious sin of each entry, had been on his mind all morning, 2 trades to note, 1 coin to tally, a single correction. But the sort of small, unplanned kindnesses were not things he could resist entirely. He stepped forward and touched the coil of rope that lay beside Mara's stall, the cord damp where it had been looped round her hands for a morning's use. "You tie it wrong," she said, not looking up. Her voice had a practical bluntness to it, as if she were commenting on a knot rather than on the shape of his intentions. It was the sort of remark that immediately required correction. "I didn't tie it," Jonah said. He adjusted his position so he could see the loop properly. He had always been good with small things that had to be made right. "It'll fray if you drag it over the plank like that." "You'll be running my stall next, then," she said, which could have been an accusation and was not. It was closer to a test. Jonah took the rope and began to smooth its curve with quick fingers, the way he smoothed his ledger's ink when it threatened to run with damp. Mara watched him as if she were measuring whether he would finish what he had begun. There was a human generosity in her watching that made Jonah feel almost clumsy, as if the act of being attended to required a competence he had not practiced. He worked in silence as the tide reached and retreated with a soft, patient sound that lifted the smell of fish further up into the bridge. Gull cries knifed through the fog. He felt the tightness in his chest ease a fraction as he wound the rope properly and tucked the loose end where it would not snag. "You could have just walked on," Mara said then, folding her fingers around a mullet and measuring a slice with precise motion. "Not many bother with ropes." Jonah let his hand fall back into the pocket where his notebook lay. He did not like to be the sort of person who mattered. It always exposed the places where he had to call himself brave. "I like it," he said. "It's easier that way." She made a noise that might have been a laugh or a scoff. "You like a lot of odd things. Bread, quiet corners. That ledger of yours might be more useful if you fed yourself from time to time." She pushed a wrapped piece of bread toward him, a small, practical offering wrapped in an oiled cloth. Jonah had not expected to be offered anything, and his fingers hovered over the cloth like those that hover over freshly written words, uncertain whether to disturb them. He accepted it. The bread was salty and thin, the sort of thing that had been saved for workers and not for guests. The salt on Jonah's tongue seemed to make the air more real. It called up a ledger's entries as though they were marks on a map. "You don't eat much with the others," Mara said, watching him take a bite. "You keep to the edges. Is that habit or work?" Jonah considered how to answer, and felt the old reflex tighten in him, the reflex that had made him a keeper of other people's burdens, the reflex that made naming his own sorrow almost indecent. He had for years been the sort of boy who let others unburden themselves, and then corrected their edges. It was useful, it was clean, and it kept him at a respectable distance from his own tremors. To tell a person everything you did was to ask them to hold what was yours, and he knew how quickly hands could close at the stranger's cost. Both, he said finally, which was not really false. Mara did not seem satisfied with that answer. She leaned on the stall with an elbow and regarded him with an evenness that felt a little like the sweep of a net, no pretense, only steadiness. Both is a tidy word, she said, but sometimes tidy is a form of pretending. My brother used to call tidy things polite lies. Jonah found himself looking at her more directly then. Curiosity tugged loose. Your brother? He asked. He had seen enough of the town to know roughly where a family story could be stopped or could be let loose like a current. Ben, she said. Ben Kell. He went out one spring and didn't come back. She folded a rag over the fish she was packing as if to conceal something private in the public motion of her work. It wasn't a storm that took him. He wasn't dragged down by nets. It was smaller and quieter than that. He began to stop going to the quay he used to like, to forget the map of our street, as if the lines could be wiped clean. He forgot the names he used to make for birds the way other people forget exactly where they set a jar of jam. At first we thought his memory would come back. Then we saw him giving up the wrong things. She paused and Jonah watched the smallness that passed over her face, an almost clerical grief that had been sorted and folded by habit into something she could carry daily. He felt, as if by muscle memory, the tug of his own ledger against his ribs, the place where keeping other people's regrets made him useful and allowed him to avoid naming his own. Did you trade for him? Jonah asked before he could think to soften the question. He asked with the bluntness of someone trained to the practical what-ifs. He did not mean to intrude, and yet the question was already a small lance. Mara looked at him as one might look at a seam that has been unpicked by a clumsy hand. We thought about it, she said. There was a man some distance off that people say can make things lighter. People will go to him to mend things that matter to their days. But I saw Ben after some of that easier forgetting had taken place at the dock. A different Ben had come back to the house and look at the same chair and call it by another name. It was as if the thing he loved the most had been given a softer edge and then gone entirely. She stopped and pressed the palm of her hand to the rope beside her, as if the motion itself would secure whatever unfinished sentence hung in the air. I won't let his laugh be traded away because I can't stand the sound of myself pretending it's all right when it isn't. Jonah tried to imagine such a laugh, and felt how absurd it was that some laughs had a gravity so particular they could anchor a person. He had always thought of laughter as a thing that people made to lighten a room. To hear it described as an anchor was almost too honest for him. He put his hand against the rope where her fingers had rested. It smelled of salt and oil and the memory of hands. You keep things for people, Mara said then, and her question came softer, not quite an accusation. What do you exactly do, Jonah Mar? Your quiet hands are used on more than rope, aren't they? The question struck him oddly, because it suggested she had seen what others had not, the attention with which he catalogued small reliefs, the ledger kept like a map. Jonah had become, in the practical economy of the docks, a particular kind of tradesman. He traded shadows for lightness, or rather, he took the sharper edges of regret and offered back a replacement shadow that would not cost a life story to carry. He had described it, in his ledger entries, with the kind of language that allowed him to believe himself merciful rather than invasive. He had not, in any sustained way, allowed the people he cared for to know how intimate and careful his practice had to be to avoid erasing the wrong thing. There's work and then there's what you tell, he said. She shrugged. People tell me things at the stalls. It's part of being paid for fish with rumor and a slice of gossip. I'm not so curious, Jonah. I don't need the ledger. But I will say this, if you make something lighter, make sure it is the thing that caused the weight. If you take away a stone that the house leaned on, that house may lean differently but also it may fall. Jonah thought of old Tilda's cautions how, when he had first started, Shed told him not to trade away the shapes that made someone whole. Old Tilda had sat across a cracked kitchen table and spoken in clipped, certain phrases as if gratitude and warning were two sides of the same coin. Jonah had nodded and written both in his ledger, but he had done the work of his hands with a focus that allowed the ledger to remain a ledger rather than a moral balance sheet. To hear the same thing voiced from Mara, whose life was otherwise occupied with nets and coarse bread, made the warning heavier. They ate with the kind of casual silence that comes from sharing work rather than telling stories. Jonah broke off another piece of the bread Mara had given him and handed it back to her wrapped in the corner of his coat. When the bread was gone, she picked at a bit of salty cheese and told him about the mornings their father had left before the sun rose, returning with a saddle of fish that took 2 boys and a woman to carry in. There was an intimacy in the exchange that neither of them allowed to be named, no promises, no declarations, only a stocking of small, dependable facts. Jonah straightened a few more ropes at Mara's request, the motions practical and quiet. When a boy ran past and bumped the edge of the stall, Mara barked at him in a way that was part parental scolding and part stand-in for a temper that had nowhere else to go. Jonah felt he was learning the rhythm of someone else's sorrow, and that this learning was at once a relief and a hazard. At one point, Mara fished an old scrap of cloth from under a crate and tied it to the rail as if to mark a place for someone who might return. "It's for Ben," she said. "He liked to watch the way light hit the water here at noon. If he ever comes back, hell no, I thought enough of him to keep the noon place waiting." The action was small and precise and seemed to Jonah the purest kind of stubbornness, the refusal to let absence be neat. Jonah wanted to tell her about the ledger in the pocket of his coat, about the careful, almost solicitous way he learned the shapes of other people's sorrow before choosing what to remove. He wanted to tell her how he had once smoothed the edges of a widow's memory and had watched the thing that made her a mother sharpen into absence. He wanted to confess and be forgiven for the usefulness and the harm of his hands. He wanted, as well, to tell her about the sensation he felt sometimes at night when he closed his notebook, a small, precise grief that had no home and that kept him from sleeping more than hunger. He did not tell her those things. Instead, he said, some people need a quieter house, which was not wholly untrue and which left open the possibility of thought rather than statement. Mara took it as a sort of answer and nodded with something like approval. When old Tilda hobbled by later, wrapped in a shawl even when the morning had warmed, she called up to them and offered a small, sheaf-like recipe of herbs in exchange for a fish bone. Old Tilda's presence was like the quiet reminder of precedent. She had watched many trades made poorly and well, and people took her counsel in the way one accepts a bench by the quay. She did not look at Jonah as much as she looked at the conversation, and Jonah felt both possessed and oddly seen by the manner of her attention. "You keep him honest, Mara," old Tilda said. "We need people who ask the right sort of questions. If not the questions, then at least the company. He'll tell you later when the ledger weighs him down enough to share." Mara grinned and shook her head. "It's not my promise to keep." She turned to Jonah then, and for a moment the bridge felt like a small amphitheater where the two of them were the only audience. "Promise me one thing," she said. "If you ever make someone lighter, don't call it mercy for yourself. Call it what it is. Call it a trade. Make a noise for it. Let someone else be in the room when you do it." The request was simple and honest and carried the risk of a kind that Jonah had always avoided, the risk of being known in a way that required reciprocity. He felt, oddly, like a person caught with a cold in public, the sudden awareness that something unacknowledged existed within him, and that someone might ask him to account for it. "I'll try," Jonah said. The words felt small and inadequate. "I try to make sure nothing important goes." "You don't get to be judge and locksmith and jury all at once," Mara said. "That's a lot of hats for a small head." She laughed without malice. "But you'll do what you can. You always do." Jonah watched her pack up the rest of the fish with an economy of motion that made the bridge seem, for a breath, like a civilized place. Not because it smoothed over difficulties, but because people met hardship with plain tools and ordinary speech. He left with the trickle of warmth from bread, and the pressure of a question lodged like a stone in his pocket. What is it to be seen? And what does one do with the seeing when it is given freely and without bargain? He had walked only a few planks when Mara called after him, not with the urgency of a summons, but with the steadiness of invitation. "You should come by tomorrow," she said. "There's a new set of nets getting mended, and I know a man with a kettle that makes soup taste like the harbor. You can keep straightening rope if you must, but sometimes straightening ropes with company is better." Jonah turned back, the fog having drawn closer like a shawl. He could have refused. He thought of his ledger, of the careful places in it he had not yet allowed anyone to see. He thought of Ben, of the Noon Place cloth tied to the rail, and of old Tilda's quiet insistence that certain questions be asked. He thought of the cost of the trades he made, small mercies on the surface and, sometimes, a hollow where something used to be. He said, "All right, I'll come." The phrase felt more like a hinge than a promise. As he walked away, the bridge sighed underfoot, and a gull dropped to the water with a splash that echoed like a punctuation. Jonah kept his back straight as if the simple act of being observed had altered his posture. He returned to the narrow, unfriendly alleys he called home with a press in his chest that was not exactly warmth and not exactly dread, but something threaded between them both. The ledger in his pocket felt suddenly heavier. He thumbed it with an absent, almost tactile reverence. At home that evening, when the fog had thickened to a low pall, and the lamps along the quay burned diffusely, Jonah opened the ledger not to make an entry but to watch the ink dry on lines already written. He found himself reading an entry from a month before about a boy who had traded away the memory of his mother's lullaby. The words were neat and deliberate. They described a bargain, the cost, and the smaller, unexpected consequence. The boy had stopped humming to himself at night, and in time had seemed to grow narrower in his gestures. Jonah read it and felt the measure of his own hands useful, perhaps, but not always gentle. When he closed the book, there was a hollow in his chest he had not expected, and with it the sense that the future had been slightly rearranged by a conversation at a rope bridge. Mara's plain demand sat in his mind like a pebble: "Make a noise, let someone be in the room." He did not know whether he could keep his hands as he had and also open the room to others. He had always believed that to be the keeper of someone else's sorrow was to grant them mercy. Now he considered that mercy might look different when it was shared. Outside, the rope bridge swayed in the fog like a slow, breathing thing, and somewhere along its length a scrap of cloth whispered against a post. Jonah listened to that sound and felt, for the first time in a long time, that someone besides the ledger might be given a part to hold in what came next. He could neither name what that role would be nor promise to fill it. He only knew that the thought of telling Mara one day what he did made his throat tighten in a manner that felt, weirdly, like wanting. He slept poorly that night, as was his wont, and when he woke the ledger felt the same weight as the bread had felt, both necessary and cheap. Jonah moved through the morning with an odd new attention to the faces at the quay, noticing the set of a jaw, the way a woman lifted a child's chin. The bridge would be there, he thought, and Mara would be staunch at her stall. There would be ropes to untangle and bread to share. The day felt like the beginning of a small shift that might turn into more, and Jonah told himself, with the kind of cautious hope he was permitted, that he would come back, that he would begin to answer differently when asked. He did not know then that small beginnings could either be a way out or a way deeper into responsibility. He only knew the immediate fact of Mara's look across the fish crates and the thread of invitation that had been extended to him. He folded the ledger into the corner of his coat and walked toward the quay, thinking of ropes that need tending and of the curious, dangerous possibility of being seen. Jonah had learned in time that usefulness wears many quiet shapes. There was the shape of a hand held for a moment over a jar to keep a seal warm. the shape of a bent head reading a ledger in lamplight until the words blurred. The shape of a body that returned to routine with a smaller load when a regret had been loosened like a stone from a pocket. The town called him, sometimes by the work he did, a collector, a mender, a boy who could make grief less sharp, and these names settled around him the way the fog settled on the quay each morning, familiar, inevitable, a thing to be accepted rather than admired. On the morning that made him think, briefly and not for the last time, about what usefulness demanded of him, he moved through a market that seemed to sleep on its feet. The fog was a ribbon across the faces of water and buildings. Lantern light shivered where it met it. Jonah's hands fit into their small rituals as if they were parts of him. He checked jars' corks, pressed a strip of oilcloth until it puckered neat, opened the notebook at the page that had a careworn column, names, dates, a shorthand for the shape of each regret. His fingers left a damp print on the paper that he could not quite scrub away. He had thought often of why people came to him. Some arrived because of money. A merchant paid with a coin clipped from his wages. Others arrived with a different kind of offering, a promise, a borrowed light for a night, a child's toy left in a jar as if to anchor the bargain. Most came in a posture of needing, shoulders a little forward as if the body itself wanted to make the transaction as unobtrusive as possible. Jonah read these bodies the way he read their shadows. He had learned to listen for a particular hush in a voice that told him where a shadow lay most tightly. In a throat when someone might stop at the sight of a child and not know why. In a hand that slipped too quickly from another's in the street. In a back that bowed at night to the weight of a thing it could not name. That morning the first trade took place at a fish stall, 3 planks nailed together and weighted with scales, and ice. Holm waited with a bundle, her breath small and quick in the fog. She had been a recurring presence in his ledger, not from necessity but from a sort of habitual anxiety. Appearances mattered to her. The clean house, the polite curtains, the idea that things should look as if no trouble had ever passed through them. Jonah could see, now as ever, how the regret sat under her jaw like a small stone, an old economy of shame about a son who fled town in anger and who did not write. He worked in his usual way. First he let the light find the edges of the regret at Mrs. Holmes's feet, watching the shadow gather and stretch like a dark, thoughtless tide. He circled it in his mind, feeling the regret's particular contour. It was not a long, consuming grief but a set of sharp repetitions. A habit of waking with the thought that one should have written more letters, called more times, done the little things that speak care over time. Jonah's trade was not to remove memory wholesale. He had always preferred the gentleness of alteration. He took at most a breath of the shadow, folded it into a small glass jar warmed by his palm, and set beside it a replacement that would tuck in mildness where there had once been a gnawing. The jar sang slightly when the cork met neck, a thin, honest sound. Holm let out a breath she had been holding, and then smiled as if she had been given room to breathe for the first time in years. The change in her was small as a new stitch. She walked straighter for the rest of that day. She smoothed a curtain she had pestered, and then stood at the window longer than usual, watching the line of the quay. Jonah crossed her name in the ledger with a neat line and made a brief note, soft and not effaced. He believed in that language, believed, perhaps because it spared him the more terrible work of absolution, in a middle ground. His usefulness, as he had learned slowly, was most visible in such private repairs. He watched Thomas read at work the following dusk, and took the measure of what his trades did. Thomas' hands had been steady again, his laughter a rare sound at the tavern, a bark that made younger men look up. Jonah had traded once for Thomas, not a heavy regret, but a hardness in the jaw that made him jump at sudden sounds. A lived-in suspicion that had kept him from offering a hand, where it might have steadied another. The replacement Jonah had offered left Thomas less watchful, less quick to flinch. In its place was a careful kindness that surprised Jonah when he saw how Thomas steadied a younger fisherman the next time a rope slipped. It was small and important. It was in that small space between the private relief and the town's larger commerce that Captain Harrow found him. Jonah noticed the boat before he saw the man, a low thing cutting the fog with a sound like a muted bell. Captain Liz stood on the quay with his coat buttoned to his throat, the squint in his face deeper than the fog. He took Jonah's ledger from his hands, as if he were an old acquaintance handing over a note. There was no admiration in his face, only the kind of practical concern that made Jonah's stomach feel as though someone had tightened a rope around it. "There's talk of a hold missed on the mariner's Pride," Captain Liz said. His voice was low, measured, the kind that did not lend itself to dramatic gesture. "A watchman forgot to signal. We nearly had a run-in with a shifting crate. You'll have heard." He waited as if the answer he needed might arrive unforced. Jonah had. He had heard how, the previous week, a man had left a check undone. A small negligence, but enough to make men curse and to force others to take midnight watches. He felt his own throat go dry. "I know who," he began, then stopped. It was not the sort of thing he could say with the ease he used in the market. Naming a person and a missing shadow meant bringing a past into the present, and Jonah had always treated such facts as delicate instruments. "We need to know what sort of thing you're doing, boy," Captain Liz said. "This town runs on lines and checks. If people are losing the things that make them cautious, then it's not just private sorrow. It's an open risk on the quay." He tapped the ledger with a knuckle. "You keep records. I don't want to have to go through the council with complaints and get them to put a stop to things by law. We are a small place. We need to be careful about who undermines what keeps the boats from breaking down in gale or drive. There's a habit here of making grief smaller. There's also the danger of making people smaller." He looked at Jonah with an intensity that made Jonah's hands feel inadequate. Jonah wanted, in that moment, to offer the language he had for making trade softened, not erased yet. The more he shaped his words, the smaller and less certain they felt. "I try," he said at last. "I try not to take what keeps people safe. I only offer a replacement that he could not finish without it sounding like an excuse." Captain Liz's eyes narrowed. "Tries aren't a comfort to a man who nearly loses his ship. We do not keep the sea by trying. We keep it with checks and with honesty. If what you do upsets that, then it's a different thing. You must find how to make sure a man will still look twice before he steps off a gangway." He spread his hands, a brief gesture like a man throwing a rope. "We all have reasons to want less pain. But there's a cost, lad. I run a dock. I can't have it that the easing of regret becomes the easing of caution. You'll need to show me, in plain steps, that your work won't endanger the boats." There was an unspoken ledger in his tone, one that was not Jonah's but which Jonah felt all the same. When Captain Liz walked away, Jonah stayed by the railing longer than was necessary, watching the boat's wake take the fog. He understood the captain's point with the unflinching clarity of someone who had watched his trades make people differently available to their days. To know that a man could forget an important check because a regret had been loosened to imagine a crate miscounted, a rope thrown poorly, was to see his work as more than a string of softened evenings. It made his ledger look like a map that had consequences beyond the household. That evening he took the ledger into old Tilda's shop. Tilda's room was a place of steady light in a town that mostly traded in shadows. On shelves were objects that seemed to carry their own histories: a thimble dented at the rim, a child's shoe preserved in a tin, jars of things that smelled faintly of rosemary and salt. Her hands moved with the certainty of someone who had spent a life holding other people's bodies and their small truths. Jonah sat opposite her, the ledger on his knees, and the two of them allowed the quiet to sit between them like a third person. "People come asking you for small things," Tilda said after some time, not looking at the ledger but at Jonah, at the way he folded his hands. Her voice had the old, steady cadence that could carry an accusation as easily as a blessing. "You make the small things softer. But you keep a record. The record is the thing that matters at the end. You mustn't let use become concealment. You hear me?" Jonah heard her and felt, faintly, the shape of his own culpability, The ledger was not simply for his protection. It was a map of debts and alterations. "I try to be careful," he said. "I note what I change and why. I don't take what people need to remember to keep themselves safe." The phrase came out as if he had practiced it. Tilda tilted her head. Try is a good word for learning. But the ledger is small and human, and it can be wrong. Records do not make a thing moral, Jonah. They only tell us what we've done. You must also have a way to weigh the things you take. Some grief holds a person in the world. It shapes caution and tenderness both. You can't lighten everything without hearing what that lightness might leave behind. Jonah said nothing for a long while. Outside, a cart clopped past, and the sound seemed loud, like a puncture in the fog. He turned the ledger to the page where he had noted Thomas Reed's trade, and the neatness of his handwriting felt suddenly fragile. He had been proud of the trade and of the way it had smoothed a man's life. He had not considered enough whether what he took had been, in some small way, the very thing that had kept a younger mate safe. "How do you know?" he asked Tilda finally. "How do you know which sorrow you can make less and which must be kept?" Old Tilda's fingers closed around a rag, and she smoothed it as she listened. "You don't always know," she said. "Sometimes you refuse and someone begins to break because they've been carrying the sorrow badly. Sometimes you give and someone is less apt to learn from the thing that would have taught them. We live in a town that has never learned how to hold both truth and mercy at once. That is your trouble as much as mine. You must be more than careful, Jonah. You must have criteria." She gave him a look that was not unkind. "And you must be ready to be wrong." The readiness to be wrong felt like an H. Jonah thought of other trades he had done earlier in his work, a man who no longer woke in the night with dreams of a sinking boat. A widow who slept without the sudden, choking recall of a child's voice. The ledger held them all neat in columns, the scrawl of his own certainty beside each name. That night he walked the quay alone. Lamplight fell oblong on wet planks. He watched men who had been helped by him doing their tasks with a different economy of motion. One of them, a young sailor he had helped in exchange for a promise of steady work, hummed a song as he tightened a knot. It was a small consolation, and Jonah allowed himself to think it was worth something. But the thought did not last long. The memory of Captain Liss' words looped behind his eyes, making people smaller. The town's machinery might be greased by fewer sore throats and less nightly turning, but what was the cost if caution lapsed and small, local accidents became larger? Jonah had never wanted his work to be dangerous in this way, yet the evidence of small perils gathered like dark driftwood at the edge of the town's life. On the way home, he paused at a corner where the light made a shelf of shadow against a wall. A child ran by, chasing a gull. A woman called after him in a voice bright with reproach. Jonah put his hand on the ledger in his satchel and felt the brief, steady beat of his own pulse. He had told people what they sought to hear, that he would soften, not erase. But the language he used had margins and small print. He had no formal way to weigh one sorrow against another beyond the particular tenderness of his own judgment. He had not, he realized with a quiet dismay, thought through what a town that learned to outsource its burdens would look like when something went awry. That night, before he closed the shop's shutters, he wrote a note in the ledger's margin: reevaluate standards, confer with Tilda, speak with Liz. The writing was small and careful. It read, in the way only his ledger could read, like an attempt to make himself accountable to something larger than private need. He meant, he supposed, to take the first small steps toward a slightly more public ethic. He was far from certain how practical that would be. The town had a habit of preferring the quiet to the public in matters of sorrow. There was comfort in private repair. But the quay had shown him, in Captain Liss' blunt sentence, that private repair could ripple outward in ways the private did not always attend. He thought of the man on the Mariner's Pride who had failed to check the hold and felt a small, sharpened shame. The knowledge that his hands might have played some part in that fault sat inside him like a stone that would not be easily moved. As he locked up the jars, he checked each label again, lips moving slightly as if reading to himself. He liked the neatness of that act. It made him feel, for a little while, as if the world could be kept orderly by attention alone. He could imagine, uncomfortably, a town where every sorrow could be smoothed, every awkwardness tucked away in glass. He could also imagine, in the next instant, how strange such a town might be, the lines of memory that taught people not to leave a lamp burning, the quiet threads that encouraged someone to call a sister, the sharpness that made a man slow his pace on a rotten board. He had been giving people relief, and in so doing he had been changing them. On his way across the rope bridge he saw, for a moment, the outline of a stranger standing under the market awning. The man was tall and pale against the fog, wrapped in layered grays. He did not move as most did. He watched the quay as if cataloging it. Jonah could not say why the figure tugged at him with a small, unfamiliar unease. The man lifted a hand once, as if testing the air. Jonah turned his face toward the lane that led to old Tilda's and felt, without quite knowing why, a chill that was not entirely of the evening. It was easy in the hours after to tell himself that such impressions were the fog's work, or the mind's wandering as it catalogued small duties ahead. But the next morning the man was at the market again, and Jonah noticed, when he paused to tighten a cork, that the man lingered near another stall where men sold uncommon things. The man's hat had the dust of places not often seen in the town. When a buyer or a passerby glanced his way, the man gave a small, courteous nod and moved on. Jonah found his attention slipping to that man across the rest of the day, a small thread he could not quite follow. He told himself he was being anxious for no good reason. He had learned to be alert to people who took shadows. That awareness had the shape of a watchfulness that made him cold in the dark. He tried to set the thought aside. He had work to do, people to help, a ledger to make more honest. Yet the memory of Captain List's warning and old Tilda's measured counsel braided with the outline of the pale man into a new kind of concern. That usefulness required not only deft hands, but also a constant sense of how the tools of compassion might be misapplied. Jonah walked home under lantern light with a slow, careful step. He had no easy answer. He only had, as he had always had, his small ledger, the jars that ticked softly in their box, and the fog which both hid and revealed. Tonight the fog felt larger, as if it might hold more than it had in the past. He closed his door gently and placed the ledger on the table, writing in a hand that felt both steady and tentative. A single line, consult more, set criteria. Then he drew the shutters and sat for a while in the room's thin warmth, listening to the town move in its sleep like a distant breath. Outside, a bell sounded a ship preparing to loosen, a routine that would not be interrupted by the day's quiet debates. Jonah looked at the jars by lamplight, at the soft seals he had made with his hands, and thought of Captain List standing on the quay with his practical voice. He had been useful. He was used. There was a difference there he was only beginning to know. He closed the ledger and, for the first time in many evenings, left a page half open without the neat, finishing line. He slept fitfully, waking several times to imagine a board unsteady beneath a man's feet, to imagine a regret that had once taught someone to look before they stepped. At dawn he would go back to the quay, as he always did. He would attend to the small liturgies of his craft. He would speak to Captain Liz, measure the boundaries of what might be allowed and what might not. He would speak to Tilda and try, as she had instructed, to make a way to be wrong that did not break the town. He did not know yet whether the path he would choose would be enough. He only knew that the shape of his usefulness had changed, in ways that would not be undone by a single night's tidy remedies. The town's boats would still need men who remembered. The townspeople would still want evenings that were softer. Jonah's work, he realized, would have to learn to hold both demands at once. And as he closed the door behind him and felt the thin gasket of fog against his cheeks, he could not help but notice the pale man in gray at the market again, watching the quay with a look that suggested catalogue rather than compassion. Jonah walked toward the docks, the ledger in his satchel, and for the first time in a long while the fog seemed to be doing more than hiding. It was promising that something else, quieter and possibly more dangerous, might be moving beneath its surface. Jonah had grown used to the town offering itself in small, legible scraps. There was a grammar to the docks that he knew by the weather of it. How fog pooled against the warehouse doors like a slow apology. How ropes hummed when the tide had a mind to pull them, and how shadows, those quiet contradictors of light, leaned against people's ankles and told him things they would not say aloud. He understood the vocabulary of regret as if it were a trade's dialect, the heavy, dragging silhouette of unsaid goodbyes, the jagged notch where a promise had been broken, the softening smudge where a child's laugh used to fall and no longer did. He listened to these forms the way other boys might listen to a conversation, holding them in a practiced hand, measuring their weight against the ledger he kept folded into his coat. On market days, Jonah moved with the tide of stalls as much as with the tide of people. He liked the rhythm. There the merchants who shouted about salted herrings, the women who threaded their talk through the gaps of barrel staves, the sound of coins hitting a palm. It was a place where commerce kept its elbows, where everyone could see them. You could read a man's face across a scale and guess at whether his trade had gone fair. It suited Jonah because his own exchanges were made precise by habit, a shadow unloosed in the quiet, a softened replacement slid into place like a patch, and his notes time, person, shape, what was asked to be forgotten written down in the neat, spare script that made his ledger look more like a map than a record. The day the pale man in gray appeared, Jonah had been counting in his head. There was a pattern to the count. 2 soft trades in the morning, a jar sealed at noon, a walk to old Tilda's to ask after a certain color of thread she used to wrap her bottles. He had his pockets full of small things, a cork, a scrap of wax, a coin that might sit quietly between pages of his ledger when he needed to remember that not everything was barter. The market was full of its usual noises, but there was a new note. Something like the sound a door hinge makes when you close it upon a room where people are meant to be kept neat. He first saw the man under an arch by the fish stalls. Jonah's eyes, trained to the edges and to the way shadows gather, found him in the spaces where light had been careful. He wore gray that seemed to be the exact color of damp paper left too long on a window's layers, like leaves of a book, neat and not showy. He was not old in the way some of the harbormen were old. He moved with a sort of preserved reserve. When he leaned to speak with the broad-shouldered woman who traded in dusted odds and shadow bits, Jonah noticed the hands first. They were long and precise, with the thoughtful tremor of someone who handled small things daily. The man tapped a token against a leather cover as if following the administrative cadence of a ledger, motion, pause, notation. Jonah had met many collectors in the market. There were those who liked the bright, apologetic shadows, the ones people desired to lose quickly, the edges of shame sanded down until they were more useful. There were others who liked the sweet weight of recent regret, the kind that became serviceable, a soldier's hesitation on a dock, a widow's nighttime recall that kept her from sleep but did not unmake her. This man, however, did not seem interested in the newly made or the soft. He wanted what was older. Jonah saw that in how he handled a small, cloth-wrapped thing the woman unrolled for him. He held it as if one might handle a book of fragile notes, tilting it just so, reading the tag as if reading a title. Their transaction made no show. There was a murmured price, the clink of a small metal disc from his pocket, a swift exchange of hands, and the man folded the cloth back and tucked the object away close to his chest. He said a single word of thanks in a voice that slid like a damp ribbon into the market din, and then he was gone, walking past the rope bridge as if he belonged to the fog rather than to the sun. Jonah's chest had a small, immediate tug then, the familiar alarm that came before thought fully formed. It was not fear. He had practice with fear. It was the feeling of a precise imbalance. The knowledge that someone somewhere had paid for a thing not because they wanted to make life easier, but because they wished to keep a ledger of what had been. He did not know the man's name at that instant. He would learn it the following week. And the sound of it would be as flat and as final as a stamp, but he knew the reluctance in the other's fingers. It said, in its own careful way, that what he collected was not to be ameliorated but to be kept. Old Tilda saw the expression before Jonah could cloak it for himself. She had stood in her doorway, as she always did, with a kettle steaming on the sill and several of her small jars catching the light like a congregation. When Jonah moved toward her, he found her hands busy with a piece of yellowed cloth and her face grave in the way it was when she had delivered bad weather to a doorstep. "You saw him," she said without preface. It was a statement, not a question. Old Tilda's voice often folded the unsaid into speech so cleanly that Jonah sometimes felt he was being read like the inside of a jar. "He bought something from Maris," Jonah answered, because he preferred the economy of facts to the danger of impressions. Old Tilda set the cloth down slowly. The kettle hissed like a slow-lipped warning. "That one," she said, "has a ledger too. But he keeps it for himself." Jonah watched her as if she might unfold the map of what that meant. Old Tilda did not have to. He could see it now, the man's posture that read like a person who catalogued rather than cured, the way his hands preserved rather than eased. The town's trade in shadows had long sat between two economies, one of mercy, which Jonah tended with a practiced gentleness, and one of convenience, which the harbor council sometimes winked at when a man needed to go to sea with less worry in his chest. This man, however, seemed to introduce a third economy, one of scholarship, of order. "He thinks he can keep sorrow safe," Old Tilda said then, in the low voice she used for factual things that were also warnings. "As if the sorting of it will stop it from growing." "Who is he?" Jonah asked. It felt oddly private to ask. The question made his fingers itch at his own ledger, where names and shapes had to be kept honest. Old Tilda pursed her lips. "There are men in this town who mend nets and men who keep books. There are men who do both. The one you saw wears his book as a coat." She tapped the sill to emphasize the point. "His name is Elias Venn." The name settled into Jonah the way certain old notes do unremarked until the chord is struck. He had not heard it before and any of the exchanges had written down. He imagined, for reasons he could not name, a room full of labeled jars and paper tabs, a place where the past was given a neat tag and kept from the mess of living. It was a small image and it troubled him more than it ought to have. Jonah's work had always been concerned with the immediate shape of regret, not with anthologizing it. To keep sorrow as if it were a tax to be recorded was, to Jonah's ear, a strain too tidy. He watched for a few days. Habit was useful in this. You saw what came again if you learned to read the intervals. Elias did not visit daily, but when he came he moved like a man making rounds. He spoke little. In the pockets of his coats he had small lead tokens, stamped with his own simplistic device, a circle with a thin line through the middle, things he passed without ostentation. Jonah traced how Elias approached his purchases with a kind of institutional calm. There was no hawking, no stirring of pity. There was instead a patient curiosity that read tags and dates like scripture. Jonah tried to understand the man's interest in older shadows, not by imagining the other's motives. Jonah had learned over years that motives were hazardous to guess, but by observing what Elias treated as important. At a stall where Jonah once bought tiny bottles of salt for Old Tilda, he saw Elias lean close to a jar whose tag read, "The evening when El forgot the name of the tide." Elias' fingers paused over the paper with a respect that made Jonah think of the way some people bowed to portraits in shops. He did not ask for a softened version. He bid a price in a small, mechanical voice, sealed the jar with his hand as if saying a benediction, and tucked it away with the same care a clerk might show to a lost document. There were conversations about Elias, of course. Rumor straightened itself around him the way tides carved sand. Some said he was a scholar, others a hoarder, others a man who had once lost his family and had taken to preserving other people's longings to keep himself from sinking further into his own. Jonah, who preferred not to live much in narrative, listened and took only the facts. Elias acquired older, less softened shadows. He paid well. He was accompanied, sometimes by a tidy-seeming clerk. There were no dramatic stories about him. Those who spoke of him did so as if they were reciting a civic ledger. Jonah's unease settled into a practical inquiry. If Elias was collecting these things, what did he do with them? Old Tilda suggested what she always suggested in moments of moral anxiety, that some things should not be made convenient. "We patch the hurt so people can stand straight," she told him one evening, folding her cloth like one more thing kept neat. But there is a difference between mending and reweaving. Jonah tried to imagine the difference. He imagined the harbor's cloths frayed at the edges and people whose silhouettes had been made serviceable. He imagined his own ledger and the lines had drawn between one kind of forgetting and another. He found himself worrying about the prescriptive quality of Elias, collecting the temptation to know how a town should feel, to file pain into boxes and keep it from ever changing. He had always thought of his work as private, remedial, a series of small mercies. Seeing someone who wanted to keep the mercy's object inert felt, to him, like encountering a hand that would bind the river. Once, when the market was thin and the light had the pallor of a bruise, Jonah followed Elias a short distance. He told himself he was being careful, and that his curiosity was a sound guide, not an indulgence. He kept to the edges and watched the man cross the quay, his coat absorbing the fog as if it were absorbent cloth. Elias Podestall Jonah knew as Maris. She sold things in envelopes and in slices, the shells of favors, a child's first day ribbon, a scrap of letter with 3 inked words still legible. Maris liked to bundle her wares in paper and tie them with twine. She moved in a practical gentleness that matched Jonah's own. She unwrapped a small vial for Elias to see. It had a label made of rough paper and a short note written in a hand that shook with age, the hour the boy left for the sea, and did not return. Elias turned the vial between his fingers as if testing its balance. He did not smile. He placed the small coin on the table with a precise motion. His voice was that careful thing again. And Jonah could not tell whether the voice belonged to a man who pitied the bottle's owner, or to someone who admired the object itself as an exemplar. "Where will you keep it?" Jonah allowed himself to ask when the man turned to leave. The question fell with an awkwardness Jonah later realized came from the suddenness with which his own privacy felt exposed. Elias' eyes met Jonah's for a long, brief moment. They were a dull, steady gray. "Where all of these are kept," he said simply. "Where they are made plain." There was something less like an answer than a placement of fact. Jonah felt oddly out of his depth at the exchange, as if he had been invited to look into a room whose walls had been painted by someone who preferred cold colors. He wanted to ask how the man thought making things plain had any mercy in it. He wanted also to say nothing at all and to hold on to the map his ledger made of where had touched people's lives. He did neither. Instead, he watched Elias fold the vial into cloth, pay Maris, and return to the fog. The street seemed quieter after the man left, the market's voices retreating into themselves like gulls sucked beneath a breeze. Jonah found himself with the ledger in his hand, comforting himself with the small economies of notation. He wrote in the margins that evening, a man in gray Elias Venn catalogues older shadows. Paid Maris for a vial with the tag, boy left for sea. He pressed the page closed and felt, for the first time in a while, that his ledger was not solely a record but a boundary. The thought made his chest ache in a way he did not expect. He had always thought the ledger a refuge for his own anxieties, a way to keep the commerce of loss legible. To make certain that a bargain done for a neighbor did not become a bargain that unmade someone. But as Elias' shadow moved across the town's periphery, Jonah felt the ledger's pages as a fragile thing between two powers, the small mercies he offered and a larger appetite for preservation that might freeze those mercies into artifacts. He went to old Tilda's the next day to ask about the ethics of collection, not because he would learn anything she did not already know, but because he liked the way her language made complicated things less combustive. She brewed tea as if to make an argument palatable, and then leaned back to read his face, as if she could read pages and people in the same way. "What do you think he's doing truly?" Jonah asked, keeping his voice light because he had always been inclined to use humor as a salve when things felt raw. Old Tilda looked at him with the steady gaze that had once guided 1,000 deliveries. "A man like that is afraid of losing the past to the confusion of living," she said simply. "He thinks that by making collections he will protect it. Perhaps he tells himself his is a merciful project. Perhaps he tells himself anything to sleep." Jonah had no answer for that. He imagined Elias folding his purchases into tidy rows, the tags crisp and the dates pale. He imagined the shelves of a room smelling of dust and paper, the soft ritual of a man checking a name and feeling, perhaps, less alone for the keeping. He also imagined the other side of the ledger, faces that had been altered into convenient shapes. People returning to kitchens with their burdens diminished, but some fragment of what made them honest stripped away. A week later Jonah saw Elliot Gideon, as old Tilda called him in a way that coaxed warmth out of even names, stepping from the side door of one of the warehouses. He had with him a box and his watchful air. Elias, as always, moved without dramatics. The two of them disappeared into one of the quieter alleys where the lamps were few and the fog thick. Jonah lingered some distance away, his hands folded into the pockets of his coat, as if to hold the ledger's weight steady. There was a small exchange in the alley, a mannered, careful transaction between two people whose words were fewer than their actions. Jonah could not make out what was said. The fog swallowed it. But he saw enough: a small object taken from the box, placed with care into Elias' hands, and then Elias checking a tag and drawing a pencil along a page in a slim, leather-bound ledger. The action was not like the market's trade where a price might be shouted or a barter negotiated. It felt, instead, rehearsed, like the making of an inventory. Jonah went home that night with his notes, feeling both heavy and inadequate. He sat at the table with his lamp, his ledger open, and tried to tell the difference between keeping and locking. He wrote Elias' Venn pattern of acquisition, cataloging older shadows, forms, motives, watched buying from Maris, and in alley worries, preservation vest stasis. He paused and put the pencil down. The fog had come into his room as if to press its face to the glass. Behind the thin pane of the window the quays lamps smoked their circles of light. Jonah's own shadow lay where it always did on the wooden floor when the lamp was lit, slender, obedient. It made his breath shallow to look at it. The idea that someone else might decide which shadows were to be soft, and which to be curated into permanence, felt like the threat of an erasure, not of detail but of texture. He had always, secretly, thought his work had been about relief. He now suspected it might also have been an act of small, local justice, to let people keep their histories, softened if need be but not archived into something outside their reach. At the edge of sleep that night Jonah dreamed of rooms with shelves that bowed under the weight of labeled jars. He dreamed of tags that read like death notices and of the sound of fingers turning pages. He woke with a smell of old paper in his mouth, and the ledger's cover reassuring beneath his palms. Over the next days he watched Elias with a new attention that made his small actions feel clumsy. He found himself unsure how to act. He could have spoken to Elias directly. He could have watched and followed more closely. Instead he settled for what he did best: notation and slow thinking. He added entries to his ledger that were careful in a way he had not been before, penciling marginalia that might later be read as a kind of warning. He wrote down the places Elias visited, the manner of his purchase, the tags he noted. He tried to imagine how one argued with a man who kept sorrow like a library. The market did not change for Jonah because of Elias. People still traded in immediate comforts. Captain Liz still sent men to sea who had paid for a night without remembering their mistakes. Mrs. Holmes still looked as if she slept better for her son's softer shadow. But the edges of these small repairs began to look more ambiguous in the light of Elias' practices. Jonah's ledger had always been a private contract. Now it felt like a fence with a gate that someone else had the key to. He did not know then that Elias' arrival would rub against him in a way that would deliver a whole, where his own shadow used to be. He did not yet know that the ledger would be tampered with, or that a missing ink would make the town's compassionate economy look, from the inside, like a machine. All he had at present was a growing sense of unease and a worry that the town's grief might be domesticated into an order that left people with less, rather than with more, truth. He kept watching. There is a line, Jonah thought, between curiosity and trespass. He resisted crossing it in ways that sometimes made him look timid in other people's pages. He favored the low, patient work of seeing and sketching the outlines of a thing before he tried to change it. The pale man in gray had introduced a new outline into his landscape. Jonah had always been the one to alter the shapes that trailed after people. Now it seemed as if someone might be collecting the shapes themselves, pressing them into neat rows for reasons that were not his own. When they spoke, finally, the conversation was not grand. It happened by accident, under the flicker of a gas lamp near the rope bridge. Jonah was returning from a trade for a woman who liked her memories reshaped like small, manageable objects. Alia stood where the fog thinned, his coat damp and his hands empty of clergy. He looked at Jonah in a manner that was more curious than harsh, as if he had been thinking about the boy and now, for a slight moment, would know him. "You write things down carefully," Alia said. Jonah felt his face respond before his reason had time to gather itself. "So do you," he said, which was the only answer he could think he had the right to give. Elias inclined his head the way a man who had read many documents might. "Why do you do it the way you do?" he asked. "Why soften when you could preserve?" Jonah looked at him. The question was both blunt and delicate. Jonah could have given the answer he told to others, that people needed to be able to stand, that some things damage the living if left to fester, unkindly. But the directness of Elias' manner made him suspect that the other's curiosity was not abstract, it was the curiosity of someone whose work required such decisions. "Because the keeping isn't always mercy," Jonah said finally. "Sometimes preservation is another kind of theft." Elias watched him considerately. "And sometimes mercy is a forgetting that becomes a burden to someone else," he said. "I collect these things because I think they have value beyond immediate comfort. I think recorded sorrow can teach. It can be an edifice against chaos." The word edifice made Jonah's skin feel like another page. It sounded like something that would be built in stone and then unmoved while life went on and changed around it. He could accept that there were men who believed in order, who believed in the instruction of sorrow. He did not accept easily that instruction should stand where living labored. They left the conversation there, as if both men had agreed to save the rest for later readings. Jonah walked away with the ledger heavier in his pocket. He felt oddly, watched not by Elias so much as by the idea of being read into a system he had not consented to. The pale man receded into the market's fog as days worked out their own small rhythms. Jonah continued to do his work in the ways he knew, but the presence of the other had made a small fissure in the harbor's order. It was not dramatic. It was, instead, the same kind of slow unease that arrives with a crack in a cup and the knowledge that if you use it again it will leak. Jonah, careful and small, had never minded mending leaks. He did mind now the sense that there might be waters below that he had not measured, and that someone else, cataloging the depths, might choose to take what lay there out of its natural movement. He wrote one more note in the ledger that night, binding his worry to the neatness of his script. Elias Venn collector of older shadows methodical offers preservation over softening possible risk to living memory. He closed the book, put it beneath his pillow as a child might tuck a map under a pillow, and lay awake listening to the harbor's breath. The town hummed and sighed and carried on. But Jonah, who had always believed that names and shapes could be kept with kindness, now felt obliged to watch the man who would turn those shapes into an archive. He did not yet understand how close that archive would come, nor how soon it would look away from mercy and toward order. The fog seemed a little colder then, and Jonah's shadow on the rug seemed thinner for the lack of yet to be answered questions. The morning the bellows asked for Jonah's help. The fog lay so low that the lamps along the quay seemed to have been placed within the water itself. Small beacons whose light pooled and did not carry. The air smelled of iron and brine. Footsteps came across wet stone with a soft, patient sound. Jonah had been up before the light. He had rolled his blanket, smoothed the inside of his coat, and set out the jars he thought would be necessary clear glass, small mouths. Some tied with thin cords and bits of paper he used for temporary tags. He carried his notebook in the inner pocket of his coat. It lay against his chest so he could check the balance of trades, if he needed to without drawing attention. He arrived at the Bellow's narrow doorway with the reserve he kept for everything that mattered. Ruth was already waiting. She stood with her hands folded in a way that made them look smaller than they were, flour trails still in the seams of her palms. Ansel, when he came forward, kept his head down as a man who had spent seasons learning to watch the line where rope met timber, where the tide bruised the quay. They were not dramatic people, no dramatic pleas, no desperate bargaining. They spoke in the traded tones of the town, economy of sound, because too many words pulled the wrong sort of attention. Jonah, Ruth said first. Her voice was steady. She did not look away from him as she named what they wanted. It's the night by the warehouse. He blames himself still. He hums that year like a stone in his chest and can't eat right. The lads slip on the ropes and Ansel holds back instead of stepping in. We fall behind and the week comes out thin. She stopped. Jonah listened as he always listened, not to what she said at the surface, but to the shape beneath the sentence, the way the shadow would be turned when she pronounced it. He kept his fingers still for a long moment. The shadow they named was old enough to have its own bent. A memory of a night when a crate had fallen and a young man, one of Ansel's mates, had been crushed against the stones. Ansel had been there. He had stepped back with a hand to his mouth. He had not caught the weight. The mate died later, quietly, in a room that smelled of bread and salt. The town had said that there were other things in motion that night. That blame was braided and indistinct. But the memory sat in Ansel like a splinter. It made him watch. It made him pull from the fray. It made his hands, when they should be quick, slow, as if something under the skin was calling caution and making him late. Ruth was careful in how she asked. She did not ask Jonah to erase what had happened. She named only the result. Ansel's work was diminished, the household under strain. If you can make it lighter, she said, we would live a little straighter. It would help the children sleep. It would help us keep the bread on the table. Jonah had a way of laying his fingers near where a shadow pooled, without touching a person. He spoke then in small phrases about what he could offer, what he could do that was honest to both the need and the ledger he kept. There were trades he refused outright, certain anchoring regrets he would not trade without a great cost. Tilda had taught him the language of refusal, but this case was ambiguous. The regret served a functional purpose, caution, but had become a burden heavier than its use. Jonah thought of the seam between prudence and paralysis. He thought of how often people asked for relief not to forget but to be able to function without being dragged backward. He asked, as he always did, if Ansel knew he was coming. Ruth nodded. He knows, he said he trusts you. He says he will be careful. Jonah wrote a brief line in his notebook, the date, the family name, the tokens they offered, 3 evenings of lamp lighting for his jars, a small bag of coin. A promise that they would not ask him for more than 2 trades in a year. He wrote it in the shorthand he used for the ledgers so that if anything were read by another, it would not be easy to misinterpret. He then explained the procedure, the exchange. For an evening Jonah would open a jar and ease the named weight into it. In return he would set in its place a softened pattern, a shadow he had prepared from lesser things he had collected. Blended and smoothed so that the family retained memory but carried it without the same clutch. Ruth's eyes flickered at that distinction. Not forgetting then, she asked. Not forgetting, Jonah said, but altering the hold, making it do less of the hauling. He chose a jar with a seam of silver at the lip. He liked the way light caught it. He had to pick carefully. The bellows' regret had been dense. To set it in a vessel that would hold it without suffocating other things required judgment that Jonah felt more and more these days like a muscle being used until it ached. They sat at the little table in the doorway while dusk took the alley. Jonah set out the lamp and lit it. The flame was small and constant and seemed to gather their faces into a single light. Ansel watched with a guarded face. They had not dramatized the night. Instead, they had made it domestic. The ritual Jonah performed in such circumstances had little theater in it. He uncorked the chosen jar and listened. The shadow that was named did not speak in words. It had texture, a rustle like wet cloth, a small metallic ring as if of buckles, the half-tones of someone stumbling in the dark. Jonah closed his eyes and let the sound map itself in his mind. He breathed slowly, letting the external noises of the quay oars, a distant cart, the clack of rope thin to a place where the shadow's voices were all there was. The first time he worked with Ansel's regret, Jonah felt a tremor in his own hands. He had steadied many people's burdens before, but there was a particular sharpness to this one. It had angles of obligation and culpability braided together. To take it cleanly from Ansel would be to untie a knot that, in the town, kept certain facts taut. Jonah imagined a net with a strand removed. He thought of old Tilda's voice, not quite reproachful, but not gentle either, saying once, "Some memories hold the shape of what we are. Take them and you take the way a person holds themselves." He had not wanted to be dogmatic when she said it. He had been young and practical then, hungry for work. Now, years into it, he felt the weight of that sentence like a thing in his pocket. He spoke softly as he worked. "I will ask you to be patient afterward," he said. "You might find it hard to place a name for a while. You may think of different things where this was, but the edges will come back, sometimes softer. I cannot promise everything." Ansel's jaw tightened. "We'll take it, Jonah. If it gives me back my hands when the tide runs rough, I'll take it." Jonah leaned his ear to where Ansel's shadow pooled. It was as if he listened to a small, private sea. The ritual involved coaxing rather than blunt removal. He shaped the boundary of the regret, tightened it, stroked its edges, murmured to it in phrases he kept private. Then, with a motion he had practiced so it would appear ordinary, he guided the memory into the jar. There was no hiss or dramatic sound, only the subtle lessening of a pressure, like a weight sliding from shoulder to table. When it was set, Jonah reached for the softened shadow he had prepared. He had been building this particular composite over months, scraps of other people's shames that could be arranged to hold a shape without the sharp teeth. He told himself it was a work of craft, like mending a torn sail with patches that would catch the wind without shredding. He laid the replacement near Ansel's feet and let it settle. The lamp threw a little new darkness on the doorstep, and the new shadow met Ansel's outline in a small, domestic way that made Jonah feel both relieved and oddly naked. Ruth cried once, quietly, a sound more like a small release than a sob. Ansel drew in a breath and exhaled as if some part of his chest had been opened and cleaned. He stood, and Jonah watched how his body moved, small shifts of balance. The head held a degree less backward. There was no miracle, no forgetting, no bright laughter, but there was a measurable steadiness. Ansel left for the wharf the next morning with a gait not youthful but less encumbered. He took up a rope with a hand that did its job by habit, not hesitation. Word of the change moved along the quay like the wind along the surface of the water, small, purposeful, measurable. By noon, Captain Lazaro had come down from the office with the tacit nod that men in his position use when a thing that affects the port's business has been repaired. He did not shake Jonah's hand. He was not given to such ceremonies, but he had the look of a man relieved that a possible hazard had been eased. "Good work," he said simply as Jonah stood on the quay watching the men at their ropes. "We cannot afford slack." Jonah felt his face warm at the compliment, though it was not the sort of warmth that filled the house. He had not expected gratitude beyond the payment Ruth had given him the upright of 3 evenings, lamp lighting, the clink of a small purse. But people spoke of him that day on the landing. Small talk stretched into a sentence of praise and then into a tidy story. Someone remarked to a neighbor over oysters that Jonah had made things right again. A woman who ran a tea stall nodded when she passed Jonah and touched the small bag of coin he kept at his belt as if to measure that he had been paid honestly. The practical public response settled around him like a new coat. Old Tilda did not join in. She visited Jonah that evening as the light thinned and the lamps began their slow blinking procession down the quay. She came without ceremony, the way someone comes to say what they mean without preamble. "You did a good job, child," she said, and Jonah felt the compliment hang there with an odd weight. "You did it with care, which is not nothing. But remember, she did not finish. She never finished with a moral in one line. She tilted her head and pointed with a finger that had worked with birthing cloth and ledger paper. "Do you know what made the difference for them, Jonah?" she asked finally. He considered. He could have said the softened shadow itself. He could have said the labor he took to prepare the replacement. He said instead what had been true in a quieter way. "They trusted that it would not make them strangers to each other," he said. Old Tilda's lips formed a thin line. "Trust is not the same as consent. Keep them braided, not cut." Jonah had thought, as he knelt in the doorway, that he had kept that braid intact. But her comment stayed with him like a small stain. He realized, with a sluggishness that came from habit as much as from any moral failing, that when things went well the town rewarded him with work and with mild admiration. When things went wrong it was quieter and harder, and his ledger became thicker with the kinds of passages you could not easily explain. That evening Mara found him by the fish stalls, where he had gone to watch the light fall over nets and to let the day's noises thin into something he could think under. She had bread in her hand, still warm. She sat on the low wall and watched the men haul a net like someone reading the weather in the skin of a stranger. "They look better," she said without preface. "They do," Jonah answered, Mara's eyes sober, direct, turned on him. "You took the weight of his blame. Did he ask you to keep what he needed to hold on to?" Jonah could feel how she shaped the question to press him not just on technique, but on ingredient motives. He had been careful in his wording to Ruth. He had told them what he would do. But Mara's question was about something quieter and more relentless, whether Jonah had the right to rearrange the architecture of another life for the sake of current usefulness. He did not answer immediately. He folded his hands and watched a gull dive low and then drift away. "He asked for steadiness," he said at last. "He asked to be able to work again." Mara's mouth made a small sound, and if steadiness means forgetting to step in when it matters, that is not help. Jonah thought of the knot he had loosened, and what might have been braided into it: anger, apology, the shape of a town that remembered its broken parts and held them visible. He thought of Captain Liz knot across the wharf and the way people said, more than once, that his work kept the town moving. He felt, abruptly and with the same quiet force that came with the fog, the responsibility that had always been there, but which he had put aside because the work was work and the ledger paid. He told Mara the exact truth he had rehearsed less and less. "I thought I was mending a sail. I did not always think about what the stitch would hide." She did not scold him. She simply took the bread and offered it to him. "Be careful, Jonah. People come to you because they want the hurt smaller. That is not the same as wanting the truth lost." He nodded. He wanted to ask her how she could hold someone's grief and still keep the rest of them intact. But he had no terminology for the care she described. He had learned techniques. He had a hand for measuring weight and tone. He had not yet found a way to weigh conscience. That night he wrote the bellows trade in the ledger with precise calm. He recorded the trinkets exchanged, the date, a phrase that indicated the shape of the regret. He left a blank space in the margin, an old habit, so he might return and note changes after a season. Then he closed the book and set it near the lamp. He sat for a while with his hands folded on his knees, watching the light tremble on the page. It had been, by outward measures, a success. The bellows bread was preserved for another week. The children slept. Ansel held a rope without that stall of memory that had been visible in him for months. People said his name with thanks when they crossed him on the quay. He accepted the thanks as if it were payment. The feeling that intruded afterward was smaller than a pang and larger than any coin he could put in his pocket. He could not at that moment name it. Later he would think of it as a taste of ash in the mouth after a cheerful meal. It pulled at him when he walked past Elias Ven's shop some days later. He felt a sensation of being watched by the idea of cataloging as a principle. And he wondered if men like Elias could do the work without understanding the tender rupture it caused. He also wondered whether his own work, smaller and more improvised, did less damage or simply different damage. The town changed in little increments. A man on the quay who had stared at his hands now rolled up a sleeve and worked. A woman who had awakened at night for months slept through hours at a stretch. A child learned to carry a loaf without fear that someone would take it from him in a sudden storm. Jonah accepted that the ledger's ink held truth, even as he realized truth here had a softness. Old Tilda's caution reappeared in his thoughts with an insistent patience. "Do not cut," she had said, "but braid." Days later, watching a pair of boys skip stones along the harbor, Jonah noticed how people's faces moved when they recognized usefulness. It was not only gratitude, they had an appetite for services that made life less heavy. That appetite made him useful and it made him distant, because being useful in this way meant you were called upon to make choices that would have consequences beyond a single household. When the Bellows invited Jonah to sit at their table for a small supper in the week after the trade, he accepted. He had not expected such hospitality. They brought out a small pie, cut in thick, generous pieces, and served it without ceremony. Ansel's hands still bore the faint scent of rope and oil. His fingers were a little too quick when he reached for his portion, as if he wanted to assure himself that steadiness meant provision. He looked across at Jonah with a shy, almost embarrassed gratitude. "You gave me back my place at the rope," he said simply. "That is enough for us." Jonah ate and did not know how to answer. He thought of the ledger laid open on his table, the margin where he had left a blank for account. He thought of old Tilda's quiet disapproval and Mara's pointed questions. He felt, in a place behind his sternum, the same hollowness he had felt that first night after setting the lamp down in the doorway. It was not pang because of the family. He was glad they would not go hungry. It was not shame exactly. It was an unease like a ripple under a stone, a small undermining of the surety that his work was nothing but kindness. The light in the alley burned low, and the town's noises folded into themselves. Jonah walked back toward the docks, and the harbor seemed the same as always, boats nestling, ropes taut, men moving along the planks with the practical rhythm of labor. Yet something in the speech of the town had changed. People now said his name, and the sound of it had a recognition that made him feel both seen and measured. It occurs to him then quietly, with the same slow persistence as the tide, that being the one who lightened burdens also meant being the one who decided what to keep visible. He did not know yet whether that was a kindness or a burden too heavy for any ledger to hold. He reached his door and set the ledger on the table. The lamp threw a small circle of warmth. He sat and opened the book to the Bellows entry and touched the pen to the page, thinking perhaps to write a note about consent or about balance. The nib hovered above the paper and then trembled and stopped. Outside, somewhere down the quay, a voice called a name that had been said by Jonah's mother in a life he remembered only in things like the shape of the kitchen table. A name that was both belonging and absence. He thought of how people arranged their grief to go on, and of how sometimes the arrangement was a kindness and sometimes a falsification. He closed the ledger and stood, feeling again that hollowing under his ribs. He did not yet see the shape of what would come next for him, only that success no longer sat neat on his shoulders. It left an aftertaste, a salt taste, and something like smoke that he could not quite place. He slept poorly that night, and rose to the fog the next morning with his hands a little colder than usual. He had done what he could for the Bellows. The town had accepted it. He wondered whether the ledger would forgive him one day if the cost of the relief showed itself in ways he had not foreseen. He wondered, too, how many small, careful trades it took before the shape of a person's life altered enough that it would no longer be that person's memory to hold. He touched the moth-eaten edge of the ledger and thought, perhaps the measure of a trade is never in the immediate easing of shoulders, but in the shape of what remains on the other side. The question sat there like a bruise. He could not answer it now, and the inability to answer it made the evening's quiet success feel less like healing and more like a temporary rearrangement. Somewhere beyond the fog, a bell struck the hour, and for a moment, all the town's noises paused as if listening. Jonah listened too and felt the weight of the hour fall like a net over him. A man said his name in passing the next day and offered him a small, easy nod. Jonah returned it, but as he did so his gaze fell to his hands and he saw, for an instant, a small, almost invisible scuff at the base of his thumb, a smudge of ink he could not remember getting. He rubbed at it, but the mark remained. It was small, and it could mean nothing at all. But when you worked with fine things, memory and regret, a small mark on the hand could feel, in the hush of the quay, like the beginning of a different kind of ledger. He put the thought away like a folded note and walked on, feeling the town around him and the slight hollow in his chest that would not be filled by praise. He did not yet know that the missing ink would be only a preface to a larger unseating. The success with the bellows would be recited at dinner tables and counted as a thing Jonah had done for the town. Old Tilda would keep her cautions, and Mara would continue to bring bread and blunt questions. But tonight, as the lamps blinked in the fog and a gull spoke once and then was silent, Jonah closed his eyes and felt the small, persistent ache of responsibility. He had made a choice. The town had benefited, and yet he could not, in the quiet, be entirely unmoved by the sense that a thread had been loosened, and that somewhere along the quay the shape of what people kept, what the town itself kept, had subtly shifted. He slept with that half-formed thought like a pebble in his pocket, certain only that the tide would bring more to shore, and that some of it would not wash away clean. The ledger lay on the table between Jonah and the lamp like an accusation. The light made a small pool on the worn paper. Outside the panes the fog lay like a second sea, a pale, indifferent thing that could both cover and reveal. Jonah had arranged his trades in that book with as much care as he tucked the lids on his jars. Each entry was a small ritual, a name, a strip of description, the evening agreed upon, the countervail of light or coin, or a promise to forget. The book was less a business tool than a map of obligations, of what he had loosened and where the pieces had gone. To him it had always felt like a ledger of trust as much as of work. When he turned the page that morning he expected, as he always did, to see neat columns and his careful hand. What he saw instead was a white, almost gaping space, an absence where a line should have been. He sat very still. For a long time nothing else happened. The kettle clicked the mantle as it cooled. A gull called near the harbor and the sound rode in the fog like a distant bell. He checked his hands as if the omission might be smeared there and find its way back onto the paper. His fingers were clean, the nails rimmed with dry ink where he had corrected himself the night before. He leafed back and forward, searching for stray marks, for a displaced notation. The blank did not belong to some careless page turn. The place had been claimed by a tidy outline, and where a particular entry should have named Mrs. Gascoigne and a Tuesday trade at dusk, a trade that had, Jonah remembered, involved a thick, lodged sorrow about a son's promise not kept. There was nothing. It is strange, he thought, how quickly small things become unbearable. A missing stitch in a warm coat, a spoon that disappears from a drawer. The ledger had been made as much to hold him upright as to hold the names and acts of others. To underestimate it was to underestimate the town itself. People came to him because the work required care and a record. They came because he could remember what they sometimes could not admit. That a line had been taken from his map felt like a theft of orientation, and in the fogless clarity of his quiet kitchen, that theft made the room suddenly strange. He pushed his chair back slowly and walked the short distance to old Tilda's. The walk was a slender proof of his unwillingness to panic publicly. He wanted someone else to register the absence as a thing that could be discussed, named, not merely felt. Tilda's door was framed in jars and small tied bundles. The bell above it gave, as always, the sound of a thumb on a coin, discreet, deliberate. "You look as if someone has taken the top off your head," she said without looking up when he came in. She kept, as she always did, a small pot of tea brewing, though it was still early. The shop smelled of dried lavender, tin and old paper, the smell that had been Jonah's introduction to an ethics he had not known how to name. "It's the ledger," he said. "A line's missing." She made a sound that might have been a laugh or the groan of an old hinge. "Missing ink can mean a dozen things. Tell me which line." He named it. He could feel the sentences like small stones moving in his mouth. "Mrs. Gascoigne. Tuesday dusk. I did that trade 3 months ago," he said. "I remember the shape of that regret." Old Tilda went to the shelf, took a needle from a jar, and folded a thin scrap of paper over her fingers, as if to read the thing more carefully. "You remember fine," she said at last. "That's not the trouble. The trouble is someone with hands has taken a record after Yod made it. They know where to look. That is more dangerous than ignorance. Dangerous." The word seemed pat, almost too practical to fit the slow, spreading dread under Jonah's ribs. He had always feared only one thing, most days failing in a small, local way to those who relied on him, and here was a breach that suggested someone else could choose what it was permissible to forget. He spent the day as he often did, but the day had a fissure running through it. He took trades and made replacements and sealed them in the usual way, but his hand returned, again and again, to the white gap at home. He watched faces differently. Where once the easing of grief had been its own small star, now he read relief as a possibility of erasure. Thomas Reed, who had smiled a certain softened smile after their trade, now looked at Jonah with the steadiness a man has after a night's sleep, but carried in his hands a little additional emptiness. Jonah noticed Thomas' fingers more than before, the way they turned a cup without stopping to think, as though some detail that had made him careful had been rubbed away. It lodged in Jonah's chest with a weight that had nothing to do with physical exertion. He visited Mrs. Holm as if he were testing for taste. She answered the door with her habitual worried politeness. Her son, a pale boy named Peter, sat at the table and ate jam with a methodical concentration. The trade Jonah had made had smoothed the boy's waking nights. The mother had paid with candles, and a promise and the secret relief of family dinners that did not spill into midnight fear. Jonah watched how the mother's eyes rested on her son's hands, how she did not ask for too much explanation. A softening, he thought. But alongside that he felt a sharpness. Was there now a shape that could not be returned if asked? The ledger had not been only a list of bargains. It had been a place where memory could be called up, sometimes gently. If a line could be taken without his notice, could an owner also find, in some other cupboard of the town, a part of themselves missing without warning? The question gnawed. He asked, quietly, in a way that drew the conversation away from the usual gratitude, "Has Peter ever mentioned the song his mother used to sing?" Mrs. Holm blinked. "He hums sometimes," she said, "but not the same way. Isn't that what you would expect? He sleeps better." "Yes," Jonah said, and the word felt papery. "And does he ever ask why he feels better?" "He does not like to talk about nights, Mr. Marr." She tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear as if the gesture could cover some exposed part of the room. He left with the taste of jam at the back of his mouth, and a thought that had been growing like a stain. The ledger's omission was not merely the work of one clumsy thief. It might indicate a pattern, a selection. By dusk he had made his way back toward the rope bridge, where Mara could be found coiling ropes and watching lads mend nets. She saw him before he made herself known, as she often did. "You look like you've been sleeping on one hand," she said. The rope's salt smell braided with the evening air. "I've lost a line," he told her, and the way he said it made it an insufficient story. She expected, perhaps, the ledger break itself or a small theft. Instead, she heard the worry in the way it sat in his mouth. Whose? She asked. Mrs. Gascoigne's, he said. The entry's gone. Clean gone, the ink, the date, everything. It's as if the trade never happened. Mara's face shifted in a way that was almost like a light aligning. Who would want that one? She asked. It wasn't petty, Jonah said. It was old. It had shape. Her jaw softened in a way that was more like concern than anything else. If someone is taking older things, they're taking the things that make people keep being themselves, she said. You ought to ask old Tilda, or she stopped because she saw the way her urging had become a summons she couldn't make for him. Tell me what you need to do. He did not know. He felt the ledger's absence as a personal erasure, a failure of the very thing that had allowed him to be useful. The more he tried to name it, the clearer the shape of the theft. Not random petty theft, but a skimming. Someone chose certain shadows as if they were items to be collected and stored for some other logic. He began, then, to look for patterns where none had been visible before. He went to the stalls, pretending he had need of rope or a tin of sardines, and watched the small hands of the market. The fog made the light edges of things vague. It also made people's voices raw and close. He noticed, at a stall where trinkets were sold, a young woman with ink on her knuckles who moved in a hurry between a doorway and a man in gray. She had cropped hair and the lurching gait of someone who had learned to be useful in urgent ways. He had seen her before, Faye Corcoran. She glanced up and, perhaps seeing him, tucked a folded scrap into her coat. Jonah's eyes followed the motion like an animal's curiosity. He was careful. He had learned to be careful. He did not follow at first, only took note. He spoke to a vendor who had watched exchanges at the market for longer than Jonah had been alive. The vendor said little, but his talk had the steady evidence of the town's daily ledger. People forgot, people forgave, people sometimes bought new things to fill gaps. We all trade in one kind of forgetting or another, the man said, but not all forgetting is the same. What do you mean? Jonah asked. There's the forgetting that comes from repair, and then there's the forgetting that comes from taking. People will pay for either, if they can be sure of a price. The vendor's voice was small, practical. The simple economy of that sentence made Jonah angrier than he expected. People exchanging small mercies for light was one thing. Someone taking, without consent, the older things that anchored a person's idiosyncrasies was something else. He pressed, pretending to be interested in a brass thimble. Is there someone who collects older things in town? Ask about the men who buy in gray, the vendor said. They come like winter. Jonah did not need the name. He had seen a pale man in gray sometime in the last month, someone whose hands looked like they had combed dust for years. Jonah had responded to the appearance of a different market with an unease he could not yet name. He had assumed Elias Venn's trade was a separate thing, a different lane from the modest exchanges Jonah made at the docks. Now the missing ink smelled of connection. He spent the night pacing the alleys at the back of the warehouses. The fog made even familiar corners look as if they belonged to someone else. He saw then the small changes he had not wanted to see when he had been proud of his work. A woman who could no longer name the exact shape of her mother's hands. A fisherman who had ceased to greet a certain lane because it held a particular memory he had sold. Each softened face was not only relief, it was a subtraction. The ledger began to read, to him now, not only as a map of kindness, but as a fence. When a line disappeared, who knew what might be taken where? He thought of the ledger as a map because the act of recording had been for him the same as an act of responsibility. You wrote the trade down, you made sure both parties understood, you left a trace. The trace, to him, meant the possibility of return, that some morning someone could ask and insist on what happened. That possibility was what the missing line had erased. It was as if someone had taken not only the memory, but also the permission to talk about it. In the deep hours, when the town's clocks murmured and the harbor ships settled, Jonah found himself folding and unfolding a scrap of paper he had not meant to keep. It was from a vendor who had given him a little piece of gossip, The apprentices of men in gray sometimes kept scrap ledgers to show each other, perhaps out of pride, perhaps out of something that wanted to be known. The scrap was rough and contained only a few words: Gascoigne 2's dusk taken. It was an exactness that matched the severity of his missing line, and not the sloppy curiosity of rumor. The handwriting was not his. It was careful, as if written by someone who had learned to make lists the way mercers make goods. At that thought his skin prickled. Someone with access to other ledgers, others' lists, others' maps had reason to record the removal of certain shadows. Jonah thought then of Elias, and of the gray hands that sifted. The thought had the shape of an accusation and the weight of a duty. If Elias had been collecting, what use did he have for those older shadows? Preservation, he thought by default, but why preserve in secret? Jonah could imagine many reasons, none of them gentle. He sat until the lamp died out. He returned the scrap to his pocket, and in the first honest moment of his fear, decided two things: he would not carry the worry like a private illness any longer, and he would follow the thread wherever it led, even if the thread took him into rooms where people catalogued sorrow like buttoned coins. He felt, for the first time in a long time, the old, small courage that had once sent him into people's houses to find what they were too tired to say. He did not yet know how he would begin. He had the scrap and the vendor's words, and the quiet image of a hand wiping ink from a page. He had Mara's rope coiled on the wharf and old Tilda's needle, and an admonition to keep the trade honest. He had also, now, the sense that his ledger had been marked like a place on a map, where someone else had decided to bury something. It was a small thing to feel himself wrong-footed. The fog pressed against the panes of his room like a soft palm. He closed the ledger with a deliberate motion and set it beneath a piece of cloth that smelled faintly of lavender. He put the scrap beside it and, for the first time since he had learned to trade shadows, he thought with a forward, determined clarity. If someone was taking the older shadows, he would find out why, and he would, if he could, stop them. Outside, the town kept on with its commerce: a bell, the slap of a cart, a child calling after a dog. The fog did not lift. Jonah sat with the lamp's last smoke curling and felt, in the hollow that had been carved into the page, a call to action that made his chest tighten. He had always preferred small, private economies. The ledger's missing ink forced him toward the small public business of accusation, and he resented how quickly the resentment took the character of moral work. He put on his coat. As he closed the door behind him, the street smelled of salt and ink and wet stone. On the rope bridge, Mara moved along the planks, her steps precise. Jonah called her name and she paused, the rope quiet in her hands. He could have told her everything then, could have made her part of the plan. Instead he simply said, "Someone's been taking things from the ledger." She leaned on the rope and looked out over the water, as if the surface might answer. "Who?" she asked. "Men in gray," he said, "or someone like them." She did not say Elias' name, she didn't need to. Her silence was a kind of tally in itself. "Then we follow the gray," she said. Not all at once, one step, one small watch. Jonah believed her. He believed her because it the sort of reasonable answer that took into account the practicalities he avoided thinking about. He had until then moved under the assumption that small acts of relief required only patient hands and moral modesty. Now the ledger had been ripped, and he must become someone who kept watch. He felt the ledger's weight in his pocket, as if the missing line had become a stone. The harbor blew cold, and the gulls called with a flat, repeating note. He walked back toward the market with Mara at his side like a measured silence. They passed a stall where a boy sold oily wires and a woman folded linen. The town went on trading, fish, rope bread. Jonah kept thinking of ink and hands that lifted it away. He could feel the outline of a plan like a shadow itself, only just beginning. Find who had access to ledgers, see where they kept what they removed, understand their sorting. He would need help. He would need to risk his own place in this economy that he had built on quiet trust. Above all, he could not let the ledger remain a place someone else could write upon without his knowledge. The fog pressed in from the docks and the town's lights looked up like a soft constellation. Jonah's breath made little clouds that dissolved into the damp night. As they turned a corner, the market's lamp caught a flash of pale gray moving behind a curtained doorway. Jonah's hand moved before his thought. He looked at Mara and she nodded once, the way one nods to a plan that will be unfolded slowly without speech. He had the scrap in his pocket, the vendor's words in his ears, and the white hole at the center of his map. He thought, with the narrow clarity of a person who has woken to an urgent responsibility, that there are some small crimes one cannot permit even for the sake of convenience. The ledger, he realized, had been more than record, it was the town's promise. He would not let that promise be erased without a reckoning. They walked toward the curtained doorway. The lamp shook a little in the fog. Jonah's steps measured the distance. He had been careful in his life, because care had been the only way he knew to belong. Now his caring might require him to step, for a time, into a world that measured sorrow in different, colder ways. He tightened his coat around him and, with Mara at his side, stepped into the dark. Jonah had been careful, he told himself more than once that week. Careful not because he feared discovery, though that fear occupied a small, steady place in him, but because the ledger in his pocket was an instrument of names and measures. It had been a map of a modest ethics. The careful black lines were not merely accounting but fidelity. When an entry went missing, he felt as if a seam had been ripped from a garment he had been mending. There was a kind of shame in that. It was as if whatever had been left unrecorded might already be walking away. The evening, a thin rain began to mist in the lamplight. Jonah followed a cart along the quay because he had nothing else he could imagine doing. The cart did not make much sound, rubber wheels on wet cobbles, and a man humming under his breath, as if the song might keep something at bay. Jonah kept his distance the way he kept his hands, careful and out of habit. He had learned to let the sea set the pace of his steps. Most of the town still turned away from Alia's Ven's shop on principle or superstition. To Jonah it had always been a place of measured, bureaucratic cruelty. Tonight, though, he wanted to see the motions of it. He wanted to know whether the omission in his ledger was the result of disorder, or of order practiced by other hands. The cart paused near a narrow alley that ran behind Elias' building. A young woman, small, with sleeves pushed to her elbows and dark smudges on the pads of her fingers, slid from the cart with movements that were quick, practiced. She wore a kind of swiftness that indicated she did not belong to the slow rhythms of the fish stalls. Jonah recognized that swiftness the way he recognized a shadow's vouching. It belonged to someone apprenticed to silence or to secrecy. He did not follow at once. He stood at the edge of the lane and watched her shoulders under the gaslight, the way rain made a gloss over her hair. For a moment he considered the proprieties that had taught him restraint. Then he moved, because restraint had been yielding him only more questions. She ducked into the back way and the cart rolled on. Jonah kept to the wet hedges of shadow and then to the alley. He did not pretend to be anything other than someone passing by. The alley smelled of salt and old rope, of pail and brine, and the faintly metallic sharpness of fish. Under Elias' eaves it smelled also of dust and oil, an interior that had not been aired in years. Jonah's shoes made a small, muffled sound on the wood and stone. He kept his breathing soft. He saw her through a narrow gap between a stacked crate and a shuttered window, a girl with ink on her fingers, who unfolded a sheet of paper with the careful patience of someone handling something that could not be replaced. The paper was small and white, and her fingers trembled as she smoothed it. Jonah watched the way she traced a name with the side of her nail, the way she tucked the paper into the pocket of her smock before she stepped back toward the shadow of the shop's service door. He had seen apprentices at work before. He had been an apprentice to the ledger in his own way. But the thing that pinched in his chest was how the gestures felt like rehearsed concealments, small acts of secrecy carried out in public. He took a step toward the door, halting, and then hesitated. The girl Faye, he would learn later, slipped inside beneath the sign that read Ven & Co. shadows, cataloging and care. A little bell tinkled, and Jonah heard the muffled sound of voices through the door, a cadence careful and thin, as if the men who used it were trying to speak grief into rows and lines. He waited. A shard of plainness struck him then. He had sat watching the same doorway for longer than he could say. Watching had become, for Jonah, a way of staying useful. In the quiet, his own smallness felt like an accusation. He had arranged countless trades for other people and walked away with their eased faces as proof that he belonged. Now he was learning that belonging might not be proof at all, but an account to be balanced without his knowledge. He moved on, following the cart's slow trail toward the market. The market at that hour hummed with a tired civility, a vendor banging the end off a fish bone, a woman arguing about a weight of potatoes, a boy trying to sell a packet of cardamom to a man who did not answer. Jonah let his hands fold into his coat pockets and walked with the sort of unobtrusive attention that had been useful to him when matching shadows to needs. He was looking for nothing particular and everything at once, a scrap of paper, a face that might tell him a story, a ledger note left like refuse. He found it under a crate where a woman had been disposing of wet newspaper. It was a small piece of paper folded many times over, damp at the edges and faint with the smell of ink. Jonah's fingers were quick in the way someone who has always kept small things tidy becomes quick. He smoothed it open under the dim market lamp as if it were a map. A neat hand had written dates and names, each line a precise, almost clinical notation. Some entries had abbreviations, one letter to mean loss, another to mean softened. At the bottom of the scrap there was a column with terse notes: anchor missing, identity fragile, transferred to vault. Jonah's thumb brushed the words identity fragile as if they might smudge. He felt his face grow very small. The room inside his chest rearranged itself. There were things in his ledger that he had always thought of as burdens softened: a mother's unsaid reproach, a sailor's late-night terror at the thought of being small and helpless. He had always known, in the abstract way trade gives you knowledge, that what left a person's feet did not vanish from the world. But here, in that damp scrap, the language had a different tone, not easing but filing. Not resolution but storage. The word vault made his mind go to places of cellar and lock and to the notion of a darkness kept for study rather than returned. He had no business holding the piece of paper, yet he folded it away and tucked it into his notebook with a fidelity he did not wholly understand. There were practical things a man does when something in his life rearranges its furniture. Jonah walked home by a longer route. It was the kind of route that passed sometimes by old Tilda's stall, by a doorway where a woman hummed to herself as she wound rope, by the rope bridge where Mara kept a watchful eye on goods coming in and out. When he turned the corner toward the narrow lane that led to his room above the Coopers, he saw two men under the shop's archway talking in the way men talk when what they are discussing is not for ordinary ears. One of them was Gideon the clerk with hands that always smelled faintly of pine and ledger dust. There was a neatness to him that made Jonah think of the way a book sits on a table, aligned and certain. The other was Elias, his face asher in the light that leaped from the street lamp. The way they moved their hands made a pattern Jonah felt he knew, small gestures, pauses filled with calculation. Jonah felt an urge he could not name. He wanted to listen. He stepped closer and kept to the shadow. The men spoke in soft vowels that made their words sound like things being rapped. Jonah could catch only fragments. Archive older runs. Gideon's voice was small. We cannot have them loose in the town. It will undo people's work. Elias said something that made Jonah's chest thump in a way that matched the small, swift drum of panic. Order, Gideon, ordered remembrance. If we keep these things, we can. We can preserve patterns. The last word came out as if Elias believed it would steady him. Jonah had matched a pattern before the pattern of a regret, and the face that hid it. He knew the edges of a sorrow almost as he knew the edges of a jar lid. But the notion of preservation as practice unsettled him. He had always imagined himself making a small room in somebody's life where a pain could be eased for a time, not shelving it to be consulted like a census. The men left then, their silhouettes shrinking into the fog, and Jonah stayed where he was a moment longer, counting the seconds and letting his pulse slowly subside. Back in his room, he sat at the table with the scrap of paper and his ledger open. The ledger felt warm from his body. He turned pages with a reverence that had become habit. Old Tilda's admonitions rose like a familiar shape, records. Jonah, they are not for your comfort alone. He had thought at the time she meant a caution against carelessness. Now he saw how thin a thing care had been. He compared his own list to the fragments, his neat entries of trade names, agreed exchange. A shorthand for softening and the other handwriting's colder lines about vaults and anchors. For a while he did not write. He sat with his hands clasped over his knees, and the sound of rain like a hush against the window. There was a thing that moves across a boy when the town's economy of sorrow ceases to be a private craft and becomes, instead, an operation one cannot oversee. He felt exposed. He felt small. He felt also something like that peculiar vertigo that sometimes took him when he had performed a trade and walked away. The sense that for a moment he had been necessary and then suddenly irrelevant. Where had that feeling come from? From being liked, from being needed. In the silence he understood that traded usefulness had been his belonging. A knock at the door startled him. His hand went, without thought, to the pocket where he kept his old pencil stub and a small copper token left to him by someone who'd owed him. The copper was warm from habit. He opened the door to find no one. On the threshold, half folded into a crease of shadow, lay a tiny scrap of paper. A single phrase had been written across it in a hand he did not know: meet the coop, back room, midnight, come alone. There was no signature. Jonah's first instinct was to smother the paper into his pocket, as if it were a bird that might fly from him. His second was to think of the girl with ink on her fingers. He did not sleep well. He lay with his back to the wall, and the pages of his ledger splayed on the table like a map, and the scrap of paper like a seed. He thought of Mara's bluntness, how she had once told him that grief was stubborn, and that it did not lend itself to being made tidy, and he wondered whether he was seeing the town clearly now, or merely finding in the dark those things that wanted to be found. At midnight the cooper's back room smelled of sawdust and oil. Jonah had always fancied the coop as an honest place. A man made a barrel and the world would, in time, contain something. This back room had a different sort of honesty. It was small and cool, with a single oil lamp that threw sharp pools on the floor. A floorboard creaked. Jonah was almost relieved when a pair of steps sounded a moment later and a figure slipped inside. Faye was smaller in close light. Up close, the ink on her fingers showed like a constellation. She did not look at him with the defiance he would have expected from someone who had been watched. Her face was guarded, yes, but also steady with a resolve that made Jonah think of a person who had been practicing their courage. She had not come alone. A second scrap of paper peeped from her palm, folded very neatly. Her eyes found his ledger, which lay on the table. "You keep good records," she said, voice low. Jonah had an odd reflex in those moments. He wanted to protect his ledger as if it were a child. "I try," he said. "I write what I see." Faye smiled once if the thing was delicate and amusing. "I work for Ven," she said. "Don't get angry. It's complicated." Jonah found himself answering not from defiance but from the ache that was at the base of him whenever he stood witness to people carrying their own shadows too long. "Complicated in what way?" he asked. She folded the scrap of paper into her palm as if it had been a thing she'd been taught to touch. "We bring them in, we mark them. Smaller things, bigger things. The men talk about preservation, but sometimes the marks are strange." She hesitated, then slid the scrap of paper across the table. Jonah unfolded it. The handwriting was the same as the market scrap, neat, indifferent. There was a line marked with a name he knew not personally, but from the ledger's thin shorthand, where stories had once read widow, quiet house, 2 late sons, and beside it a note. Anchor removed. Vault 3. Faye did not meet his eye. "I shouldn't," she began. "You shouldn't what?" Jonah asked. "You shouldn't take risks." Her voice was not sharp but wary. "But you're the only one who keeps track the way he doesn't. You're the only one who thinks the ledger means what it says." Jonah felt the ache that was like an animal finding a soft place in the ribs. He had never thought of himself as the only one. He had thought there were small networks of people who attended to the town's sorrow. The thought that he might be alone in a way he had not admitted made his shoulders narrow. "Why give this to me?" he asked. Faye's hands flexed once. "Because someone asked me to help, because Gideon has been uneasy. Because I want to know who takes." She cut herself off and looked at him plainly, eyes not wanting to be sentimental. "Because I thought maybe if you saw it, you'd do something." Jonah understood, in the way one understands a small, precise wound, that he had been handed both an invitation and a danger. The scrap of paper in his hand was not only proof of what was happening, but also a rope thrown into a place where he might be dragged into the tide. He looked at Faye and then at the ledger and saw, for the first time in a way that made him feel simultaneously small and grown, that the ledger had to be more than an instrument of trades. It had to be a defense. He folded the scrap and put it into his notebook, and he said, quietly, "Tell me everything you can." She did not speak in florid confession. She told him small facts the way a person counts pebbles, how some jars were labeled not by day, but by something older. Some by the way the shadow attached to names rather than to time. How Gideon sometimes moved things in the night. How Elias used phrases like preserve and vault and never, ever the word forget. Jonah listened, and as she spoke he made notes not for trade, but as if he were learning a language of defense. When Faye left, she pressed into his hand one more scrap folded crisp. "If you want to see the ledgers properly," she said, "there's a room near the old Cooper's that keeps copies. Gideon calls it the sorting room. He leaves sometimes when he thinks no one will notice." She paused, as if deciding whether she had said too much. "I can't do something stupid. But I can show you where they hide things." Jonah watched her walk away beneath the low light of the quay. She did not look backward. He sat at the table and wrote with the pencil stub until the words blurred in front of him, and he had to stop. The ledger's pages rustled like something that could no longer be contained. He put the new scrap inside the back of the book, and closed it with a patience that felt like prayer. There are decisions that sit in a man's hands for a night, as if they were a small animal that must not be crushed. Jonah could have walked away. He could have continued to perform the trades that were his old proof of belonging, smoothing the town's faces one by one. He could have told no one about the scraps, kept the paper folded like a secret inside the ledger. But the air that night had a clear edge to it, a kind of cold that demanded movement. He made a small list: find Gideon, learn where Gideon keeps his watch, speak to old Tilda, ask Mara to keep an eye on certain houses. He put the list in his pocket, next to the folded scrap. As he blew out the lamp later, he felt a small breach of himself open like a window left unmended overnight. He lay awake and imagined rows of jars on shelves, labeled with dates and names, some with a note that read identity fragile. He imagined hands, neat and pale, placing lids on jars with the precise, thought-out motions of men who believe the world will be steadier if grief can be made tidy. He thought of the families who had left his little trade with softened faces, and he wondered what they would want had they known that some of what had been taken from their feet was being kept in the name of preservation. At dawn, the fog still low and thin on the docks, Jonah went out with his ledger and the scraps folded inside. He walked the known routes and let the town reveal itself in the small things people do when they are unaware of being watched. A woman bathing her child's feet. A man setting an anchor's chain with a tight, focused care, a quiet argument over a bit of rope. The town's ordinary economy moved on as if it had not been rearranged at all. Jonah felt, then, a kindness that was not his own, the town's dull, imperfect progress toward morning. That was part of what he had always loved about the place. He found himself unwilling to send a wave of panic through it even if he could. He would not be an alarmist. He would be discreet and precise. When he returned to his room, his ledger heavier in the bag and his face set with a small determination. He did not yet know what the next step would be. But he had a map of things that did not belong to him alone now. He had faced scraps and Gideon's unease in a market paper that smelled of fish. They were small things, tangible, and that made the problem not less urgent, but something he could approach. The last thing he did before the light turned full was record the new information at the back of his ledger. He wrote in a small hand, August rain. Market scrap, vault. Identity fragile, fake contact, Gideon uneasy, search the Cooper's sorting room. He closed the book with a breath and felt, for the first time in many quiet trades, the taste of fear and the steadier flavor of a choice forming in his mouth. Outside, the fog thinned, the town kept on. Jonah tucked the ledger into his coat and set out, not yet knowing whether he would expose a market or learn to work within it, but knowing he could not be the boy who simply collected shadows without also collecting what they meant. The light along the quay that evening had a particular quality, as if the fog itself had been put through a sieve and only the thinnest, quietest pieces remained. Jonah noticed it in the way the lanterns blurred slightly, their halos soft like the edges of something remembered rather than lived. He liked such moments. They made his work easier, somehow easier to move among people whose shapes were partially softened by the weather, whose shadows were already willing to bend into less definite forms. He liked them because they made him less conspicuous. His hands looked better in that light, he thought once, when he was very young, and even now the memory had the small, shaming usefulness of a superstition. Mara met him at the rope bridge, where the fish stalls still gave off heat and the rows of nets sagged like sleeping beasts. She had a piece of rope coiled over one shoulder, and the rope bracelet at her wrist picked up the lamplight. Jonah saw the way her mouth worked when she was annoyed, small, practical movements, a face more often in action than reflection. He liked that in her. It steadied him in a way speech never did. "You look like you've been worrying at a knot," she said, handing him a wrapped portion of bread, as if it were an obvious remedy for everything. "Only the sort I can't untee easily," Jonah answered. His voice sounded stranger even to him in the thick air, more contained than it usually was when he spoke with customers. He had memorized the ways to reassure people about their shadows. He had not memorized the ways to tell someone the ledger was not merely a list, but a set of decisions. They sat on the bridge's low rail in the particular, cautious hush that belonged to people who were not quite sure how close they might allow each other to become. Jonah kept his notebook in his lap, partly as a habit and partly as a shield. Mara watched him with an expression, like someone waiting for bread to rise, patient and not particularly compelled to make a show of patience. "You always make it look easier than it is," she said, breaking off a piece of bread. Mrs. Holm was smiling properly today. "I don't think I've seen her smile like that since her boy was small." Jonah let himself smile, small and automatic. She paid in tidy coins. That's what helps people sleep at night, the tidy coins. He had meant it to be a joke, and it landed as something softer, an observation about the town's economy. The fog swallowed the rest of the bridge. Somewhere a gull called, long and asking, and the rope hummed once where someone had walked too fast. They ate in a way that was neither hurried nor deliberately long. Mara had brought cold mackerel wrapped in paper. Jonah, more prudently, had boiled potatoes. Eating together was a peculiar kind of confession for him. The sharing of salt and hand-to-hand exchange of food made him feel exposed in a way that no client's folded regrets ever did. When a person reached for his bread, Jonah felt something thin and human slip across the space between them, like a thread laid over a seam. "You should have told me," Mara said after a while, not unkindly, "about old Tilda's little sermon today. She looked at you like she meant you something." Jonah considered how to answer. He had been in the habit of answering in small, circumspect gestures. He straightened a strand of thread on his jacket with an absent thumb. "She said the market moves on certain kinds of forgetting," he said finally. "And I suppose she wished I moved it for the better." "That's an old woman's liver saying what it will." Mara gave him the look she used when she thought someone was avoiding a necessary scrape. That's not an answer, Jonah. She looks at you like she thinks you could make a difference. Do you think that? The question landed like a pebble in the shallow part of a pool. The sound of it disturbed nothing much on the surface, but the ripple traveled in Jonah's chest. He thought of the ledger and all the tiny entries written there in his small, precise hand, names, dates, a few words about tone and weight and the price exacted. He thought of the little signal marks he had developed for those shadows, that carried more than a day's grief. He thought of the nights he had sat bent over the paper and told himself he was doing a kindness. "I'm useful," he said at last, because that was true and because it felt safer than anything else he could say. "That is what I am." "Useful," she parroted, then added more softly, "but useful for who?" He wanted to answer fully. An image rose: old Tilda's shop, the shelf of preserved things, a child who had come to the woman years before with a question that had not needed an answer. He wanted to tell Mara that he had started because he had nowhere to put his own sorrow. That he had learned that if you kept the light on for others long enough, the light might warm you. He wanted to tell her that sometimes the people who came to him left with their faces softened in a way that made his work feel like a noble trade, and sometimes the softening seemed to sharpen edges in ways he had not predicted. But the ledger remained in his lap, and to speak of it was to invite Mara into a world of choices he was not sure he had the right to place on her. "You can tell me," Mara said, and it was plain in her voice that she did not really know if she would. "I don't mean for you to tell me everything. I mean tell me what happens, not the business side, the part that makes people different afterward. Is it all light? Does it make them better?" Jonah looked at her. He saw how her hands were still working, one finger tracing the rope around her wrist, an absent habit that kept her present. He saw the small scar on her knuckle where Annette had cut her once. There was a kind of courage in the way she asked. Not heroic, not theatrical, but the steadier courage that came from a person who had learned to live with the sea's indifference. "It makes things softer," he said. "It gives people room to breathe, but I suppose sometimes it takes away the roughness that tells them who they were. It is a change, and changes have costs." She nodded as if this were a fact in a ledger that one had to accept and then work around. "So you ought to say what those costs are, if you are going to be doing them for people. They have a right to know." "They do," Jonah said. The truth of it made the inside of his mouth slick with something like guilt. "They do. I try, mostly. That is how I work. I make sure people understand what is being asked. But most people just want to sleep. They are tired. They will trade almost anything for rest." Mara's eyes narrowed. "And you? Why do you do it?" It was an old question in an unhelpful form. Jonah had asked it himself many times and received answers that braided themselves around each other. To survive, to be useful, to be noticed, to keep a tether to the town's daily flow. He had rehearsed them into the ledger, as if that would make them clearer. Now, under the rope-bridge sky, beneath the soft wash of lamplight, Jonah felt the edges of those rehearsed answers fray. "Because it's work I can control," he said finally. "Because it is small things to hold. Because people leave pieces behind in ways that I can carry." He found himself saying more than he had intended, "because it keeps me from noticing my own." For a long moment Mara said nothing. Then she reached across and took his hand, a brief, decisive gesture, precisely measured. It was not an extravagant intimacy, merely the practical clasp of two people consenting to a small truth. "You can always carry other people's pieces, Jonah," she said. "Even if you have willing hands." He did not argue. He had never been good at arguing with someone who spoke from the inside of a wound. The rope hummed. A cart creaked in the distance. The smell of pickled herrings came on the wind, and made Jonah think of his first client. The one who had taught him that grief could be a thing that fit into a jar. "Have you ever told old Tilda everything?" Mara asked, a moment later, perhaps testing how much Jonah trusted the old woman's steadiness. "No," Jonah said. "Old Tilda has the kind of memory that makes the ledger look like a child's exercise book." I go to her when I want to be told whether a trade is right, not to be absolved. She says the work of remembering is a heavy plough and someone needs to keep the furrows straight. Mara laughed softly. That is an odd image for a midwife. Everything she says is an odd image when you listen to it long enough, Jonah said. But she's not wrong. They walked together along the quay when the bread was eaten, and the mackerel bones were folded carefully into paper. Jonah straightened a street sign as they passed an old habit he had developed from caring for other people's edges, and Mara watched him do it with an expression that mixed affection and mild exasperation. You spend your time making people's houses tidy and their shadows gentler, she said. When are you going to let someone make your place tidy? Jonah stopped at the sign. The lamplight threw his own shadow long and thin across the cobbles. He felt something like a child who had been found out in a small, private theft. The ledger had become not only his work, but the place he hid the things he could not say aloud. To let Mara into that would be to hand her the ledger. And to hand someone the ledger was to hand them the right to judge, to ask for repayments, to make claims on what had been traded away. When it matters enough, he said, which was not untrue. He simply meant something else by matters than she did. You know when that is, she said. You know that, don't you? If he had been honest, he would have said he did not know. He only knew that the ledger had a rhythm, that he was part of a quiet cycle that soothed a town, and that every so often the cycle threatened to reorder itself in ways he could not bear. Being useful, he had learned, could bruise you. Being needed could hollow you out. He found a brief comfort in the thought that he could, at least for now, be needed without being exposed. They came to old Tilda's door, which was the sort of narrow presence in the quay that somehow made the town feel held. A lamp in the window made a square where the fog had been brushed aside. Inside, jars and dried things were arranged like instruments in a concert of small memories. Old Tilda saw them from her threshold, and did not invite them in, but allowed the pause of her look to be a benediction. You two are conspiring, she said, in a voice that had the economy of someone who gave counsel in small measures. Conspiring to eat mackerel and be honest, Mara said. Old Tilda's expression did not change. She had seen more of the town's small conspiracies than either of them had lived through. Honesty is not a thing you can always afford to be blunt with, she said. But you ought to be blunt with each other sometimes. It saves time. Jonah heard that and understood it. He also understood that bluntness could demand of a person an exposure he was not willing to grant. He thought of the ledger and the little notations, one cross by a name, a thin line beside another, and he felt the ledger's edges like a collar that he had built around himself. We were just passing, Jonah said, which was true. He did not add how passing, that evening, felt like the beginning of something that might last long enough to matter. He did not add that when Mara looked at him, he had the alarming sense of being a small instrument she could play openly, and the thought both comforted and terrified him. Mara lingered a step on the bridge. Promise me something, she asked. Promise you'll be honest when it matters. He wanted to promise in a way that would cover everything: ledger, omissions, the things he could not yet name, but intimacy had taught him to be realistic. Promises were thin and often more about the speaker than the receiver. He thought about the phrase he would offer and chose a small truth. I promise to tell you what I can, he said, and to tell you when I cannot. She smiled then, a small, practical smile. That's enough for now. They parted with the easy mutual adjustments of people who had decided to stay within each other's orbit. Jonah walked toward the narrow lane that led to his lodging, feeling the soft, dangerous warmth of being seen. For a while his steps were light, as if some small stone had been removed from his pocket. He told himself he had done the sensible thing. He had given no real part of the ledger away, only a promise about his limits. That should have been satisfying. Instead, it left him with the odd, sharpened awareness that the ledger's secrecy was not merely a habit, but a kind of custody he had taken upon himself. One that would not let him sleep easy for long. He did not notice at first the man across the quay. The figure was a pale vertical in the dim of an old warehouse, a shape that could have been a bundle of crates or a leaning post. It was Mara who, turning once to call something back to him, caught sight of movement and stiffened. "Jonah," she said, quieter than before. "Do you see?" He looked, and the shape resolved into a face and a jacket that was too neat for the quay. The man stood with a straightness that made him look like a figure cut from paper. He watched them as if they were a specimen in a case. "Who is he?" Jonah asked before he had a chance to stop himself. Mara's mouth set. "I thought I've seen him before, in the market. He keeps to the edges." They watched for a moment. The man did not move. The lamp by the warehouse threw his shadow long and thin across the cobbles. It pooled in a way that seemed intentionally shaped, as if he had placed it there. Jonah felt the ledger in his inner pocket like a small, complaining thing, a thing jealous of any attention not paid to it. The man in the gray jacket made him aware of the ledger as a thing with watchers, as if someone could read the pages by reading the way others smiled after a trade. "We should go," Mara said, her voice folding into practical command. She touched his arm briefly, and the gesture was the exact, efficient kind of comfort she normally offered. "Don't let him see you alone." Jonah swallowed. He had the odd and immediate animal sense of being observed, catalog even. It made his hands small and tight in his pockets. "No," he said, "we'll go." They walked away together, not in the jangling way of those who hurried to hide, but in the steadier gait of two people who had decided that a certain kind of danger could be met by company. When they turned a corner, the man in gray was no longer visible, merely a pale absence where the fog had thinned. Jonah thought of the ledger and the thin lines he used for certain entries, a cross for particularly heavy regret, a small circle for those that needed only a night's light. He thought, absurdly, that perhaps someone had begun to take an interest in the way he kept his marks. That night Jonah lay awake in his narrow bed watching a patch of lamplight on his ceiling. The ledger sat on the shelf, its spine facing the wall. He had not yet opened it since leaving the bridge. He thought about the promise he had made to Mara, and found it both warming and dangerous. The town had a way of returning to habits, he told himself. People who were tired would sleep. He did not say, not even to himself, that the man in gray had looked at them with a quiet, cataloging hunger. He did not say that the look had been not only a threat but an appraisal, as if Jonah's small kindnesses were something to be gathered and stored. Below, somewhere in the maze of streets, a hank of rope fell with a soft thud and a dog barked, and the sound surprised Jonah into the sense that the quay was still alive with its ordinary concerns. It might have been enough to calm him, if the ledger had not waited on the shelf like a patient animal. He wondered if there would come a day when he would have to open it to Mara, and to others, and name, plainly, what he had done and why. For a moment he could imagine the ledger burning old Tilda, perhaps standing with a pail and a quiet, efficient hand, or being passed around at the council meeting like a contested will. The visions were fanciful and bleak. He turned on his side and pressed his face into the pillow and tried to sleep. There was a small comfort in the way Mara's hand had held his on the bridge. It was not romantic in any grand sense, but it was an intimacy that admitted the possibility of repair and the risk of change. He thought of the ledger again, and of how his work had given him a kind of place in the town that was both essential and secret. He had always believed that being useful could make for a kind of belonging. Mara was teaching him, in perhaps slow and quiet lessons, that belonging also required exposure. When he finally fell asleep, it was with the thought that promises were small things and sometimes kept. He did not know that somewhere across the quay another man had already begun a different kind of keeping, that a ledger of a different order was being held in hands that placed shadows in jars like geographies. He did not know, either, that the small, comfortable secrecy he had wrapped around himself would soon be disturbed in a way that would ask for more than promises. Outside his window the fog sat and listened. The quay kept its soft, endless work of lapping and sighing. Jonah dreamed, briefly and oddly, of a ledger opened in the dark and a hand that reached for his name. Jonah had not expected the slip of paper to smell like anything other than cheap newsprint and the faint salt of where it had been folded against a wet wooden crate. But when he unfolded it beneath the awning of the fish stall, he found a small, precise handwriting in a single line, row 3, jar 14. The laugh of a daughter, night storehouse. There was no signature. There were no dates to ground the note in time, only the economy of instruction. It was raining, lightly at first and then with the steady insistence that made the nets look as though someone had laid a thin gray cloth over the world. Jonah kept the scrap folded under his thumb, feeling silly and frightened by the need to hold something so small like an illicit coin. The market smelled of fish, rope, the iron tang of money. Men's voices curved around the stalls with the calm of routine. Faye had brushed past him just before, a tray of smoked sprat balanced on her hip. Their passing had been unremarkable. She had an apprenticeship to tend, he had ledgers to worry over. Yet there had been a look swift, nearly ashamed, that carried more than curiosity. He did not ask questions at the stall. He folded the scrap and put it into the pocket of his coat. Later, when the town thickened into evening, and he shut the door of his small room and hung his coat against the peg, he laid the paper on his table like a talisman. The lamp threw a half-circle of light across the threadbare notebook he used to keep his own careful records, and the scrap looked like a piece of ragged sail, ready to be read into a storm. Jonah had known the shapes of secrets for a long time, how they sat lighter in one hand than another, how the weight of them changed with the telling. His own ledger had always been a kind of geography for him, a map of what people had traded and what had been left behind. It was in the ledger that he had first learned to see the difference between sorrow that could be eased and sorrow that was structural, the kind that held a person together. He had always written with caution, deliberate words spaced like stitches. But the fragments he now held were not his. They were not stitched by his careful rules. They were catalogued in someone else's language, neat and cold and almost pleased with its own order. He lay the scrap next to his notebook and began to think of Gideon. Gideon Pry had the look of someone who could not quite persuade his face to relax into ordinary expression. He worked for Elias Venn in the close quarters of the ledger room that everyone who used the trade knew of, the place where jars were labeled and stacked and where decisions were made in the small, precise language of bureaucracy. Jonah had met Gideon a few times when business brought Elias to the surface, Gideon with a neat stack of tags, Elias with his thin, decisive gestures. To Jonah's surprise, Gideon's fingers had once trembled when he passed a coin. It was a detail Jonah had noted, not because he liked the man but because he thought it might mean something. That evening, after the rain had shaved the day thin and the lamps along the quay softened into a low, watchful glow, Gideon came to him. He did so without fanfare, a shadow at Jonah's doorway, a hand on the lintel, a face that was more tired than alarmed. "You wanted to see me," Gideon said. His voice was neither low nor secretive, it was simply careful. Jonah had not expected him to come at all. He had imagined slipping through alleys or overhearing things in the market. The concrete arrival of the man felt like the sudden application of an instruction to a machine. Jonah stepped aside and offered the bench in his narrow room. Gideon sat as if he had practiced the action and failed to make it appear relaxed. He was clutching a thin envelope with both hands, as if the contents were too fragile to be trusted to his fingers. They drank the thin tea Jonah boiled, and Gideon's eyes kept going to the ledger on Jonah's table, Jonah's old habit of placing his work in the middle of any room, as if its presence reassured him that the world could be arranged. He placed the envelope on the table, slid it forward, and then took it back as if testing the decision. "I don't want trouble, lad," Gideon said. "That's the first thing. But I'm tired of seeing things and not well. You know how it is. We count columns, and the counting feels like it's keeping us alive. But sometimes the counting feels like burying a thing alive." Jonah had not known the man would speak in that way. The sentence came out of Gideon almost apologetically, the words clumsy with the effort of being ordinary. Jonah kept his face still. He had been an observer of men like Gideon all his life. People who made a living from making things look neat. There was a softness in Gideon's voice that made Jonah think of a ledger's margins where people sometimes drew little, useless flourishes. He opened the envelope. Inside were slips of paper, smaller than the scrap Faye had given him, the edges ragged as if they had been torn rather than cut. Each slip bore a single clear label, written in a careful hand. Row 2, jar 7, the boy's first sentence. Row 5, jar 2, the mother's kiss, 1896. Row 3, jar 14, the laugh of a daughter. There were numbers and neat abbreviations, and beneath some of them were annotated notes, short and almost clinical. Fragile, do not trade without 2 witnesses. High identity index. Requires consent form C. The last line of one slip had a word Jonah did not expect, anchor. He read it twice. The lamp made the ink proud and dark. The room outside the circle of light grew very still, as if the whole town were holding its breath for the sentence to end. Anchor, Gideon said, watching him. He uses that word. Elias. He thinks some of them hold people together. He thinks, perhaps, if we keep them tidy we can keep people from tipping. Jonah's first feeling was not outrage or anger. For a second he felt the small, private sensation that comes when a person is being examined in an honest light, the accurate chill of being seen. Then a slow, methodical sadness settled over him. It was not melodramatic. It was a knowledge that his practical craft had borders he had not been attending to. He had wanted to make people lighter where he could. He had not wanted to become part of a system that unmade men. He set the slips down, lining them out on the table, as if they were delicate fish to be inspected. The words upon them read like a registry of intimacies. The boy's first sentence. It was not merely a regret or an awkward memory. It was a first utterance that tethered a man to who he had once been, perhaps the single phrase that shaped a life, or gave it an orientation. The mother's kiss had a year attached to it, and Jonah knew the kind of specificity that suggested the shadow was not a general sense of grief, but a moment that had sat like a hinge in a household. Each label was a place where memory and personhood met. Gideon watched Jonah the way one watches someone trying to repair a delicate instrument. I took these out, lad. Not all of them, just enough to make me sleepless. I thought if I could show them to someone who might understand the shape, why bring them to me? Jonah asked. The question came out small and a little sharp. He had always thought of his ledger as a moral map that he alone had to hold carefully. To have someone else break its borders felt like an intrusion. Gideon's face tightened. Because you're the one who takes things and does something. You hear people. You decide whether a regret can be eased. You had better know what is being taken without your seeing. And because he paused, as though for breath. Because Elias doesn't always tell people what's being done. He thinks he knows what's best. But some of these are anchors. He calls them that. Jonah folded his hands over the slips. For a long time they were simply paper beneath his palms, nothing more. Then he began to see how the economy had been working in a way he had not allowed himself to name. He had thought of his trades in terms of lightness and relief. He had thought of Eliases as buyers of the odd and the rare. He had not imagined a systematic removal of what made a person the person they were. He had not imagined a ledger that could change the shape of the town by altering, with clinical strokes, what tomorrow might recall. In the days that followed, Jonah read the slips as if they were instruction manuals for a grief he had only half known. He kept some at the bottom of his chest like a secret charm and carried others to old Tilda's. Tilda handled them as she handled anything that held the town's small truths, with a kind of ritual patience. Her shop smelled of dried herbs and metal. There were jars on shelves like quiet witnesses. She turned each slip over in her hands, her eyes placid and careful. I told you, she said to him once, when the slips were out and the lamp made her face soft and pitted. She said it without anger and without triumph, only wariness. I told you that some things are not to be tidied. I refused once, long ago, and it has been with me like a stone ever since. Jonah wanted to ask what she had refused to trade, but her reluctance to name the thing gave it a weight that made him keep silent. Tilda's history had always been a kind of moral architecture for him, a way of thinking about how small acts compound into a life. Her refusal had been simple and stubborn. She had kept a shadow and been required thereafter to live with what it meant. Her choice had not made her freer. Faye's motive for the scrap was more complicated. When he found her again on an afternoon when gulls fought the wind and the horizon was a slow, uncertain line, she shoved her hands into the pockets of her apron and did not look at him directly. "I shouldn't have given it to you," she said. "But Gideon looked at me wrong after the meeting and I thought." She hesitated, as if the thought had embarrassed her. "You listen, lad. You listen and you try to do the right thing. You might be able to make some kind of order from it that isn't just catalog." Jonah appreciated the bluntness and also the shyness of her confession. She had been working for Elias long enough to see the wheels of the operation. She had taken to cataloging the jars at times, and in doing so had found herself noting particulars. She told him, without theatricality, of the jars labeled with tiny details, the ones that always made her uneasy: the soldier's last promise, the woman's first laugh after the fever, the son's name she could not speak. She said it as if listing the jars had the same ordinariness as listing the day's shipments. "Do you think they're dangerous?" Jonah asked. She shrugged. "Sometimes. Sometimes they put things back like healing." Sometimes her hands made a small gesture that suggested something slipped into a gap and could not be put back the same way. Sometimes, once it's gone, the place it made is empty. Jonah had been thinking about that emptiness ever since he first touched the slips. He had seen in other people's faces the subtle smoothing of corners where something had been removed. A sailor who could not remember a child's laugh might keep the child's hand steady on a rope, and yet have a strange tilt in his eye. A widow who no longer woke with a certain ache slept, certainly. But there was a neatness to her day that sometimes collapsed into loneliness. Jonah had argued to himself that easing a pain could be an act of mercy, that the quiet repair of household life mattered. But the slips named particular things. They made clear that some removals were not merely smoothing but surgical, excising the part of a person that had held an orientation toward the world. There were nights when Jonah could not sleep, and he would take the slips out and imagine the jars as people. He tried to give them faces: a man who had lost his first sentence, and hence all the ways he had learned to speak to other men. A woman who had lost a kiss, and thus the memory that taught her how to press her child's forehead with tenderness. These are not entirely literal images. They were his way of making the knowledge inhabitable. The more he read, the more he felt a throat-clenching pity that was not theatrical but precise, a thing that made his hands ache. At the same time, he could not pretend the discovery simplified his choices. There were many examples, in the town, where the removal of a small sharp memory had allowed a family to stay together. Jonah had made trades that had stitched 2 or 3 lives back into a useful form. The moral arithmetic was not additive. It was a lattice with unexpected cross supports. He found himself thinking about the woman who, after Jonah had traded a small grief, went back to her loom and performed the pattern she had abandoned for years. He had witnessed the practical good of his work and could not easily renounce it. The slips did not offer only condemnation. They offered, in Gideon's shaky way, evidence that a different measure had been in effect elsewhere. Gideon's confession came with another small admission: he had not simply taken slips and given them to Jonah out of conscience. He had been careless in his own watching, and the ledger had been altered, some entries removed, some jars relabeled. Jonah felt the precise cruelty of that. Not only were things catalogued elsewhere, but even the record keepers had been tampered with. Gideon, whom Jonah had always considered a man of tidy habits, had been reduced by disquiet into a smuggler of fragments. "I thought if you saw them you'd know where they come from," Gideon said. "I thought if you saw the words you'd understand perhaps. Elias thinks he's protecting the town by giving us order. Sometimes I think it's a way to make forgetting look like care." Jonah had no ready reply. His hands were empty, and yet he felt as if they held a ledger the size of the town. There was a particularness to this revival of knowledge. Once you had seen a jar's label, you could not blithely return to business as usual. That knowledge made everything smaller and more intimate and harder to touch. In the week that followed, more slips reached him. Some arrived wrapped in rag paper, left behind a pile of salted cod, hidden beneath a rope coil, or pushed beneath the loose board of the quay where no one thought to look. Jonah learned the shapes of furtive giving, the scratches of someone's boot in the mud, the discreet coughing when someone passed by, the look of a child's hand reaching and then withdrawing. The gifts were small, frightened. They were the ways people tried to make amends to their own consciences. He began to make quiet inquiries. He returned to houses he had visited before, looked at faces more closely. There was a man in the shipwright's yard whose laugh had been straightened by a trade some years earlier. Jonah watched him speak and noticed an odd absence in the way his hands moved when he recalled something that should have been there. There was a woman who now kept her son's room, as if it were a shrine to a thing she could no longer feel. Jonah saw the town's architecture bent by these small removals, habits altered, stories shortened, an economy that smoothed the rough edges until they sometimes lost their use as handles one could hang oneself by. When he took the slips to old Tilda, her reaction was not dramatic. She handled them as if they were bones that needed to be washed and set. She said once, very quietly, that there are some memories that are like scaffolding. Remove them and the house stays up for a while, but the strain is born elsewhere. You can fix a door for a season, she told him, but if you take the beam out that holds the floor, something else will give. Jonah found himself holding that image with him, a beam invisible to most until someone slipped a hand beneath the floor and felt its absence. His work had always been a trade in little repairs. He had never imagined he might be part of a project that took beams. On a damp evening when the fog pressed close to the quay and the sound of boots was softened into a slow percussion, Jonah met Faye in the narrow passage behind the tannery. She was nervous in an ordinary way, fingers fumbling with a scrap of cloth. "There are more, lad," she said. "Labels, old ones Elias doesn't mention in public. Be careful. Gideon will be watched now." Jonah's mouth was dry. He had not wanted to be watched. He had wanted, theoretically, to keep the ledger as a private instrument of repair. The truth of the slips forced him into an impossible position. To do nothing risked collusion. To act might unhinge people who had grown around their absent things. He thought of Mara bringing him bread, of Captain Liz whose eyes had narrowed in disapproval when Jonah's trades had endangered a cargo run, of the faces he had helped smooth. He thought of the sailor who had stopped waking at night, but who could no longer hum a tune that used to guide his hands. In the ledger fragments, each of those trade-offs had a label and a shelf number. The town had been made tidy in private, and the tidy place had different edges than the town had before. That night he sat up and wrote. He wrote in his ledger, but this time his entries were not the neat trades he had always recorded as if they were small, bound acts of charity. These records were questions. He noted dates and names and the places where jars might be kept. He listed who had been helped and who, perhaps, had been opened. He wrote slowly, the lamp at his elbow making the page a narrow river of light. When he closed the book, it was late and his hands trembled. He tasted the salt of the harbor on his tongue, and a cold sort of loneliness was there that was not only for himself, but for the town that had been rearranged, piece by measured piece. The slips had not told him who was right. They had given him a fact, a catalogue of a certain kind of removal. What to do with that fact remained knotty and personal and unbearably proximate. He fell asleep with the slips under his pillow and woke to the silver of a lamp in the morning, feeling as if the paper had warmed to his breath. There was a small, indecipherable courage in having the knowledge. It made him responsible whether he wished to be or not. He found that his hands moved with a new urgency that day, repairing a door latch, helping Mara coil a rope, listening longer when someone told him a story. The world seemed at once smaller and more sharp-edged, as if an invisible hand had drawn lines around what could be safely altered and what could not. In the end, the ledger fragments did what Gideon had hoped and what Faye had feared. They made it impossible for Jonah to remain merely a local fixer who smoothed edges for a living. The slips reoriented his work into a moral problem. He could not unsee the labels that named lives. He could not unlearn the word anchor, which had lodged itself in his head with the sharpness of a splinter. He folded the slips and put them back into Gideon's envelope, but the act was symbolic rather than a closing. The knowledge lived in him now, a dim H that did not promise an answer. That night, as he walked the quay, he felt the town pass him by, its lamps pulling little circles in the fog. He looked at faces he had seen 1,000 times and felt the new, small terror that the person one sees may not be complete in the way one imagines. He thought of the ledger, of jars on distant shelves, of labels that read like epitaphs. At the very edge of the quay, where the boards were worn and the sea smelled like old coins, he paused and rested his palms on the rail. The tide moved in the steady way he had known since childhood. It did not seem to care for the human business of cataloging and tuddying. Yet the tide had always been witness to human things, and now it sounded like a patient examiner. Jonah wondered, not for the first time, what it would mean for the town if the jars were pried open and the memories put back. Who among them would be made whole, and who would be destroyed by the return of what they had learned to live without? He did not know. He only knew the immediate insistence of the slips in his pocket, and the ache behind his ribs that had become a question of obligation. He had always thought his work light and discreet. He had thought he could do good without altering the town's architecture. The slips made him realize that sometimes repair is a kind of construction, and that taking a beam out of a house is not the same as replacing a broken hinge. The night closed like a book. Jonah walked home with his hands in his pockets and the envelope warm against his thigh. He felt, with an unsteady clarity, that something inevitable was approaching. The knowledge he had been given would make a choice of him, whether he wished to choose or remain a man who kept the ledger closed and the town's changes invisible. He put his hand to the envelope and felt the teeth of the paper, which was not at all comforting. He did not yet know how he would answer. But he had the ledger fragments and in them a call that could not be returned. Outside his window, a lamp guttered and was steadied by the hand of some anonymous passerby. The light made a small circle on the wet cobbles, and, for an instant, Jonah thought of the shapes on the slips as if they were stars' catalog in a book that could tell how people were held in place. Then the lamp steadied and the town breathed on, indifferent and intimate all at once. The moral arithmetic lay waiting, patient as a tide. Jonah had never thought of his own shadow as anything other than a working instrument. It was a certainty as small and habitual as the damp at the hem of his trousers. He rose with the tide and the light, and the same reflex to lift a jar from his satchel when someone hesitated at the quay. He had learned, in the early days, to read the way regret sat in a shadow, the way one might read the grain in a plank, a knot of anger, a run of shame. A long, thin band of absence where a person carried a memory like a loose pebble. He recorded these shapes in the ledger as if the marks themselves were a map of service. None of it had prepared him for the absence of his own shade, a small, clinical nothingness at the edge of a lamp's pool, as if some careful hand had smoothed the dark away. It was late. He had been awake for longer than any ordinary hour, though it was not wakefulness in the sense one reserves for crisis, no racing heart, no fevered searching. The room in which he slept was small, a single pane of glass that faced the quay and a shelf of jars. A lamp burned on his table. Its light fell hard and honest, turning the wet cobbles of the street outside into a shallow sheet of gold. He kneeled to light another wick and watched, automatically, for the shadow his feet should make. Nothing. Where shade should have pooled beneath him, there was only a bright edge, and then the cobbles, pale reflection. He straightened slowly, the way one does when an object in a familiar place is not there and one cannot at first name the loss. It was not a sudden, theatrical absence. It presented rather like a measurement. He put his hand to the floor as if he might feel cold where darkness ought to be. The wood was the same, worn smooth by boots and damp. The only change was a small, steady hole in the town's pattern, the place in the pattern where his shadow usually interlocked. He lit the lamp more carefully, watching for any stray line of dark. There was none. He moved to the window and crouched, head pressed near the glass, to see whether the pair of boots left a form on the wet street. The quay reflected the lamp like a blot of pale fat. The cart boys' voices drifted faintly, and were cut by the clank of a chain. Across the street a woman passed hurriedly, her shawl tight about her shoulders. Her own shadow followed her in the expected way, long and thin and trailing like soap. Jonah's boots moved on the sill, but the side of the window took no black. The thing was small and domestic, which made it worse. He did not know how long he stood like that. He had always read shadows as if they were not mere by-products of light but sentences. To have one sentence taken felt like having a name rubbed off a doorframe. There were practical responses that came first. He checked the satchel where he kept his jars and strings, where he sometimes kept a spare lamp and a little packet of salt. Nothing was out of place except a faint, clean smell in the satchel paper and dust, and something that might have been a long closed room. The ledger lay under a folded scrap of cloth on the table. When he opened it, his thumb followed the familiar handwriting, the tidy columns of names and dates and shorthand about the curvature of regret. Home smoothing lighter sleep 2 coppers, Reed softened found kindness 1 evening's watch. These were the small, quiet transactions that had kept him fed and felt, in a muted way, like belonging. He ran his thumb along a page near the back, where the ink had already bled slightly from damp. There, almost at the edge, was a line he did not remember having written. He had imagined his ledger as a map he could trust. The presence of any unfamiliar mark felt like a betrayal. The line had been scrubbed nearly clean, paper raised as if something had been scraped away. There was a faint crescent of residue where letters had been. He held the ledger up to the lamplight and could not read what had been there. His stomach tightened. The ledger had been more than a tool. It had been a kind of conscience. The idea of someone else moving things in it felt like someone moving the boundaries of his small moral world. He thought at once of Elias Venn and the neat, catalogued way of talking that had seemed at first like a curiosity and now, in the soft hours of the night, looked like a threat. Elias kept ledgers of his own, Gideon Pry kept records for him, and Faye the young woman with ink-stained fingers had been seen hauling small, old jars into the back of Elias' shop. Jonah tried to push away the pattern of suspicion. In practice his mind always worked by matching shape to shape. Missing ink in his own ledger fit the missing shadow like 2 halves of the same tear. Still, this was imagination. He let himself make a second, more methodical list: check rooms, call old Tilda, speak with Mara in the morning, revisit the last few trades, comb the alleys. He wrote slowly the first note he could make: shadow gone, check ledger, Tilda. Then he folded the page closed and seated himself at the table with the ledger weighted by the palm of his hand. With the ledger open, there was a temptation to read every entry as a possible theft. Each name might be a place from which something had been taken or where trace of a taken thing had been left. His vision of the town as a place of careful repairs changed. The trades he had thought of as mercies now presented to him as scars. He went outside as if he were following the ledger's margins. The fog sat in a low, thick bank like a blanket thrown across the quay. It muffled sound and softened edges until the town looked as if someone had brushed it with quick strokes of unsteady gray. Jonah walked the route he took on errands past the fish stalls where nets hung like sleeping beasts. By Captain Liss' office with its brass bolt that looked as if it had never been polished for show, towards the rope bridge where Mara worked. He kept his hands in his pockets and moved without purpose, testing the surfaces of his own absence. People's faces appeared and dissolved in the fog with the small details Jonah knew to watch. A woman standing at the hatch of a stall laughed, without turning to take a coin from her neighbor. Her laughter sounded ordinary until Jonah saw how her hand stayed empty, how reflex memory had been pared back. A boy he had helped months before gave him a shadow that smoothed a particular shame past with his father, and did not glance toward the sea the way boys with longing do. Jonah felt each sight like a paper cut. He had thought it a mercy to smooth someone's edge, but to see the edge gone where it had held a particular identifying angle made him feel as though he had taken a shape that people needed. He wished, in that small way that is the first sign of culpability, that he had kept more of the grain. At the rope bridge, Mara recognized him before he spoke. She was tying new knots, her wrists moving in a way that looked like speech. Up close, her face had that wind-creased plainness Jonah had come to rely upon. She brushed an errant line of rope off her sleeve, and looked at him with a frankness that had no patience for self-pity. "You look cold," she said. He told her, in a voice that was thin as it always felt when he talked of anything about himself, that he had misplaced something. "My shadow's gone," he said finally, because to say it in a simple line made the fact less like the collapse of an inner castle. Mara cocked her head as if he had spoken a riddle. "You mean you can't feel your feet?" He almost laughed. He had been trying not to do anything dramatic. "No, my shadow. It should be there against the cobbles. It isn't." There was a short silence while she knotted the rope tighter. "Come along then. Well, look. Or do you want bread first?" She offered the practical choice as if it were a kindness and not a committee of worry. He took the bread. At the stall they ate in the open air with the fog pressing in. Mara spoke about small things. Captain Liz grumbling about a broken crate, a child who had sold his whistle to buy lamp oil. Jonah answered in small ways, the ledger occupying the space of many of his replies like a quiet thing he was reluctant to expose. He thought about telling her about the scraped line in the ledger but stopped himself. The ledger's secrecy felt like an oath he had made to every person whose trades it recorded. Old Tilda's door was open later, though the hour allowed no visitors in any considered way. She sat with a mug of something steaming and watched Jonah as if he were an animal at a distance. Her shop smelled of wax, dried herbs, and a particular kind of dust that felt like memory. He set the ledger on her table without much ceremony. She did not touch it at once. She poured him a share of tea and waited until his hands had been warmed by the cup. "You look thinner," she said. She always spoke like that, small, observant sentences that felt like tests. Jonah shrugged and pushed the ledger toward her. She opened it slowly, eyes moving down the neat columns. She did not make the face of astonishment some strangers might have at seeing his careful work. Instead, there was a small, almost maternal frown. "There are erasures," she said. Her fingers hovered above the scraped crescent. Her thumb left a faint smear on the margin where a fine powder of dust had lodged. Not many could do that without tearing the page. Jonah felt the ground of his small certainties shift. Could someone take a shadow? He asked the question aloud, as if naming the possibility might make it less terrible. Tilda looked at him for a long moment. People do things with shadows now that they once would not have considered. Some people collect. Some people tidy. Some people think they are saving others. It is all the same work when you notice the pattern. She paused. "There was a trade I did not make once. A young woman came to me with a shadow like a bird flight in the angle of it. I refused and kept her shadow in the house, and she left with it. I thought I had done the right thing. Later I watched her carry that flight inside her like a grief. It changed me. I regret the refusal often. If a hand takes a shadow from another, they have the power to make that choice for them." She turned the ledger to him gently. "You cannot be certain yet where yours has gone. But keep this carefully. You write like someone who thinks paper will not forget. Paper forgets differently. Paper is kind, but paper needs protectors." Her way with words was not the rhetoric he expected. It did not give him a plan. It gave him instead an allowance to be frightened and to proceed. He left old Tilda with the ledger folded beneath his coat and a small sting in his chest. What he did next was the slow, local work of trying to account. He went to the few people whose shadows he had last handled. His procedure was the same approach with small words: watch, ask if anything felt odd. Some people laughed off the thought. Mrs. Holm took his concern as if it was a sort of joke and offered him tea. Thomas Reed squinted and said a thing that was rare for him. He sounded confused when Jonah asked about memory of a particular kindness. Maybe I don't remember that night as he did, Thomas said finally. Maybe I do. I don't know. The uncertainty in a man with broad palms deepened Jonah's sense of culpability. He found himself, by dusk, moving in the edges where Elias's business had become a rumor. He peered at the back of a shop, where a man moved behind a curtained doorway. He noticed Gideon Pry moving too, a careful figure with a parcel. In a market stall, someone sold a jar with a fine label and then, when Jonah asked a question, snapped the window shut for no reason that matched politeness. Jonah did not know what to make of these small evasions. They accumulated into suspicion like small coins dropping into a jar. That night he sat with the ledger on his lap and tried to make a list that would be useful. He wrote, check Elias. Ask Faye. Revisit erased entry. Reread ledger from month of storm. The last item felt like returning to the beginning, to the place where he had first learned that shadows could be handled and where his method of softening regret had been forged. The paper on which he wrote bowed slightly from the damp. His fingers left faint rings of salt. He slept badly and woke to the same absence. When he moved about during the small hours, he found he had become more attentive to other people's responses to the weather and to light. He noted with a slow, accumulating ache, the ways certain trades had changed the town, sometimes gently, sometimes in ways that left raggedness. The ledger's erased line pressed under his skin like an itch he could not scratch. He imagined someone who organized and cared for such things shelving his shadow carefully among others, labeling it, perhaps, with a clinical hand. He imagined what misreadings they might make of it without the person it belonged to. The thought of people interpreting his regret as a specimen made him feel smaller than he had imagined being. It was not merely professional anxiety that gnawed at him. There was a private ache that had less to do with trade than with identity. The shadow had been a thing that told him who he was, when he could not name the feeling inside his chest. It had been a companion that answered his solitude in a manner he had never fully admitted to. To lose it felt like losing the ability to define himself tangibly in the town's dark. He had been the one to gather other people's truths, to make them lighter. Now he was unmoored from the apparatus he used to do it, and the ledger's rasping edge felt suddenly like a missing map. By evening he had decided to begin in ways that were both practical and small. He would ask Faye, quietly, from a place of more fact than accusation. He would try to read Gideon's face when he happened to see him. He would return to old Tilda and to Mara for small comforts. He would not yet go to Elias. He felt the honesty of waiting, of not leaping to a choice that might take another's weight on him as a quick solution. If there was a way to reclaim his shadow by any method that did not force a pain onto another, he would find it. Or at least he would try in ways that left the moral arithmetic visible. That night, as he closed the ledger and set the lamp to a low wick, Jonah tried to measure the horizon in small things. The town hummed around him with the ordinary business of forgetting and remembering. A cart creaked by, and two voices argued about the price of herring. Somewhere down the quay a dog barked at nothing and then settled. Jonah stood by the window, watching the lamplight on the wet street, and placed the ledger beside his bed like talisman and warning both. He listened for the shadow, as one might listen for someone's breath in an adjoining room. There was no sign. He resolved, with the peculiar firmness of someone who has lost something and refuses to let it stay missing without answer, to begin his search the next morning with the ledger in his coat and Mara at his side if she could be. He did not yet know whether he would seek containment, find the place where collections were kept, and take what belonged to him back, or whether he would find a way to call a town meeting to compel disclosure. The options were a map with many unnamed paths. Outside, a bell tolled from the harbor like a punctuation. Jonah turned the lamp down until it pooled like a soft wound and lay awake thinking of the scraped line of ink in the ledger. He imagined his shadow shelved in a room lit by someone else's lamp, and the image felt like a breach. He resigned himself, finally, to the fact that the work he had done for years had shaped a small economy of forgetting in which he, too, could be entangled. He would have to go into the places he had only ever visited as a careful collector, and learn what it meant to be the person who had lost something. The chapter closes as Jonah falls into a sleep that is half plan and half fear. In the last light before he sleeps, he thinks he hears a soft scrape at a distance, the kind of sound a hand makes when it edges along a shelf, looking for the right jar. He holds very still, listening, but either the sound was only his mind or else it was the sound of a town that was busied, at night, with its small, dangerous habits. The thought lingers like a thread. If someone else was taking shadows cleanly and cataloging them with their own tidy ethics, then the discrepancy in his ledger and the absence by his window were not accidents. They were beginnings. Jonah does not yet know whether he will find his shadow arranged like an artifact, or whether he will discover something worse. But the certainty that he must look is now a quiet, inexorable weight. He sleeps with the ledger at his side and wakes to a morning when the fog seems a degree thicker. He pulls on his coat, tucks the ledger inside, and steps into the quay knowing that the ordinary work of the town haggling, mending, mourning now intersects with a personal hunt. The first steps of the search are small and precise: ask, read, watch. He sets his jaw and moves away from the lamp and toward the places where shadows are spoken for as if they were trade goods. A gull arcs low and leaves a clean mark on the air. Jonah feels the line of things he has done and the line of things done for him meet and cross. He does not yet have the answer. The hole where the shadow should be remains open, a domestic wound. He walks into the fog anyway, holding the ledger as both map and accusation, and the town folds quietly around him. Unaware how one small absence will come to rearrange the life it had come to rely upon him to steady, the fog had a way of making the town feel smaller and more secretive, as if alleys were folds in a single, soft cloth that could be smoothed and recreased at any hour. Jonah moved among these folds with the careful deliberation of one who had learned to read the town's silences, a pause at a doorway, the way a shoe scuffed a threshold, the sudden absence of conversation where gossip usually lived. Tonight, the fog clung in layers, and the lamplight weak, yellow, and damp left hollows that made the cobbles look like the skin of an old map. He walked with his ledger under his arm, tucked close beneath his jacket, as if the pages themselves might be blown away by a gust of salt. The handwriting inside was his hand, though some entries had been made with the hurried scrawl of other hands, clients leaving notes. Old Tilda adding a margin comment in ink that looked older than the paper. Jonah flipped to the pages that mattered, fingers finding familiar stains where rain or salt or soot had seeped in. He had carried this book for months. It was an extension of his own nervous apparatus. To lose an entry was to lose a compass point. To find an irregularity was to feel an old map tearing at one corner. He stood for a long moment under a lamp post by an alley that led from the market to the older warehouses. The light painted the wet cobbles in a warm blur. Puddles held not only clouds but truncated memories of eaves and chimneys. His boots made no discernible shadow where light met stone. He felt it as a coolness along the soles, a space of absent dark that didn't quite belong to him. In the small ledger he kept careful notes for tonight, names he wanted to check, addresses where trades had been recorded, dates he needed to verify. At the top of one page, in his neat hand, was the name Mallory House, April, softened laugh, trade sealed with lamp and promise. He had written it after the trade itself had seemed to work. The woman upstairs had stopped waking with a jolt at midnight, and her son had come downstairs the next morning to meet visitors with a steadier face. But when Jonah pressed the book flat with his thumb and turned the page, something in the margin didn't feel right. A line that should have contained the notation of the ledger number had always stamped outwardly, with the small seal Tilda had given him was faint, as if washed, or never written. He had to be precise. He could not afford to be anxious and casual in the same breath. Jonah's method was small and patient. He walked from doorway to doorway, tapping on lintel wood and listening. The town answers differently to the hand that knocks gently. At a narrow stair, a woman opened without looking at him. Her eyes swam in the glance of the lamplight returning. She had the sort of voice that started mid-thought and folded in on itself again when a phrase reached a place she should recognize and did. "Evening," she said. She hummed a few bars of something thin, a tune like a memory of a song rather than the song itself. "Do you want it back, back?" Jonah asked before he could find a smooth sentence. He had not expected the question, though in some corner of his mind it had been waiting. "My laugh," she said. There's a sound I remember making when the laundry dried in summer. My daughter used to laugh and it fit me like a glove, and now I can't place it." Jonah thought of the ledger. He thought of the entry that read Mallory House, and then the faint margin where the seal number should have been. The ledger had been a promise, a contract of clarity between him and those he helped. It had been a way to mark what had gone out and what had been given. But the black hole at the edge of the page pulled at him with a gravity that felt like accusation. Do people miss important parts when you bother them?" The woman asked, not unkindly. "Sometimes I don't know whether it's better to sleep and not remember the things that pinch. It's quieter." Jonah listened to the softness of the sentence and internalized its willingness to resign. He told her, carefully, what he had been telling himself for weeks, that some things, once moved, did not fit back in neatly. He did not tell her the ledger's margins had been rearranged. He left with a polite nod and a pocket of bread Mara had brought him that day, grateful for the small crust he had not expected. He kept walking until he found the market where the fish were hung like damp flags and the stallholders shouted at one another through the fog as if to prove that heat still existed in a place where the sky felt indifferent. Jonah made his way to where the lines of rope bridges shuddered gently with each cart that passed. He had been told to check on Thomas Reed. Jonah had traded with Thomas months before, although the entry had seemed routine. Thomas had come to him with a nod of regret about a missed kindness, a day when, in the middle of a shipment, had turned his back on a boy asking for help. Jonah had offered Thomas a shadow that would take the repeated sting away, not to erase the fact that had turned away, but to stop the image from unreeling in his mind so often it made him brittle. Thomas was there at the stalls, sleeves rolled, the salt air drying fish sheen from his forearms. He held a net in one huge hand like a child's kite string. "Evening, Thomas," Jonah said, and for a second the name felt like a small, clean coin. Thomas looked up. The face Jonah loved to consider as a proof broad, rough-hewn had a new slackness. He was doing the work, but he did it as if his hands belonged to someone he no longer recognized. He looked down at Jonah when Jonah came close, and the look stayed too long on the ledger Jonah held. "You looking for business?" Thomas asked. "No," Jonah said. "I was just checking. I thought I could ask how it's been. The thing we traded, is it?" Thomas blinked slow. For a second Jonah thought he had misjudged him. Then Thomas laughed, a sound that hit the damp rope above and made gulls shriek. "I can do the work," he said. "I can lift the crates. The lads notice I don't get caught in my head as much. That's the thing with the trade. I don't think about the boy as often. But sometimes, at night, I try to picture his face and I can't get the shape of his nose right. It's like I have the memory of doing wrong without the person I wronged. It's an itch without an edge." Jonah felt his stomach drop, as if someone had tightened a rope around it. That was not what he'd promised Thomas. He had thought to relieve the repeated beating of guilt, so the man might sleep. He had not fully considered that memory's contour had been serving as a brace for other small things: detail, patience, the habit of noticing. Tom's inability to reconstruct the boy's nose was not a triviality. It was a gap where narrative once anchored consequence. Jonah's hands went to the ledger automatically. He turned to the page with Thomas' name, looking for his own careful notation. Thomas read May's softened recurrence. Lamp for night, coin. He found the entry neat, a little smudged where he had rested his thumb. The margin still held the seal number he'd used. But in the days since, Jonah had noticed other names whose ledger lines had not been whole, smudged margins, faint digits, entries where only partial dates remained. He looked up. Thomas' gaze had gone somewhere else, past the bridge, where a small boy ran and fell into the shallow edge of the quay and came up laughing. Thomas did not look at the boy as a threat or a memory. It was as if the event could be sterilized of its moral weight. Do you regret it at all? Jonah asked, hesitant. Thomas shrugged. Not like before, he said. But that doesn't mean I don't feel blank sometimes. Like a missing bead on a string. The phrase lodged with Jonah. He thought of necklaces with a missing bead, of threads that, when slackened in a small place, could cause other pieces to slide. He realized he had, in trying to make people lighter, loosened the very scaffolding that held them upright. He moved on, ledger growing heavier in his thoughts. The fog seemed to press closer, making the quay look like a shallow mouth. He walked toward the older warehouses, where Elias Ven's name clung to the lips of certain people, said in a low and careful tone, as if his name would set off a chime bell. He had not planned to go there. This was the sort of route curiosity took when it became compulsion. Jonah's mind was full of entries he wished he could cross-reference, dates, times of day, the names of lamps left on at night. He found old Tilda by accident, or perhaps by a kind of gravitational inevitability. Her shop was smaller than he remembered, and seemed to have lost a shelf, but gained another, as if time itself had rearranged her belongings by a vote. The smell inside was tea and brine and something redolent of iron, perhaps a memory Tilda kept for herself. She was sitting by the window, a small cup in her hands. The window caught the light from a lamp outside and turned them both into a silhouette with a map of ragged cities bleeding across the glass. You look like a boy who has been carrying more than bread, Tilda said, not unkindly. The edges of her words felt like small stones. I am checking things, Jonah said. He sat opposite her, laying the ledger between them like an offering. I have been rechecking trades. I need to know if Tilda's hands did not tremble but her eyes narrowed. If the ledger is whole, then you will find the ledger speaks with a single voice. If the ledger has been rewritten, then you are not merely a broker of consolation. You are part of a story written over. Jonah felt the sentence fold around him. He pushed the ledger toward her. Tilda's fingers moved like a woman threading beads, deliberate, familiar. She opened to a page and read. Jonah watched her eyes for any sign of the small flinch he associated with being caught in an untruth. There was no theatricality in Tilda. She did not sing accusations. Instead, she looked with the clarity of someone who had once performed a birth, and had seen the thin line between beginning and pain. You have a clean hand in certain entries and not in others, she said finally. You keep your seals consistent. But some margins are faint. Some numbers have been bored with a needle. Someone has tried to make the ledger seem whole while removing the edges. Who would do that? Jonah asked. The question was small and sterile, but when he said it he heard a loud and foolish hope in his voice that someone else had been careless enough to make a mistake he could fix. Those who do not like messes, Tilda said. Those who believe they can tidy memory into boxes with labels and tell themselves the world is safe. You mean Elias, Jonah said, even though he wanted to say Elias' name like a plea. He has people. He has. Tilda's mouth made a line. Elias cleans differently, she said. He wants to order things, to catalog, to keep the worst things in jars they cannot pour out. He thinks preservation will prevent drowning. But preservation is an act of possession. Jonah's throat tightened. But why the ledger? Why go through my pages? Because your ledger is a map of didactic kindness, Tilda said. It is the proof that someone here confessed their regret and asked for relief. To take those particular entries is to reshape the town's conscience into something manageable. To move your hands is to move the town's history. There was a long silence. Jonah watched Tilda's face, reading the fine lines like little topographies. He thought of the lamplight and the woman who could not place her daughter's laugh. He thought of Thomas' missing bead. He thought of his own feet and the way the absence of shadow had made everything else feel sharp. "What do I do?" Jonah asked. Tilda looked at him and, for the first time in months, Jonah felt like a boy who could be spoken to directly. "You ask who holds the ledger instead of a ledger held by a conscience," she said. "You follow the margins. Be very careful about what you want to find. Answers are sticky. They will make you ask whether comfort was worth its cost." Jonah folded the book and stepped back into the alley, Tilda's words echoing like a bell. Mara found him halfway down the lane, carrying a basket with a salted fish wrapped in cloth and a flask of something warm. She did not ask about the ledger at first. She pressed the flask into his hand and watched him like someone measuring a tide. "You look like you have been at someone else's funeral," she said, straightforward as ever. "It's the ledger," Jonah said. "Some lines are missing, or altered. People I helped." Mara's face tightened in a way that made her seem older than her years. "We thought you were making things livable," she said. "You kept people's nights from folding them in half. If someone is taking parts from you, that's not like mercy. That's like theft." They walked together along the quayside. Jonah told Mara about Thomas and the woman who couldn't place her daughter's laugh. He told her about Tilda's reading and about his constant, quiet cold where shadow should have been. Mara listened, sometimes huffing softly as if to blow away the fog at her feet. When he finished, she made a practical suggestion, blunt and immediate as always. "We should go to the warehouses," she said. "You can't trundle through everything alone. I'll ask a friend of mine at the docks for a lookout. If there's a place where someone keeps things, someone will notice us nosing about. And we can't stand about with your ledger, people will see you with it. We need cover and a plan." Jonah thought of Ilias' name again, how people said it the way one says a bad weather forecast. He did not want to call Elias evil. Tilda had warned him against too simple a judgment. But he felt, for the first time, something like a moral arithmetic taking form. Where the ledger had holes, there were likely rooms filled with small, precise darknesses, catalogued and labeled, as if grief could be boxed and arranged like spices. By the time they reached the row of warehouses, the fog had begun to thin toward the water, revealing the outline of stacked crates and a few lights stubbornly on. Jonah tucked the ledger into his coat and tried to think like someone who might break a habit rather than the law. Mara kept her voice low and steady. Her fingers were sure on the rope she coiled and passed. There was a rhythm to their approach. Move quietly, ask calmly, note the names of men who looked too clean to be dock workers. An old man on the quay, a man who had once helped Jonah lift a crate when he was small, saw them and shifted his stance. Jonah felt like the bay itself had turned and was watching. He could not quite tell whether the world was holding its breath or simply waiting its turn. They did not find Elias that night. What they found instead were smaller pieces, a tag on a crate, with a hand he recognized in the curvature of its letters. A scrap of paper, folded and hidden under a nail, bearing a ledger number that matched one of the faint margins in Jonah's book. The distant, faint sound of someone humming a cataloging song in a tongue that tried not to be human. Jonah had the ledger at his chest as if it were a heart. He pressed the found scrap into the book and felt, in that private action, a tiny and terrible affirmation. Something had been taken, and the seams of small lives had been opened. Where the fog thinned and the light caught the edge of the sea, Jonah realized the work ahead had shifted from making amends in slow trades to tracing theft. That was a different undertaking altogether, one that might require deception of a kind he had scarcely permitted himself before. They left the quay with the scrap folded into Jonah's palm. It felt like holding a coin that might fit only one slot in a machine. As they walked, Jonah thought of the woman who could no longer place her daughter's laugh. He thought of Thomas and the missing bead on his string. He thought of old Tilda's quiet admonishment, "Be careful about what you want to find." When they reached the rope bridge, Jonah paused. The bridge swayed slightly in the night breeze, and the lamplight made the ropes look like veins. He had the sudden and childish thought that if he walked too far tonight, he might never find his way back. Mara's hand on the sleeve of his coat was a small, steadying thing. "What will you do if you find more?" she asked. Jonah did not answer for a long while. The ledger in his jacket felt heavy with the weight of the people inside it. "I don't know," he said at last. "I think I have to know what was taken. I think I have to know whether what I gave away was supposed to be kept or held. And if it's true that someone is taking pieces to keep them whole for themselves, then I need to stop them." Mara's mouth made a line. "And if they don't want to be stopped?" Then Jonah said something that surprised even him. "Then we make them want to stop." They did not know how to be a hammer that night. They only knew how to be people who would press fingers to paper and promise themselves to the slow arithmetic of righting wrongs. In the distance, a bell struck once and the sound fell like a stone into the sea. Jonah felt, in that bell, an unsteady resolve. The ledger's pages turned in his head like small wings. He would follow the margins, he would trace the faint digits, and he would learn what it meant for a town to have pieces of itself tucked into jars on a shelf. He walked home through narrower alleys, past houses where windows glowed and a child asked a quiet question at a parent's knee. And for the first time in a long while he considered that answers might require sacrifices he had not imagined making. The absence at his feet was a small, cold punctuation to every step. He could not feel his shadow, but he could feel the ledger's pull, and the ledger, in the days to come, would lead him into places where compassion and theft had braided themselves together so tightly it might be impossible to tell them apart, without unraveling the whole rope. Upstairs in his small room, Jonah laid the ledger on the table beneath the solitary lamp he used for his work. The lamp's glow made a circle on the wood. The rest of the room was a patient kind of dark. He opened the book again and compared the scrap had found to the faint ledger margins. The handwriting matched the same curl on the tail of the 7 he'd used sometimes when he was tired. It was a small proof of contact. Alias people had touched his pages. But beyond that there were other marks he could not explain, tiny pinprick, holes near the binding, as if someone had stitched something invisible into the paper and then cut it away. Jonah lay back on his pallet and watched the ceiling as if the plaster itself might keep a secret. His life had, until now, been measured by the small economies of quiet mercy, a lamp left on, a coin tossed to keep a child's candle lit, a promise of forgetting traded carefully in the dark. Now his ledger had become, wittingly or not, a map to a different commerce, a place where sorrows were not merely eased but rearranged into collections. The thought did not sit in him like anger exactly. It sat like an ache that could not be soothed by the usual remedies. It wanted something else, witness, perhaps, or a reckoning. As he turned off the lamp, Jonah felt the cold where shadow should have been as a small betrayal. He did not know whether he would find his shadow in a jar on a shelf labeled with a neat number, or whether it had been consumed into Lias Broader's system of archival consolation. He only knew that the ledger had to be followed, and that old Tilda's caution was the shape of a warning he could not afford to ignore. Outside, the fog settled closer again. Somewhere near the docks, a door banged and a laugh reel and ragged rose and fell. Jonah pressed the book to his chest as if it were a child resisting sleep. He had a list of names and a number of margins to cross. He had, too, a new and dangerous knowledge, that in making people's sorrow lighter, he may have loosened the web by which they knew themselves. The thought hollowed him in a way that made him acutely awake. He would begin at dawn. He would follow the ledger's ghosts through alleys and warehouses. He would ask small, careful questions. He might find his shadow. He might find evidence of other losses, and other ledger pages that had been stolen or altered. He might also find that some things could not be put back in their old place. The hook of the night sat like a small, cold thing at the edge of his chest. What if the most honest thing he could do now was not to recover what he had lost for himself, but to restore, wherever possible, the anchor points he had helped loosen? It was an uncomfortable idea, the idea that he would be called upon to undo, as best he could, a mercy that had become a theft. He pressed his face to the ceiling and listened to the town breathe. And in that listening he felt both the weight of the ledger and the thin line of the choice forming like a seam. The next step, he knew, would require him to cross into places where he would not be a passive broker of consolation, but an agent whose hands might have to become, for a time, something sharper. When sleep finally came, it was shallow and full of the sound of waves and the blink of lanterns. The ledger sat on his table, like an instrument waiting to be played. Morning would bring the quay and other people's faces, and perhaps a small piece of paper tucked into a crate with a familiar curl to its letters. Tomorrow he would begin to trace the margins, and in that tracing there would be answers that could shatter the quiet mercies the town had grown used to. Jonah felt, with the clarity of someone who had watched too many small fires put out with the wrong water, that whatever he found would not let him remain unchanged. The ledger had opened a door. Behind that door something else waited. He could not yet know whether opening it would bring relief or ruin, only that it had to be opened. The fog pressed against his window like a hand. He turned the lamp out and listened for the town to tell him what it would now demand. Jonah had thought, at first, that the absence of his shadow would announce itself in some grand, theatrical manner, a stark, blade-like silhouette missing from the pavement, people stopping and pointing. Instead, the thing that was gone made itself known in domestic, almost clinical ways, a lamp in his room that no longer cast the same reassuring pool of contrast. His feet against the wet boards that failed to register in the way they once had, as if the floor had learned to ignore him. In the small hours he would press his heel against the floor and listen for the small, companionable scrape that used to answer, but there was only dull resistance and his breath, slightly too loud in the quiet. He set himself to work out of habit more than hope. The ledger, his slim, neat account of trades and margins, remained a talisman in his pocket. He touched its spine for courage and opened it in the doorway to check names and numbers before he crossed Mrs. Holmes' threshold. Her son was small and quiet, sleeping in a cot with a blanket stitched in florid misalignment. The house smelled of boiled tea and varnish. There was a dampness that hung behind the curtains, as if the sea itself were pressing in to listen. Mrs. Holmes greeted Jonah with a tight smile that belonged to a woman used to composing the expression because of neighbors and gossip, and the way a family was displayed to the town. She closed the door with her elbow and set a pair of cups on a small table. "Has better tonight," she said. "But the way he wakes sometimes he mustn't remember." He mustn't. Jonah listened in the way he had learned to listen, patient, slow, as if tuning an instrument. He placed his hand, briefly, on the back of the child's shoulder. The shadow there, or rather the fingered absence that used to be read and reread, had the shape of a hump, a small repeated reluctance. Jonah's fingers, normally confident in the ritual of loosening and resetting, felt uncertain. Without the small tether of his own shade, he missed a gauging he had formerly performed by feel. He worked through the motions he knew, the quiet question that shapes consent, the collection of a promise Mrs. Holmes offered in the rigid prose of someone learning a new moral vocabulary, and the easing of a shadow with a hand cupping as if cupping steam. He drew the replacement he had prepared for evenings of light rather than the harder, older memory, and let it lay against the child's legs like a second skin. Later, when he stepped back, Mrs. Holmes' face softened as it had before. There was a small, civil kind of relief in the room. The knitted blanket sagged in a way that suggested sleep. Outside, Jonah lingered under the eave and tried to name what had changed. The ritual had been performed, the ledger entry made. When he recorded it, the collused neatness of his hand learning not to tremble the numbers, and the shorthand slid into place. Yet a part of him knew it had not taken, or at least not taken in the way it had for others. The replacement lay like borrowed cloth, Beneath it, something trembled and wanted to return. He could feel, absurdly and with a child's shame, as if the child's true recollection was sitting on the edge of the cot asking to be let back in, but not yet trusted. He kept trying. He went to Thomas Reed next, found him at the quay mending a net with the kind of careful slowness that belonged to men who had been steady enough to keep a household afloat. Thomas' shadow, when Jonah saw it, was like a missing hinge, a gate altered in a manner no one had named. Jonah offered a different kind of exchange, a more forthright trade that touched on an act Thomas had done once out of kindness, a thing that had to be both remembered and forgivable. Jonah mimed the memory with his hands, trying to invite it back as one might coax a sleeping dog. Thomas took the offered light and for a while seemed steadier, his knuckles less white on the rope. Yet again Jonah had the sense of a provisional repair, a knot tied over a frayed line that might hold today's tide, but would not last if a storm came. The world outside of Jonah's ledger had begun to feel like a set of small, cosmetic restorations, and in his chest a pressure settled that had the shape of responsibility and a fevered desire to fix what he could not fully measure. He sought old Tilda because he sought precedent and because he had nowhere else to go. Her shop smelled of old soap and dried lavender, of leather and the slow soreness of many years folded into boxes. Shelves lined the walls in an archival comfort, pots a child's boot, a thin glass bottle with a single, perfectly preserved feather. Old Tilda stood behind a low table, and when Jonah closed the door she looked as if she had been waiting for him. She folded her hands and did not blink as he faltered over what to say. "You should not try," she said, before he could arrange his sentence into the ritualistic way he used with clients. "Not like that. Not without the thing that tells you where a thing belongs." Jonah's mouth moved. I thought if I could just you thought you could put a thing back by the same motion you took it out. We like stories like that. They warm us." She inclined her head. "But remember, once I was asked to soften for a mother who lost a child. They wanted me to pull the sharpness out so she could go to market. I refused." I could have old Tilda kept her eyes steady on a jar across the table. Jonah followed the line of her gaze and saw the faded label, a faded hand lettering that read nothing he could name. The jar was small and contained a dark, mossy-looking relief of shape that might once have been a person's particular sorrow. I refused because the thing was not a knot you could untie without the thread. The mother would have walked lighter, yes. She would have been kinder to the shopkeeper. She would have laughed. But some nights, when there was nothing, when it was only her and the room, she would have felt emptier, and that emptiness would have eaten at the edges of who she had been. I thought to keep that with her, with the cost of her staying sharp. I am old enough to know there are some edges you should not file down. Old Tilda's voice was neither reproachful nor indulgent. It was a flat observation rendered in the tone of someone who had witnessed many winters. Jonah felt, in that small cramped space, something like a rebuke and a resolution forming at once. If old Tilda had refused, then his practice belonged to a younger and perhaps more reckless moral geography. He began to see his ledger not as a map of favors, but as a ledger of consequences, some kept and some dispersed, all of them lodged now within the town's soft tissue. He went home at dusk feeling belled by thought. The quay's lamps put silver circles over the boards. Gulls complained like old men arguing over their perches. The ledger, open on his lap, offered the names like lit lamps, entries made in his tidy hand, trades that had altered lives. He read them and let them weigh him down in the way that was both humiliating and clarifying. Each line was a small decision, a little mercy, a bargain struck in the dark, but some of those mercies had rippled out in ways he had not imagined. News from the Harbor Council reached him like a draft under a door. There were debates underway, he heard, about whether the trades should be permitted to continue without oversight. Captain Liz Harrow's name came with a particular weight. He could be counted on to speak plainly about the risks to the port's function, and to press for measures that protected commerce and safety before any individual's private relief. Jonah thought he would keep away, that his person would be awkward in a room where policies were argued. But the ledger had become, for him, both weapon and wound, a document that showed what he had done and what had come undone. He found Mara waiting for him at the rope bridge, the sky flattened like a sheet where the last light had been ironed out. She looked as if she had been standing there a long while, the rope bracelet on her wrist rubbing a rawness at the skin from habit. "You should come," she said without preface. "If they're talking about rules, they should hear someone who does it. If you don't speak, they'll speak for you. They'll make something that doesn't fit around what you do." Jonah hesitated. "I embarrass myself in public." "I don't you embarrass yourself in private enough for both of us," Mara said. Her hands were quick and practical as ever. She folded a cloth and passed it to him as if such gestures could steady him. "They need to understand it's not just a trade. It's someone's life." At the chamber, the air was thin and smelled faintly of boiled cabbage and older men. The windows were set high, and it felt like speaking into an arena where voices ricocheted and softened and hardened into positions. Captain Liz spoke first in the practical bluntness Jonah had come to expect. A sailor's account of a man who forgot the signal of a buoy and the near loss of a crate the size of a small house. "We can't have men forgetting lanes because someone traded away a memory that kept them cautious," Captain Liz said. "If a thing threatens the port, then it is not a matter of private mercy, it's public safety." Others spoke for compassion, for the economy of relief, merchants who found their arguments smoother, because a grateful hand now bought more goods. A small shopkeeper noting that customers came in steadier and spent more willingly. Jonah listened, hands folded under his coat, the ledger a weight against his chest. When his turn came, he did not stand with any declamatory courage he had imagined in the night. He spoke in the same low, careful way he used when asking a person to part with their sorrow. "I keep a book," he said. "It is small, but it is a keeping. I have tried to match what I returned to what was taken. I thought I was making people lighter enough to go about their days and heavy enough to feel they had not lost themselves. But I have discovered," he paused. The room's acoustics made his voice sound too intimate. Mara's presence at the back steadied him. "I have discovered that some things were smooth that perhaps should not have been. And I have found, too, that without my own shadow I cannot always tell where a thing belongs. I am sorry. I do not ask you to forgive me. I ask only that you consider the costs when you weigh mercy against duty." He sat down before he had meant to. The votes and the faces in the room blurred into a pagination of positions and self-interest. The council would not, in the end, choose a simple closure. There were calls for partial regulation, a register of trades, requirements of consent, a small body to oversee the more serious removals. Some felt this inadequate. Others felt it an encroachment on private mercy. Jonah left feeling both relieved and raw. Publicness, he learned, had the capacity to name and to wound in equal measures. Afterwards, he wandered toward the quay. The fog had thickened into a presence that felt almost familial. It covered the lamps and taught the world to speak in lowered voices. The boards were slick with unknown things. The salt in the air had the mechanical tang of iron. He found himself on the edge of the warehouse, where men slept sometimes when the tide made a sitting job of unemployment. A scrap of paper lay pinned beneath a gull-feathered scrap. He picked it up and, because the small habits of his work ceased to sleep even when he did, he spread it between his palms and read the neat fragment of handwriting. It was not his ledger's hand. The ink smudged at one edge where a dampness had taken it. The fragment contained a time, an initial, and a mark that suggested a shelf number. It smelled, faintly, of dust and a metallic trace Jonah could not name. He tucked it into his notebook and felt, for the first time since the loss, something like forward motion. He had a clue, small, insufficient, and full of the very kinds of risks old Tilda had warned him about, but it was a clue. It suggested that the ledger omissions were not accidents but acts, not erasures by weather, but removals by hands. He thought of Elias Venn with a complicated mix of dread and a professional, almost jealous, curiosity. Elias' cataloging was ordered and clinical. Old Tilda's caution, he realized, did not mean freezing memory into glass, but rather resisting the temptation to believe that order equated to care. Jonah's own failure in the house with the child, and at Thomas' net had more to do with his lack of anchor than with any failure of will. His hands, which had always performed with a surety born out of practice, required the feedback of a presence he did not have. The night found him on a bench by the water. He opened the ledger and, by the dappling of a distant lamp, rewrote an entry twice, 3 times, as if repetition could remake the world. The thought of asking someone to give up the memory that anchored their particularity felt like asking them to cut a finger to ensure another's hand might find work. Such a calculus was intolerable. He knew it with the same kind of certainty that made him keep the ledger neat and the promises clear. And yet the ledger fragment in his pocket burned with possibility. If someone had been taking originals to a back room where they were kept like specimens, then perhaps the town's losses could be returned. That possibility was a different kind of cost. It might require breaking the catalog, exposing what Elias had wrought. It might, in the most direct circumstance, require that someone else endure the anguish Jonah had sought to lift from his neighbors. He could think of no ethical geometry that allowed restoring his shadow without inflicting hurt elsewhere. Only furtive solutions presented themselves, each worse in different ways. Mara found him still there, hand pushed into the pocket of her coat, watching the water take for itself a piece of rope and then spit it back. She sat without comment, the two of them huddled as the damp pressed tight around them. "You can't walk this back alone," she said after a while. "I thought I could," Jonah answered. "I thought that if I kept records and was careful, records do not take the hurt away. They only say you noticed it. That's not enough for some things. For others it is God enough. The town will split on that. People will choose the mercies that best keep their lives going. You know that. We all do." Jonah's hand found the ledger fragment and he passed it to her. She read it with the exactness of a person who has spent years judging rope for its tensile truths. "This is the sort of thing Elias likes," she said at last. "Numbers, shelves. He thinks he can keep sorrow tidy. He is wrong, Jonah. But that doesn't mean everyone who thinks has right is evil. Some of them are only tired." He folded his hands over his knees and tried to imagine what returning everything would look like. Old Tilda's refusal sat beside him like a steady stone. There were things that should not be smoothed for convenience. Mara's practical morality sat across from him. There were hungers in families that demanded relief lest they fall apart. Jonah felt the ledger in his lap like a Bible of small, forgivable sins. Each line was readable and now, painfully, read back on him with consequences attached. The end of the night held no easy decision. He walked home beneath lamps that bled their light into the fog as if ashamed. In his room he laid the ledger on the table and opened to a page of his handwriting. The letters tilting in the lamp were his own, clear, patient, the script of someone who had always believed he could make small things right. He thought of old Tilda's jar, the preserved thing she would not trade away. He thought of the child's slow breathing and Thomas' knotted hands. He thought of the councilman's ledger full of public positions and private needs. He put the small scrap of paper under a weight and slept with his hand on the ledger, as if by pressure he could encourage the world toward a new arrangement. His nights were not peaceful. He dreamed of hands passing jars along a long table, of labels being lifted like breaths, and of a single lamp that never quite burned bright enough to show what lay within. When he woke, the fog had not lifted. The town moved in its small rituals as if it had not been altered at all. But for Jonah nothing felt the same. The ledger had become a public object even when it lived in his private room. It required him to reckon publicly for what had been private. That reckoning, he suspected, would demand a decision that would shape not only where his shadow might lie again, but how the town would continue to reckon with grief. It would ask of him things he was not sure he had the right to give or the courage to take. He placed a pen on the ledger and, with a steadiness he had not felt in weeks, drew a line under the day's entries. Then he wrote, in small, careful letters, a single note to himself: find Elias. He left the page open when he went out. The lamplight across the paper looked like an invitation and a danger both. He felt the cost of returning closing around him like a tide. At the quay, a man he had traded for once greeted him with a nod that had no particular heat. The town continued, fish were gutted, nets repaired. The harbor council's compromise hummed at the edges of conversation. Jonah placed his hand on the ledger in his pocket and walked toward the place where he had last seen Faye move with her quick hands. The fragment in his book promised a backroom. Old Tilda's story taught him that some returns were right and some returns were not. Between these two lessons, Jonah felt the first true contour of the choice he would need to make. If he could find the shelves where shadows were kept like specimens, he could attempt to undo an act. He could try to restore a thing to a person who had been altered by convenience. But the cost, if it required the taking of another's sorrow, was a cost he had not decided he could stomach. The ledger sat like a question in his pocket. So did Mara's hands and old Tilda's silence. He walked on, and the fog folded around him as if the town itself were holding its breath. At the end of the quay, a lantern guttered. Jonah stopped and looked at it. The light refused to be simple. It fell with delicacy and with cruelty. In the small gap of brightness that remained, he made a decision of sorts. He would find out what had been done. Knowing, he told himself, was the first form of responsibility. After that, he could discern what must come next. He turned and walked toward the warehouses that shadowed Elias' shop, and as he moved, the town's noises seemed to recede into a single, persistent beat. The registers of what had been traded, the ledger lines made by his own hand and by others, and the low, patient H that had come to name him. He stepped under a low arc where the smell of dust and salt met his face, and the night folded over him like a hand. The cost of returning, he thought, was not simply the undoing of one act, but the remaking of how a town kept itself together. He did not yet know whether he would be willing to pay that price. The question stayed with him as he made his way toward the shadowed doors. Who had the right to decide which edges of a life to smooth? And at what point does mercy become theft? He kept walking because not walking now would be the same as accepting what had been made without inquiry. The fog closed behind him. The quay seemed to watch him with a sadness that had nothing to do with him and everything to do with the small human business of trying to live after loss. The hook of the night remained, a ledger fragment, a backroom, and the first real choice that would not let him hide its cost. Faye met him at the edge of the fish market where the sacks of salt made the cobbles white and clean. The afternoon was one of those thin, brittle kinds that the harbor favored in late autumn light that seemed to distance things, to make everything look slightly unreal until you looked too long and the edges blurred. Jonah had learned to read those edges. He knew when the fog would carry gossip and when it would swallow a secret whole. Today, the air seemed to pull at his sleeves in expectation. She appeared from the narrow lane between a stack of crates and a leaning cart, moving with a briskness that disguised nerves. Up close she smelled of ink and lemon peel, and there was always something quick about her face, an anxiety that looked almost like curiosity. Jonah kept his hands in his coat pockets, though his palms itched to leaf through the late pages of his own ledger. He had learned to wait for others to name their needs. Today he would not. You should not be here, he said. The sentence was a soft thing. Faye's mouth twitched. She might have smiled. Neither should you, she answered. But then, she pushed a loose curl behind one ear. The action was small and hurried, and for a heartbeat Jonah saw a vulnerable impatience there he recognized. I couldn't sit with it. They stood under the market awning where the gulls passed slow, and offended by the coats of paint on the vessels. Jonah noticed the way her glove had a bright smudge of ink at the cuff. The mark looked like a rune he could not read. He wondered how many times she had turned that smudge under her thumbhole and imagined that each turn was a small vote against the choices she had been trained to make. She reached into her jacket and pulled out a scrap of paper folded twice. The paper had been torn notched at its edges, as if Elijah's ledger had been treated roughly. Jonah did not take it at once. There was a caution in him that had been sharpened by old Tilda's warnings and by the missing ink in his own ledger. He read people differently now. He catalogued their hesitations with the same care he once used to match a softened shadow to a grief. "You ought to go back to Elias," Jonah said finally. "You tell him I was curious, that you found me by chance. You should not risk." Faye laughed without humor. "Elias already suspects. He tightened the night watch after that shipment 2 weeks ago. Gideon snores like a clerk possessed now. He asks me if the ledgers are in order more than he asks about the weather. You think I did not notice? Maybe I like being needed." Maybe she stopped, and something like shame crossed her face. Maybe I wanted to know if what we do is right. Jonah closed his fingers around the folded scrap. The paper was warm from her hands. When he opened it, the ink was half smudged, as if someone had wept on the page, or had hurried too fast. There was a note in a cramped, patient hand: annotations, a corridor number, a shelf reference, a room, 17th Bay, West Cellar. Behind the shipping tags, the scrap indicated older tags, catalog prefix 3A. There was a small symbol like a crooked anchor in the margin. Jonah read the line twice in the way one might read a summons. It was a piece of the map he had been searching for, the room where Elias kept older, identity-shaped shadows. He felt the air inside him go thin, like a pocket of light in a cloud. "Why give me this?" he asked. Faye didn't look at him. "Because you moved a girl on the pier last month." Her voice dropped. It was neither accusation nor praise, only a recognition he could not deny. "Because you kept a ledger and you keep your promises the way people keep a hand to a wound. I thought maybe you could do something other than sell, something less tidy." She shrugged. "Maybe I'm tired of being told how to feel." Jonah's mouth tasted of metal. He had become used to being useful in a manner that kept him separate. He took sorrow, he made it softer, he signed a name, he kept the measure exact. The ledger was a moral instrument and a posture. It made him a limb for a small economy of forgetting. The scrap in his hand rearranged him. With that folded line of ink, he could go to the West Cellar and see what Elias held. He could find his own shadow if it was there. And yet the path forward was bordered by other people's chests. There was the arithmetic of trade one shadow for another, or a shadow taken to store in a place where sorrow was catalogued like spice. To retrieve his own might mean to take someone else's capacity to remember what shaped them. The thought sat in his ribs like a stone. "You will want something if I help you," he said, testing her. "I don't ask for much," she said quickly. "I ask for less fear in the place I have to wake up. I ask that when you have it you don't." Her voice snagged. "Don't make it tidy. Don't put it on a shelf and call it preservation. If it's my doing, I want to see it return to the person who made it, if they still live. If you take one back, then you'll have to do more than keep it. You'll have to know the weight." There was negotiation in the way she spoke, bargaining that felt like a plea. Jonah looked at her face and realized that she expected the knowledge that she had placed him on the same moral line. Either he would prove his craft could be used differently, or he would simply become another thief for a bookish man who dealt in human sorrow. He thought of Gideon Pry, who served Elias in a way that made every paper folded into sanctity. Gideon's meticulousness had always seemed to Jonah less a virtue than a defense, a belief that if you rendered pain into tables and columns, it could not wander back into bodies. He thought of old Tilda, who had refused years ago to catalogue a mother's acute regret and had kept the memory at home, where it burned and taught rather than sold. He thought of Mara, who, when he had tried to share the ledger's truths in barter and conversation, had torn the conversation into honest pieces instead of smoothing them. "You do not expect me to make a bargain with the town," Jonah said, because that was what the ledger torn, partial, smudged had become. Faye reached out before he could stop her. Her fingers brushed his hand and he felt a small, human certainty. She was not merely a spy, nor merely a child of convenience. She wanted a different world, Or at least she wanted to know whether it could exist. "No," she said. "I want to know if you would rather fix something than hide from the cost of fixing it. I want to know if there is someone who will not sell mercy the way we sell bread." Jonah's answer was the sound of the gulls scraping the sky. He could imagine walking into the west cellar, moving past the shipping tags, watching the shelves of jars, the tags that named not just a sorrow, but the moment that had shaped a life. He could imagine him standing between Gideon's precise stacks and Elias's patient calm, and taking from a shelf a shadow that might be his cold, dark, exact. He could imagine the weight of a name returned, the sudden opening in a face where a memory fit back in place. He could imagine the reaction that would follow, gratitude or anger, or a slow collapse as people realized what had been pulled away from them. "I won't promise what I cannot keep," he said finally. "I only ask you to consider what you will do," Faye said. She looked at him steadily, as if she tried to measure the distance between his hands and his heart, and bring back news. "If you take anything, let it be clear and slow and with consent if you can. If you expose him, know that many will blame you for bringing back what they'd rather not hold. That is the choice." She turned to go before he could frame a reply. Jonah watched her move through the stalls with that peculiar lithe stealthiness she had. She seemed to belong to both sides of the street, the ledger and the quay. He folded the scrap and tucked it into his coat. It felt like a summons in his pocket. That evening he told Mara in measured phrases. They met at the rope bridge where the fishnets hung like familiar, unembellished curtains. The bridge swayed a little when they spoke, making the conversation feel like a choreographed smallness. Jonah could feel the evening seeping into his coat. The smell of cured fish and salt and rope came to him as it always did, anchoring him in the ordinary world. Mara listened without interrupting. She had a way of holding her face that made Jonah want to say everything only to find that, when he opened his mouth, the words were too big. "So you think you can go to the cellar," she said at last, "and find it, and what if it's not there? What if it's something else, Jonah? What if somebody else lost it, and you take theirs because you cannot bear being without?" Her voice was practical. She did not marshal indignation for dramatic effect. She listed consequences as if they were shipments. If you take another person's shadow, you make them smaller, maybe not smaller to others, but smaller to themselves. They will not have that part of memory which sometimes does the hardest work for a person. They might manage without it. They might be safer, or they might be ruined. Or they might find some other truth and become strange in ways we cannot mend. If you expose Elias, you will pull open a wound on the town. Some will prefer the wound and some will die from it. There is no good, clean answer. Jonah felt the old reflex to fix a want rooted in being a boy who learned to keep things steady by making jars of secrets. He thought of citizens who had smiled, returning to their tasks after deals with him. He thought of the way his hands had learned to measure remorse and fit a different shade in its place. He thought of old Tilda's face when she had once refused a trade and had borne the consequence. That memory of Tilda's steadiness was not sentimental. It was a ledger of its own, a ledger of refusal. Jonah wanted to be brave in the way she had been. But bravery for him had never been the theft of pain from others. It had been the taking of responsibility with an attempt at crafting restitution. The scrap in his pocket asked if he could do either. He left Mara on the bridge with the rope creaking underfoot and walked back to the narrow room he occupied above a painter's studio. The room smelled of oil and salt and a child's abandoned blanket. He laid his ledger on the table and smoothed his palm across its cover, feeling the grooves of a life in ink. Gideon and Elias tightened the nights after the market. Jonah noticed details he had not attended to before, the way Gideon polished his gloves after arranging slips. How Elias spoke to his assistants in short measured sentences, always making sure the words did not overwhelm the action. Once, when Jonah passed the front of Elias' shop, Gideon looked up, his eyes arresting Jonah briefly with a neutrality that was actually watchfulness. Jonah felt the skin on his neck prickle, as if the harbor were suddenly thin and transparent. It seemed, these days, that every ledger slip and note had a thinness about it, the record of a thing made absolute by language. Jonah's ledger had always been a practice in tenderness. He wrote slowly, he asked questions. He preserved the shape of a regret even as he softened it. Elias' ledgers read like libraries of misreason. He had a quiet clerical cruelty, not of malice but of ordering. To Elias, grief was an item to file and protect. To Jonah, it was a person's history. The difference was a gulf. When he lay awake that night, the scrap of paper under his pillow, he tried to calculate the cost. The ledger pages were not just numbers, they were lives. If he took a shadow, would he be writing the ledger or stealing an essential line from someone else? If he lifted the lid on Elias' operation, would the town come together to claim its memory, or would it fracture into accusations and pointed fingers? He could see in his mind's eye the harbor council being convened, voices raised, captainless fencing the matter in business terms. The sailors and wives of the quay arguing over whether forgetting was a kindness or a theft. He thought of the girl he had moved on the pier last month, the private trade which had felt like undiluted help then. He had seen the relief in her face after the exchange, and part of him had been satisfied for that small visible good. Now, with the ledger fragment and Faye's hesitant confidence, Jonah understood more how small good could sit inside a larger harm. The ledger, once a shield, now felt like a confession waiting for a reason. Morning came with a muted wash of gray and the distant bell of a boat. Jonah did not decide in a thunderous instant. He did what he had always done. He moved slowly, with a patience that was also a method. He wrote a note to himself in the ledger heads and possible consequences, people to warn, things to salvage. He went to old Tilda first, because he needed a voice that did not trade in ledger economies. Tilda listened, hands folded atop a small ceramic bowl. She did not startle him with moral absolutes. "You can't unmake the ledger," she said when he finished. "But you can refuse to be part of the thing you know is wrong. The question is, will you be honest about why you refuse? Will you be honest about what you take back?" He left with her words in his head like a cautionary coin. The decision had not been made by the time he went back to the rope bridge to meet Mara again that evening. Instead, it had clarified into a principle he would not simply reclaim without witness. He would not move a shadow like a thing to be replaced. If he took his shadow back, he would aim to return any other treasure he took to the person to whom it belonged. If he exposed Elias, he would prepare for the consequences and present what he had in public rather than hide it under a private vendetta. Mara listened, and when he finished she said, "Then be clear. Be slow. If you must do it, then do it as if the town were watching, because it will be. The people you take from are real, Jonah. Be someone who can answer them." It was not a plan so much as a vow. It was practical, and it was a small tender thing to be held in the mouth before action. That night Jonah slept with the ledger scrap tucked under his mattress and the knowledge that the west cellar's door stood within reach. He knew how to move there. There were times in his life he had moved places in the night, trading his own small thefts for food and for shelter. He had never before contemplated a theft that would require him to know the shape of someone else's life in order to justify taking it back. He had never before been tempted to be complicit in another act of erasure in order to repair an erasure done to him. Outside, the fog rounded the harbor like an unbroken question. Jonah's choice rested in the hush between breathing and the city's next exhalation. The ledger lay open on his table, an instrument, a confession, and now a map. He could follow it into the cellar and into Elias' careful hands. He could steal back what might be his and find the hole in himself stitched closed, or he could expose the trade and accept the cut it would make to the town's fragile, polite life. He could see, already, the council's faces and Gideon's careful hands pressed together as accusation spread. He did not yet know which path he would take. He folded the scrap and slid it into his ledger. He set the book aside and went to the single window that looked over the quay. The lamp on the opposite bank threw a thin column of light into the fog. Someone laughed distantly, a small, private sound. Jonah pressed his forehead against the cold glass and felt a sudden new hunger for a kind of courage that was not solitary. He wanted to be able to look the people he had helped and harmed in the eye and say, honestly, what he had done and why. Faye had given him a key, or at least a direction. The rest would be arranged with his own carefulness. He slept in the shape of a person who knew that morning would not bring simple answers. He does not decide the next step that night. The choice remains open as the fog outside implacable, and waiting as the harbor breathes in the town, unknowing, continues its slow work of living. Jonah had imagined backrooms in the abstract, a place where things were kept out of sight, where the city's lesser sins were stacked in boxes and the living kept off them by the thickness of a door. He had not imagined a cathedral of jars. He had not imagined windowless shelves, breathing in the steady heat of lamp oil, each line and row like pews for grief. The doorway was a hair wider than he expected. Elias' shop front had been the kind of place that asked nothing of passers by, an unremarkable facade of leaded glass and pale wood. A brass latch slightly oxidized where hands came and went. Jonah had watched the building for a week, following the rhythm of comings and goings at various hours, listening for the slant of voices, and tracing the way the light fell on labels that never stayed long. It was a narrow, ordinary moment, a bell muffled by fog, and then he was through a service door that yielded to a corridor smelling of paper, salt, and something like the inside of a sealed chest. He stood for a moment in the corridor and felt how the town itself seemed to draw the line there. Outside, the quay's fog moved indifferent and patient. Inside, the air was a different thing entirely, as if the world had been slowed and poured into jars. He moved forward with the same care he used at his table, when he took a shadow hands held as if the immediate space had to be trusted. A crate, stacked on a heap of rope and tar, made a convenient place to crouch. From that low shelter the back room opened up into a modestly high chamber crowded with shelving. The shelves were wood and darkened with age, and their rows tasted to his eye like a town map, streets of glass, alleys of tags. Lamps hung from thin chains and threw circles of warm light that left the rest in a mumble of gray. Glass glinted. Jars were not neat, not ornamental. They were practical receptacles, various in shape, and mostly sealed by corks worn soft with handling. Some jars held what could only be called a shadow, a dimness, that lay against the inner surface of the glass, a place where light seemed to hesitate. Others contained strands of something like memory, a loose swirl, as if a laugh or a thrown word had been pressed into condensation. Each jar had a tag, and each tag carried handwriting that was precise to the point of affection. Jonah's first, most immediate reaction was to recognize the handwriting as Elias' small, angular letters that looped only where the writer permitted himself to be tender. He had expected to see sorrow catalogue as a set of numbers or a ledger code. He had not expected names like Thursday's clothesline, First Winter, a daughter's name, each written with a gravity that made Jonah's own stomach hollow. He watched a young man neat hair, sleeves rolled as if to keep ink from his wrists, lift a jar and place it on a table under a lamp, and then read aloud, quietly, the tag as if reciting a list of charges. Kitchen light at 3, narrow Mrs. Holmes' son, 2 incidents, slight fray at the edge. The words made the air go small. Jonah thought of the mother had seen in the lane, hands restless with some invisible worry. The habit of making grievance into a docket was visible now, and it made his work look, for the first time, like something else entirely. Elias moved among them with a practiced calm. Up close Jonah noticed the whiteness of his face, and how his hands that looked as if they had handled dust for years, seemed to be coated in a fine, pale residue. Elias handled the jars as if he were turning pages of a book. He neither hurried nor lingered. He took down an object, inspected the tag, lifted the jar so the lamp's light could pass through, and then set it down in a new shelf with the patience of someone arranging fossils. You will want a code for the households, Gideon said, voice small and precise at Elias' shoulder. 3-digit, it keeps the records sortable. If we link to the harbor registry we can cross-index by incidents, ship, date, name. Elias' reply was soft, Order is mercy, Gideon. If we can find the pattern, then there will be fewer surprises. If a family is to carry its weight, we must first understand which pieces of it are likely to split. The way he said it made Jonah's teeth ache. He recognized behind Elias' words the same hard thing he had heard in old Tilda when she spoke of refusals, an attempt to protect by drawing lines. But Elias drew them with a bureaucrat's hand. This was no small comfort, this was a design. Gideon set a small ledger before him, columns drawn with a ruling pen, so straight they made Jonah's own shaky handwriting look illicit. A roll of slips lay piled. Each slip had a string and a place for a code. Near the lamp an apprentice, short hair and knuckles scarred with ink scribbled into margins when Elias dictated. Now and then Elias would lift a jar to his ear, listening with the slight tilt of a man attuned to things that do not speak with words. This one, Elias said finally, naming the jar and then the code, is a steady compulsion, the recognition that one has not paid a debt, not of money but of presence. It will not break easily, and what do you do with that? The apprentice asked, tentative. We keep it, loan it perhaps for a time, but mostly we remember so that the town need not be surprised. Jonah told himself he was invisible. He was not. He had been careful, silent as a museum rat, and yet Faye, moving along a lower shelf, paused with a bottle in either hand and turned. For a single breath the room made space for a human exchange. Her eyes swept his hiding place and then, something like a flicker, something that might have been recognition, touched the corner of her mouth. She did not call out. She merely set the bottles down more carefully, as though the air itself were fragile, and retreated. Later, Jonah would think of that glance as an invitation and also as a warning. There are those within that system who know how to look with two kinds of sight. He watched Elias unfasten the lid of a jar and, without ceremony, let his fingertips drift to the glass. There was, Jonah saw, a soft fog along the inner curve that shivered at the light. When Elias inhaled then, Jonah imagined him drawing 100 small things into a single posture. Elias spoke into the air as he catalogued, explaining their method in a tone that suggested both conviction and fatigue. We must be precise, he said. A sorrow divorced from its moment can ferment. If we want to be of service, we must be custodians. Custody implies rules. But rules can be a kind of forgetting, Gideon said. If you remove the edge, the very thing that makes a memory callous, do you not erase the argument that makes a person keep watch? Jonah felt a lurch at that. He had always told himself the exact same thing, the ledger as kindness, the gentle swap as a way to make work bearable, and yet here was the other side of that action, sitting on a table beside a neat inkwell. The debate was not new, but the counterpoint of Gideon's question made the room press in. Elias' face did not harden so much as fold inward. Not erased, he corrected. Catalogue. Arranged. Accessible. We do not wash away, we protect. When a widow returns to the shore, she should not be undone by a sudden memory that opens her mourning. We offer stability. At what cost? Gideon asked. To whom? Jonah's hands tightened on the edge of the crate. He could hear the tiny tick of the lamp as if it measured time in small, easily overlooked griefs. Ask old Tilda, he wanted to say. Ask the mothers in the market, and the men who changed ships with a steadier hand because of him. But he kept his mouth closed. The ledger at his hip, his thin notebook, was the only confession he allowed himself to hold. It felt both heavier and less useful here, small and domestic against the scale of Rose. On the table a jar bore a tag with a name Jonah knew. Kell, a Bridgefall brother. He had dealt with Mara's family in passing, had tuned a shadow once to steady hands that hauled nets. The tag made his chest tighten. It read like a small wound stitched up on someone else's skin. From the tag he saw, in thought, Mara's rope-bruised hands, the way she sharpened a knife with the patience of someone who made small repairs to the world. To think that some clerk could coax that wound into an orderly container made him feel, absurdly and painfully, as if he had been the wrong instrument for the work all along. When a slip of paper came loose from Gideon's table, only a scrap, creased and half-inked, Jonah did not plan to take it. He did not plan to move. But his thumb found the corner of it and felt the paper's edge. The scrape of the lamp made the room feel urgent in the way that only absolute quiet can. He slid his hand out, the scrap between fingers, and for a moment he held the page and the room as one small, simple theft. It was less a theft than an evidence-taking, he told himself, as if such distinctions could right matters later. The scrap contained a string of numbers and a phrase catalog 12, unmended edge unknotted possible origin unknown. There was also a penciled shorthand that made Jonah blink. His name did not appear, yet something in the phrasing suggested that the item could be older, that perhaps the shadow had been taken from someone who would not be able to trace the removal. A throat closed in his chest. He put the scrap into his pocket as if it were a coin. It made a small, private sound. He watched Elias replace jars, listened to Gideon make an entry, and held in his mind the thought that what he knew now could hurt the town if he revealed it, and could coddle a bureaucracy if he concealed it. He had lived his life making vanishing points and small repairs, and here was the inverse of that craft, large-scale amputation disguised as stewardship. As he rose to leave, the crate scraped, and a sound made Gideon look up. Jonah froze where he was, body folded into the dark of a narrow lane between shelves. The man at the table looked toward the shadow and smiled in a way that was almost a benediction, not a smile that sought him out, but one that was offered to the room. Another is arranged for pickup tomorrow, Gideon said, to no one in particular. A neat exchange. The wife will be spared the waking. Elias' reply was quiet. We do what we can. For a moment Jonah felt the old, useless anger, a notion that there must be a way to make every wrong right immediately if only one had the leverage. He thought of the ledger in his own pocket, the instructions he kept for himself about how to match a shadow to a need. And he thought of the ways he had softened, tugged, and offered substitutes that made living easier for neighbors. He thought of the family who had returned to table and eaten with fewer tremors because a sharp edge had been sanded away. The back room did not make him a villain. It made him part of a larger, stranger thing. He left with the scrap and with the image of rows and tags. He left with a small, private horror that hollowed him like tidewater takes away at the edge of a quay. Outside the door the fog waited in the same soft way. The quay houses looked like dark teeth. He moved along the narrow lane between buildings, keeping the scrap folded in his palm. The paper was warm. The lamp's yellow remained in it for a breath. When he reached the first corner, he paused and let the town be itself again. A cart rolled by somewhere, the creak of wood and the bark of a man making a small, blunt joke to his companion. There were the immediate, ordinary sounds of work and bargaining that had nothing to do with jars on shelves. Jonah stood with his back to a wall and felt the weight of the thing he had taken. He had come to look for proof. He had found it. What he had not found and dared not hope for was a simple way forward. The scrap's penciled note, possible origin unknown, was the sort of clue that begged longer work than a single night's theft could settle. It was a map with a missing road. Behind him, an alley held the faint echo of a footstep, not his own. He felt his skin cool. He remembered how, when he was younger, he used to put small things into jars and keep them for fear of losing them: stones, a curl of hair, a button. The practice of preserving was a childhood habit that served him now in reverse. Once had kept small things to hold. Now his town kept sadnesses in bottles and called them order. He thought of Mara, of old Tilda's instruction to be honest in the face of someone else's needs, of the ledger itself that he had used like a prayer. How much restitution could a paper slip perform? How many faces could he read in the margin? He folded his shoulders against the fog and walked on. The scrap he had taken burned in his pocket like a small ember. If he could not yet do anything about the jars, he could at least tally them. He could. For now, no. The knowledge might be the hard beginning of a different work. He had the ledger piece. He had the tag's possible path. He also had, for the first time in months, a sense that the work he did at the docks had an opposite and a companion, and that the two would have to be reconciled. At the mouth of the alley Jonah stopped and listened. The town was busy, indifferent. He put his hand in his pocket, and touched the scrap as if to reassure himself that the world contained what he had learned. He had thought, once, that removing a regret was a kind of small mercy. In the back room he had seen mercy made orderly, and in that order he had seen the possibility of erasure. He slipped the scrap beneath a loose board of his stool when he returned to the place he slept, as if the thin paper could be kept clean of its own implications. He laid his hands on the ledger that he carried always, and for the first time in a long while he considered the ledger not only as accounting, but as an act of bearing. There was, he knew, no simple remedy. The city would not be healed by one man returning a single jar, nor would Elias be answered by Jonah's private repentance. There were, instead, decisions to be made in public and in certain small rooms with lamplight and ink. He put a thin cup of water near the bench, then sat and listened to the quay. Somewhere a net was hauled up and a man cursed softly as a fish escaped on the edge. The noises were small and real and, for the moment, enough to remind him that this was the life he moved within. He rubbed his thumb over the corner of the scrap in his pocket and thought, with a clarity that terrified him, of the work ahead, ledger comparisons, conversations he would avoid having until he either controlled his own shame or accepted the means of a larger, braver reckoning. He did not know yet whether the evidence he had taken would be used to shame Elias or to open a conversation with the town. He did not know whether he would try to slip into the back room again and take more. He only knew that the jars were not a metaphor. They were a practice. He only knew that the truth about what he had been doing, softening some edges for the sake of living, sat now inside another man's neat rose, and that the stitch was not simply a matter of moral geometry. To undo it would require people to feel what they had hidden. Jonah folded his hands on his knees and let his face go blank in the way he had learned to do when a customer came by. He would sleep poorly. He would wake with the scrap folded like a small promise. For now, there was one small advantage of knowing the room's layout, the way the shelves were labeled, and the sound the lamp made when Gideon turned a page. Knowledge is not a cure, he reminded himself, but it is the beginning of a plan. He rose and shut the ledger on his knee. Outside, the fog shifted like a slow hand. Jonah stepped into it and let it take him home, keeping the scrap close enough that he could feel its edges under his palm like the teeth of a secret. The back room had not given him a clear path. Only the sense that a choice would have to be made, one that would ask him to consider whether the life of the town required that some of its losses be borne openly, and whether he was ready to ask people to bear them. He walked on into the fog with the weight of the jars in his mind, the sound of Elias' voice saying, "We do what we can." The sentence hung there, small and insufficient, and yet it had, Jonah thought, the outline of a truth, that those who keep sorrow must also answer for what they keep. Near his doorway he paused and looked back toward the direction of the shop. The lamps there were steady as a small congregation. He could not go back now, not with anything better than the scrap in his sleeve. But he had seen enough to know the shape of the room and the scale of the practice. He had photographed it in the slow, careful way his attention did. If a thing was looked at long enough, it took shape in the mind as surely as it did on paper. The night folded him in. He had a scrap of paper, a memory of glass shelves, and the feeling that he had crossed some line. He had not yet decided what to do with the line now that he had reached it. He only knew it would not be enough to close his door and pretend not to have seen the jars. The town's quiet would soon demand a reply, and he would have to find a way to make his own ledger speak aloud. He turned the key and stepped inside. The lamp by his table sputtered, and the ledger lay open. He set the scrap upon it like the smallest of bones, and for the first time, since that winter when he learned how to loosen shadows from feet, he felt the particular cold of a responsibility that could not be solved with a trade. Outside, the quay moved on in its slow commerce. Inside, in the lamplight, the rows of jars he had seen stood between him and the people he had tried to help. He wished, for a single long moment, he had a simpler task. The scrap was still warm in his hand. He closed his eyes and imagined the backroom's shelves, the careful gestures of Elias' hands. The thought of those hands cataloging the small things that once tethered people to themselves left him with a new, urgent question. How does one put a life back together when a part of its shape has been put in a jar? And who, in the town, would be given the right to ask for the pieces back? He did not have an answer. He only had a place to begin and a scrap of evidence folded into a pocket that would not let him forget. He set the ledger to one side and, with a patience that now felt like humility, began to write a single line, the dates of jars he had seen, the names he had recognized, and the notation backroom found. When he reached the end of the line, he stopped, and the room seemed to listen. Somewhere nearby, someone laughed softly in the fog. Jonah wiped his hand on his trousers and felt the raw place where small, private economies meet the public street. He would have to speak. He would have to choose. He put the pen down and let the lamplight fall across the page like a small, honest shadow. Outside the window, the quay breathed. Jonah closed his notebook and, as if to steady himself, walked to the sill. He leaned on it and watched the fog move past like the slow turning of a page. He did not yet know how to read what he had seen into action. He only knew that he could not unsee it. At the far edge of his vision, across the courtyard where a single lamp flared, a man moved with slow, purposeful steps toward Elias' shop. Jonah's mouth went dry. He did not know who the man was. He only knew that the night had not finished laying out its plans. He closed the window and took the scrap from under the ledger, smoothing its creases with his thumb, as if he might press meaning flat and neat. The room felt colder than it had a moment before. He placed the scrap back into his pocket and, with the small, stubborn steadiness that had kept him alive in other nights, he prepared for the next step. The backroom had been a revelation and an indictment alike. He had the evidence and a new, bitter knowledge of what tidying sorrow could do. He had also, unexpectedly and painfully, a sense that the very act of keeping mattered, who kept, how they kept, and what they called mercy. He put out the lamp and let the darkness settle over the inked pages. The night outside was a soft thing, but it would not comfort him now. He lay down and tried to make the fog and the jars and the small scrap of paper fit into a story he could tell himself and possibly tell others. He fell asleep with the image of a row of jars in his mind and the uneasy sense that one of them might belong, somehow, to him. Jonah had imagined the room from the corner of a dozen houses and from the sound of people's half-words in the market. But the actuality of it was smaller than he had expected, narrow and smelling, at first, of dust and tea and a faint iron tang that might have been salt or something older. He pushed the door with a hand that would not entirely still and felt the sudden hush of a place accustomed to itself. A single lamp burned over a long bench. Shelves rose like an inner city, lined not with books but with glass jars, each with a neat, handwritten tag looped at its neck. He had stood among jars before, in other hands, and had watched other people's regrets taken and folded away. He had watched the lids turned, the soft curving of a regret eased out, and then the replacement shadow, softer and simpler, slipped in. That evening, in the same narrow way his life had been put through so many mornings and afternoons, he felt the business of it as if for the first time, as a thing that could be held, labeled, moved. Elias Venn looked up from the workbench when he saw him. For a moment Jonah thought Elias might not look like the man who had come in and out of the edges of the town's understanding. There were in Elias' face the small marks of one who had learned to make himself remote as a form of preservation. He rose slowly, as if to smooth a pattern in the air between them. "You came alone," Elias said. His voice had no accusation in it, and thus functioned as its own kind of pressure. Jonah noted the carefulness of the phrasing. "I came when I could," he said. The sentence came out smaller than he had intended. It had been some time since he had allowed his voice to take up such space. Elias did not comment. He gestured to the table between them. On it lay a small stack of papers, a ledger in which the edges of pages had long been turned, and a parcel wrapped in coarse paper and string. The lamp made a circle around the parcel. Beyond it the jars looked like black fruit, still and swelling in their glass. For a minute the two of them simply looked at the same things. Jonah felt his skin in the dampness. The lamp seemed to warm his fingers. He became aware of a small, persistent ache at his chest, an ache shaped like the absence of a familiar weight. "You know why I'm here, Jonah," Elias said finally, as if he were reciting something to himself. "We have taken to doing the work. We keep what might otherwise be lost. We make sure forgetting isn't the only option. People pay us, they consent, or they seek our help, and it proceeds careful, measured. We shelter memory. We catalog it so the town has a place to put what it would otherwise toss into the tide. Is there a better way? I don't know. But there is an order to it that prevents what? Disintegration. We have examples. Men who might otherwise drown in memory can walk the quay again. Order keeps them fed." He said the last phrase with a kind of flatness that was almost kindly. Jonah had heard phrases like this before, the language of protection that disguised a desire for dominion. He thought of Mara's hands rough with rope, of old Tilda's small shop and the one thing she refused to trade years ago. He thought, and with it came the memory of a man who could no longer recall his daughter's laugh and absence. Jonah had set in a jar himself once, in a trade that had worked in the practical sense by mending a household sleep, and that left Jonah with a small coldness ever after. It pressed at him now like a question he had been trying not to name. He said, "You catalog a thing and you make it easier for people to live. I understand that. But some things are anchors, Elias. Not everything that hurts is grit to be swept away. People need the heft of their pasts. Your order can make the town practical, yes, but at what cost?" Elias smiled then, and the smile was not unkind. "At a cost, yes. Everything is at a cost, Jonah. If you will forgive the blunt phrase, you traffic in mercy. I traffic in order. It is not for me to make you a martyr to something sentimental. The world we manage has limits. You will tell me you do not see the harm. You will tell me grief does not sometimes overturn a family." Jonah remembered the ledger he kept, the thin notebook he had carried in his pocket like a rib. It had been his map as much as his record, the means by which he understood where a softened shadow had gone and what it had replaced. He had assumed that his method, the listening, the substitutions that left a history but not a pain, had a kind of integrity. Standing in Elias' room, he felt how limited his own practices had become. "I saw a ledger once," Jonah said. "Not yours, mine. It told me who had gone to and what had taken. I thought it was enough to know it given back in some small way. But there are gaps, not just in my book, holes elsewhere. I think someone has been taking older things, things that are not simply hurt but identity. Names, moments that once described who a person was. They are gone from men and women I knew. They don't belong to your sort of order. They belong to the person who carried them." Elias let the words settle. For the first time Jonah saw a flutter of something behind Elias' composed face, perhaps regret, perhaps something else. "Who told you that?" Elias asked. The tone was not unkind but sharp. It suggested caution. "Gideon slipped a fragment at the market," Jonah said, "and Fei left me a note and a place. I found your back room." Elias' mouth thinned. "Fei is young and restless. She confuses curiosity with righteousness. Gideon does not know everything. No one person knows everything. Jonah, the world does not bless us with choices that are neat. What would you have us do? Throw the things on the tide the moment they hurt someone? A reckless charity will unmake us. I keep the things so they might be called back if needed. Ordering memory is the only way to make it recoverable. How else do you propose we manage loss?" "You store them in jars," Jonah answered, and his voice was small but steady. "You name them and put them on shelves. Then you make choices often without the person present about who ought to be made to forget, and who ought to be told a different kind of story. Gideon told me your catalog lists older shadows by dates and by kinds of relation. You treat some memories as rarer. Why? Because rarity is worth something." Elias' hands had been folded on the bench. Now they moved, and he took up a jar as one might pick up a book. The glass was cool, and from it came no odor Jonah could name. Inside, something like shadow shimmered against its sides. The tag read, in Elias' clean hand, a name and a date. Jonah's stomach turned, and he had to turn his head to collect himself. "You think I treat them as commodities," Elias said quietly. "Perhaps I do. But think of it another way. Think of the man who would otherwise have his days broken by memory so that he cannot work his hand. If we keep it, we contain the ruin. There is a reason people come to us. If we failed entirely, the harbor would look different. The tides would move differently. The work men rely on to make their bread would drift away. Disorder is contagious. I suppose I am afraid of being the one who lets it spread." He tapped the jar with a knuckle as if to mark the place. There was, in the point he made, a terrible logic. Jonah could feel it as if it were a counterweight to his own instincts. He thought of Captain Liz, of the way the captain's crew had faltered, when memory made them inattentive. He thought of the man whose forgetfulness had endangered a cargo run, of the household that had found sleep. Elias' words were not all villainous. They were, in part, the reason the town remained functional. And yet the ledger Jonah held in his pocket was a ledger of promises as much as of trades. It told of consent given and, more often, consent not fully understood. Old Tilda's voice came back to him, little admonishments about the duty of the one who keeps another's burden. Jonah had been taught to think of himself as a small keeper whose practice must be careful. He had not thought it possible that there would be a rival keeper who would enlarge the practice until it was no longer recognizable. Elias set the jar gently down. He looked at Jonah in a way that suggested the kind of negotiation he reserved for the most delicate matters. "There is a way," he said. "I could return to you what you lost. I could make a trade. There is a jar here someone's regret the town has deemed less integral, a sorrow of lesser consequence. Take it, and we will do the exchange. Your shadow for that one's. You will be whole again. You will have what you want." Jonah stared. The offer was guileless in its formality and monstrous in its implication. A shadow that was less integral to one person was still a thing that in someone's life might hold a seam between before and after. To hold another's sorrow as the price of one's wholeness, it felt to Jonah like a betrayal of the principle that had brought him to his work to begin with. "So I might take someone else's heartbreak," Jonah said, "and then I am myself again, and they are lighter because I keep it for them. Is that what you mean?" "Yes, that is what I mean," Elias replied. "It is practical, and you could make your life whole. You have no idea how often men abandon their trades because of absence. We could help you get back to work. Or you could make a public choice and upset the arrangements. There are consequences either way." He looked at Jonah as one might look at a map of possible weather, prediction without malice. Jonah felt the ledger in his pocket, the weight of page and ink. In his mind's eye he saw Mara's face, as she had been the day she had come to the bridge practical, with a rope in her hands and a clear sense that pain had a rightful place. He remembered old Tilda saying, once, "Do not mistake kindness for permission to tidy another's life of what authorizes them." He thought, too, of the man who would take another sorrow merely to set his feet in place again. The idea of carrying someone else's particular shape of missingness felt obscene. If he accepted Elias' offer, he could return to the practice he knew, both the ledger he kept and the quiet markets where a handful of coins and a promise of forgetting changed a household's sleep. But the price would be a passing of harm from one chest to another. It would be, in effect, a transfer of debt. He imagined the life that would be his again, the ledger beneath his hand, the neat crosses, the small sentences about consent. He imagined the small comfort, someone nodding at him across a stall, Captain Liz acknowledging his usefulness. He imagined Mara bringing him a loaf and sitting without saying too much. It was a tempting picture, and yet the ledger had been changed. Someone had been taking or moving things without his consent, and his understanding of his craft had been insufficient. "If I take your jar," he said, "then the person who holds that regret no longer carries it. They will be lighter in the short term, but they will have lost something that made them who they are. I can't," he broke off, the sentence unfinished. Elias' expression hardened just a little. Then perhaps you will choose to make a spectacle of me. Perhaps you will rouse the town and demand answers. You could tell old Tilda. You could go to the harbor council. You could throw our shelves into the quay. You might even ruin me. You might not. What do you think would happen if you did? Do you think the town would welcome all the returned sorrow? Do you think the men who are breadwinners would prefer to have their old weight back if it meant sleepless nights? There is a responsibility to keep some things contained, Jonah. You offend me when you speak of them as theft without seeing the consequences. His fingers brushed the ledger as if to prove he was anchored in fact. Jonah felt tired in a way that had nothing to do with the physical exertion of the day. The fatigue was moral and intimate. It wore like a brine on the inside of his ribs. He had imagined a simple restitution, a mistake made, corrected. Life was not offering such neatness. He was being asked to choose not only for himself but also for others. He looked at Elias, at the man who had collected people's rest in neat containers. He thought of Gideon, who had slipped fragments out of nervousness, of Faye's note, and of the ledger in his pocket which, until now, had been his map and shield. "I won't take it," Jonah said. The words left him like a small tossed into a still pool. They made a sound that was louder than he had expected. Elias' jaw tightened. "You are saying you will condemn us. I'm saying I won't make someone else suffer so that I can feel whole again," Jonah replied. "If you have been ordering memory for the town's good, then be answerable for it. If you have been taking things because they are rare and therefore valuable to you, then be ready for the town to see that. There are ways to preserve memory without making people into markets. There are ways to return what was taken. I will not trade another's pain for my own." His voice had the brittle steadiness of someone who had decided on an action and felt the edges of it scrape his hands. Elias' expression shifted. For the first time Jonah saw something like true weariness, maybe even sorrow. He looked away and then back, as if reading a line he had not been prepared to meet. "You are young," Elias said at last. "You think the world can be remade from a single refusal. I admire you, Jonah Marr. I cannot say I respect your navette. But I cannot stop you from speaking. If you wish to expose the ledger, if you wish to bring the shelves into the light, then you must understand the cost. Men will be angry at you when their comforts are disturbed. You will be blamed for the return of pain. You will be accused of cruelty. You will have to stand at the front of an awning and explain to those who sleep differently why their dreams are different. You will be lonely. You will be called a thief of peace." Jonah had not thought he would be frightened at the sound of his own name. He felt the truth of Elias' words not as a threat but as a summing up of consequence. He had not thought, when he began keeping people's shadows, that one day he might be called to answer such a catalogue of practical questions. The ledger in his pocket was now like a litany of other people's reliance. It meant he had obligations to the town and obligations to his own conscience that could not coincide. He had, he realized, never been particularly good at spectacle. He had liked smallness, small trades, small acts of repair, because smallness carried with it fewer moral injuries. But this was not one of those moments. "Then I will be lonely," he said. "I will be blamed. I will have to live with that. But I will not take a person's sorrow to make myself whole, if they did not ask for that particular trade. If you have made mistakes, you must answer for them. If you have framed things as mercy when they were commerce, the town should know. If you have preserved for the right reasons, then show us your reasons. Either way, we must be accountable." He reached then to the table and pushed his ledger, the thin book that had been with him through trades across the lamp's circle. "I will show what I have. I will ask to see what you have. If you will agree to partial restitution for the worst of what has been taken, to return certain anchors to their owner's awareness, I will not perform the spectacle of ruining you outright. We will find a more careful, public way." For a while there was only the sound of Elias' breath and the faint creak of the bench beneath him. Outside, A gull called, and the town made its ordinary noises as if nothing were being decided inside the lamplit room. Then Elias reached for the ledger and turned it over carefully. He read, briefly, numbers and names. Jonah watched his hands and felt the tables grain through his palm. "You make me an offer in the form of a denial," Elias said at last. "You will not destroy me, but you will require me to be accountable." "Fine, we will make a list. We will identify which things were catalogued without proper consent. We will return them where possible. But I warn you, Jonah, returning certain things will break people more than if we had left them softened. There is no way to promise a painless restitution. I accept nothing from you lightly. I warn you again that you may be reviled." Jonah nodded. He had thought the warning already. He had thought of Mara and old Tilda and the stoop of the harbor council chamber. He left the room with a small stack of papers that Elias had pulled together an agreement, a list to be reviewed by the harbor council, a partial confession in tidy language. Gideon, who stood at the doorway like a man unsure of the sunlight, followed him with a look of apology. Faye was not there. Jonah had imagined she might be, but perhaps she had slipped away when the decision grew sharp. When the door shut behind him, he felt a sound like a piece of the world settling into a new groove. It was not relief, it was a cold, clear acceptance of what would come. The fog had thickened on the quay outside, and Jonah walked through it, each footfall sending up a damp ghost. He heard, half-formed and distant, a crash like glass on stone. For a second the sound made his chest lurch. He imagined a jar fallen, someone losing their arrangement, an old order cracking. He kept walking because there was nothing immediate to be done but to move. The ledger in his hand felt heavier than it ought to. He thought of all the households who would have to be told of what had been returned, of the men who would be forced to wake to nights they had not known for years. And he thought of his own missing shadow, how small and clinical it had been when it vanished, and how its absence had pushed him into a room where he had to decide whether to buy himself back with another person's sorrow. When he reached the bridge, Mara was there with a coil of rope across her lap, hands paused as if waiting for him to come close enough to speak. He saw, in the set of her shoulders, neither surprise nor relish. She folded the rope and looked up at him like someone waiting to see whether an injury would be shown or kept. He told her, simply, that he had refused the trade. He did not tell her all the language of Elias' bargain, nor did he say the ways Elias had made order sound like mercy. He told her he had asked for a public review, and that he had accepted the likelihood of being blamed. She listened, and when he finished she nodded as if she had been expecting it. "You could have taken it," she said. "You could have been whole again." He thought of that for a long while. "I could have," he said, "and I would have been, for a while." He put his hand in his pocket and drew out the thin notebook. "But I'd have been whole in a different way. It'd have been the kind of man who lived on another's seam. I couldn't sleep with that much weight on someone I had chosen." She looked at his hands, at the small lines there, and at the damp of his trousers from the fog. "You may be lonely for a while," she said. "I know." He tried to smile, and it felt at first like a practice. They stood on the bridge listening to the tide. Behind them, out on the quay, someone was calling a name in a way that made Jonah's stomach turn anger-edged with fear, and, at the corner of the sound, a child began to cry. The noise did not make a single pattern. It tangled with other noises, with the distant closing of shutters, with the slap of a boat's rope. When they walked back toward the town, Jonah felt a new ordering in himself. The decision had not repaired anything. If anything, it had opened more needs, and if anything, it had made his life more complicated and less useful in the quiet way he had once been. But he had a clarity he did not have that morning. He would not make himself whole by taking another's wound. As they passed by Elias' doorway, Jonah glanced back. The lamp in the window burned steadily. For a second he thought he saw Gideon through the glass, bent over a ledger like a man counting the cost of telling the truth. Somewhere within the room a jar tipped, not loudly, just a soft plink, and Jonah felt, absurdly, as if a small bell had sounded. It might be nothing. It might be everything. He held Mara's sleeve and felt the rope of her bracelet rough against his palm. He thought of the work ahead, lists to read, names to speak, rooms to enter with the care of someone who has promised to break no one further than necessary. He thought, suddenly and without adornment, of the fact that he would now be required to tell other people's truths in public, that he would have to feel their shame and anger and gratitude and confusion all at once, and that the ledger he carried would be a map for other people to read. He kept walking because there was nothing else to do, and because he was tired of standing still. The town around them was unchanged in its smaller ways. The fish sellers still shouted. The harbor council sign still hung on its door, but within it something had shifted. Jonah did not know if he had chosen the right thing. He only knew he had chosen a thing his hands could hold without crushing another's. And when, at the bottom of the quay, the sound of a drop jar finally broke as a tiny, sharp music glass on stone, Jonah heard it as both a consequence and a warning. He tightened his fingers around Mara's wrist, and together they moved toward the place where the town would have to begin reckoning with what had been kept, with what had been returned, and with the small, stubborn work of remembering. The backroom's door hung ajar as he passed. For a moment he thought to look back, to see the jars on their shelves, the neat tags that named old lives. He stopped only briefly and then let the thought go. It was not the sound of glass that haunted him most as he walked away. It was the small absence within himself, the steady hole of a shadow he could not find, and the sense that his choice would not make it return. He bent his head against the fog and kept moving, because in the end the only thing to be done was the slow, ordinary labor of asking people to hold what they had been given, to accept what they had lost, and to carry with them, together, the weight of all those days. Even as the quay swallowed the small sounds behind him, Jonah could not help thinking that tonight, when he lay beneath the lamplight in the little room he rented above the fish stall, the ledger would be there on the table like a small plea. He would open it, and he would begin to write the names that needed returning. The list would be long. The town would be more reluctant to sleep. He would be made necessary in a new way, less useful for smoothing and more necessary for naming. It was not comfort, but it was an answer, and for now that would have to be enough. At the edge of the harbor, a lamp winked out. There was a far-off shout and then a hush. Jonah tightened his grip on Mara's hand, and as they walked into the deeper mist, he felt the small, almost inaudible movement of the world turning towards something unresolved. Jonah had imagined the morning after his decision with a sort of schematic clarity, a series of neat results, a legible accounting of what would return and what would remain. He had thought of the ledger opened on his table like a map he could redraw, and of Elias' backroom emptied of the oddest jars. He had not, he discovered, imagined the small, irregular ways the town would make those consequences felt. He woke with the fog still layered against his window, a thin skin of salt across the glass. For a moment he simply listened, boats answering some distant horn, the hiss of tide against stone, and felt the new looseness in the way the room occupied him. He had expected liberation, perhaps like the air after a storm. Instead there was a fine, relentless ash, as if something inside the house had settled into a new shape and insisted on being known. When he stepped down to the quay he saw it immediately, faces changing as if certain arrangements in them had been altered by unseen hands. They were not always the softened, relieved faces he had become accustomed to producing. For some people the return of a recollection slid like a grain of sand into an old brace. It rattled them in ways that were visible and unglossed. Mrs. Holm pushed her market basket with both hands, knuckles whitened as always. Jonah had traded for her son a year before a life in which the boy's steadiness on the rigging mattered more than the burden that sat behind his motion. When the memory came back to the mother that morning, it did not arrive like a musical note. It came as a throat-closing sense of what she had done, and she stopped in the narrow lane to put her palm flat against the clapboard and breathe. Jonah thought of every hand he had touched in the manner of a craftsman. He had once believed himself, private and small, to be doing a tidy kindness, remove the jaggedness, allow people to smooth themselves into their lives. Now he watched that kindness and saw how it had rerouted more than edges. In Mrs. Holmes' pause there was a recognition, immediate and unclean, that what had been restored would not be neatly understood as wholly good. It was not all regret. In the morning Jonah still found himself occasionally rehearsing other names. As though identity were a garment one tried on, he met Thomas Reed at the fish stalls. The man stopped mid-step when Jonah called his name. For a breath he looked as if someone had taken 5 years off him, and a tenderness entered around his mouth. He clasped Jonah's forearm with something like gratitude and, a little uncertain, said, "Thank you, lad, for helping me remember him." He didn't say more because no more could be said. Memory returned had a borderland where speech felt inadequate. The first days after the decision passed in a stuttering rhythm. People returned to houses they had kept clean of certain recollections and found rooms that were not as they had arranged them. Some set about repairing what had been revealed. Letters read aloud, trunks opened, but others sealed themselves away, shocked by their own capacity for sorrow. Jonah moved among these disturbances with the same care he used when handling jars. His hands wanted to be useful in the old way and could not be. Instead he wrote, crossed out, annotated, and experimented with new protocols on the ledger's margins. Old Tilda visited him on the second afternoon with a kettle, and a look that had the flatness of someone who had watched many people try to become themselves again. "You did what you could," she said, offering a cup, and when Jonah hesitated as to whether that was praise she added, "It'll be messier than you think. But cleanliness isn't the point, child. Truth is. Even the bone-deep parts." Her voice had the casual cruelty of someone who loved the truth like a stubborn weed. Jonah did not argue. He had already learned that old Tilda kept no illusions about tidy endings. Elias' retreat was quieter than Jonah expected. There had been a scene in the back room, when Jonah had moved through its shelves, tags, the brittle whisper of paper, and he had heard the precise metallic of Elias arranging things as if order might absolve a heart. After Jonah's choice word got out in small ways, Gideon's scruples, a note from Faye slipped, a fragment of ledger left on a bench. Elias did not leave in shouts or spectacle. He wrapped jars, slid them into a battered crate, and, in the end, left a few behind to be catalogued by the council's procedural inquiry. One night Jonah watched from across a lane as Elias gathered his bundle and walked toward the western road. Shoulders not bent as in defeat, but as if carrying a weight he could no longer call his own. The town's response was not unanimous. Captain Lazaro sent a short, clipped letter saying that the port required certain steady hands and a certain kind of forgetfulness to function, and he asked for an accounting. He was not hostile, exactly, he was a man looking for an order that would not endanger his crew. Some merchant families wrote that they feared the resurrection of memories would undo commerce. Their letter was formal and edged with a measure of decorum Jonah recognized from many ledgers he himself had once copied. There were other, quieter reckonings. Gideon Pry's face paled at the market one morning. Jonah had not intended cruelty toward the clerk. Gideon had been a human who made choices, but when people saw how the ledger's fragments suggested an industry of extraction, Gideon became, in the distance, a pale thing to be pitied. He left town for a few days. When he returned he spoke less and moved slower. Faye Corcoran, on the other hand, met Jonah in the shadow of the rope bridge one night and offered him a small, torn envelope. Inside was a list of names, those whose shadows had been catalogued in Elias' deeper shelves. She had risked a good deal to pass it along and paid, in practical ways, for doing so. Elias' apprentices had tightened their circles and watched her more closely. Jonah wanted to thank her more than he knew how. People began to ask for the ledger itself in ways he had never anticipated. They wanted to see how trades had been recorded. Some asked because they wanted to know what had been taken. Others asked because they wanted assurances that, in the future, nothing would be removed without their knowledge. Jonah walked the narrow distance between transparency and the fear of harming private people. His ledger had been, for him, a way of remembering names, dates, the softest description of regret that let him match a new shadow. To put it on a public table would make those intimate descriptions communal. Old Tilda helped him, in small and practical ways, to find a middle ground, consent forms, a rewriting of language at the ledger's margins, a practice of recorded permission. He learned to write differently. He used fewer euphemisms. Instead of listing a sorrow as work-related wear, he asked the person to name the thing in their own voice, and wrote it down as recorded speech. If someone could not name it, they were invited to a different process, a conversation where Jonah's role was not to soften but to listen and to offer options. Those options, even as newly codified, sometimes felt like instruments of danger. Jonah found himself refusing trade's small refusals at first, then firmer because some recollections were not his to move. There were moments of plain gratitude. A woman Jonah had traded for years ago, her name escaped him for a moment. Memory plays tricks in these pages that are not meant to be tricks, came to the quay and took him by the wrist with both hands. "You gave me room," she said, "and now I have it back." Her eyes were wet with something that looked like relief and like apology at the same time. Jonah did not know whether to answer with the sort of speech he had practiced, short, serviceable, or with the sort of indulgent reassurance people sometimes wanted. He let the silence hold them both, and it felt, absurdly, like a new kind of intimacy. But restoration also brought frictions. In a narrow lane not far from the harbor, a dock worker Jonah had once helped came angry into the market, his face red and words like salt. "You took my wife's memory," he shouted, or rather he shouted at the idea of trades being reversed and at Jonah as the figurehead for flux. Jonah listened with a patience he had learned from old Tilda, palms folded together to show he meant no harm. He said, "I didn't take it. I tried to make a place for you to work." The man did not quiet. He grabbed a rope and walked away hard, leaving the town to choose sides in a dozen small ways that were not, Jonah learned, simply tidy. Mara was steady through all of it. She arrived each morning with a scrap of bread, and sometimes with a look that asked Jonah to be less apologetic to himself. They spoke in the evenings as they had before, but now there were more named words between them: consent, reckoning, responsibility. She would press the palm of her hand to the ledger and say things like, "You can keep the record skeleton, but the people who live in it should be asked first." She was blunt, and the bluntness was both fuel and cure. Jonah sometimes mistook her frankness for impatience, but its steadiness was a salve. Old Tilda and Jonah rewound certain trades on paper, rendering them as histories rather than erasures. Jonah added context to entries that once had been terse, who had witnessed the consent, what else had been said in the same breath, whether a person had returned later to ask for restoration. He invented a tiered process. Some shadows could be temporarily softened with explicit consent, tied to a time limit. Others required an extended conversation, witnesses, and a recorded note in the public ledger kept in the town hall for those who consented to such openness. The idea was small and domestic, make memory bearing visible enough so it could be handled rather than trafficked. There were other small, practical reforms. Captain Liz Harrow suggested that certain trades be forbidden for those who worked on dangerous runs without a censure process. The Harbor Council sent a minor official to consult on new regulations. The man walked the quay in stiff shoes and asked Jonah a series of procedural questions as if surveying a warehouse. Jonah answered as honestly as he could. He told them he did not know whether returning a memory was always the right thing. He told them he had been wrong to think he could be a universal healer. He spoke, haltingly, about his own missing shadow without theatrics. There was a hum of interest in the room at the mention of a boy who had no shadow. It was more curiosity than pity, and Jonah found that, in this small confession, he had given the town something it needed. A human face for the work they had been discussing in the abstract. Faye's fate was the sort that belongs to people caught between two loyalties. She had given Jonah names and paid for it by losing a degree of trust with Elias' remaining circle. Jonah watched her at the market, shoulders set as if she were balancing a burden. Once he caught her staring at a ledger page, and he thought he saw gratitude and fear in equal measure. He wanted to say thank you in a way that would not make her feel exposed. Instead, he walked over and patted her shoulder, an almost infantile gesture that made both of them laugh with a sudden self-consciousness. Elias' retreat did not end the need for decisions. Some jars remained on shelves that would be reviewed by the council. Others had been broken, their glass scattered, as if some exchanges had been too nimble to undo. Jonah sometimes woke in the night thinking of the particular tag he had once written. The words, so small they might have been a whisper. It keeps him from calling for her. He had once thought that whisper was a mercy, a way to keep a father working. Now he saw the whisper for what it also was, a removal of a trace that kept human shape. There were future costs Jonah could not, at first, foresee. Some people who had their memories returned delicately and, with consent, found that the memory behaved differently once it reattached. It did not sit like an object put back on a shelf, but sometimes arrived in splinters. A woman who had once been able to fold her grief into a rhythm of cooking could no longer manage the same motion. Another who had had a child's laugh return to him could no longer work a shift without stopping to weep. Jonah watched these changes and had to learn not to measure success in immediate productivity. He had to accept that the moral calculus was not utility but a long view of truth and accountability. Night after night Jonah went back to his room with the ledger. He turned each page with a reverence and a regret, and he tried to imagine how the same pages might be used by people to tell their own stories. He began with old Tilda's help to teach a few others how to keep such records, how to ask, how to record, how to refuse. The work made him feel useful in a new way. It also made him feel exposed. He had less to offer as a bomb in the old sense, and that left him oddly naked before Mara and the town. They ate supper on the rope bridge more than once that week, 2 plates, salt on their lips, rain beginning to feather the lamplight. Mara spoke of her brother and of the hollow that memory had left. Jonah told her bits of what he had changed in the ledger without being precise, his voice low and guarded. "You did not make them suffer to be noble," she said at one point, which meant both that she did not believe him capable of grand malice, and that she wanted him to stop self-flagellating. In the half-light their hands would find each other, not quite as an answer but as a promise to remain near. Toward the end of the week a small envelope arrived at Jonah's table. Inside was a short note from Gideon, written in a hand that had a new hesitancy. "I could not stand that we called it cataloging. It sounded like worship. I am sorry for what I kept quiet." Jonah folded the paper and read it again, and for the first time in months he felt a lightness that had nothing to do with the missing shadow, and everything to do with the fact that someone else had noticed and said sorry. On the quay a man Jonah had not seen in years paused and asked him a question about the ledger as if it were a map. Jonah explained the new consent practices slowly, and the man nodded with a look of complicated relief and curiosity. "So it's like keeping a habit of telling the truth," he said. "Yes," Jonah answered, "but it's also like learning to carry what you will not be rid of." He had the sense that this was not a final answer, but a small practice he could offer. The week closed on a night of low tide. Jonah walked the quay with the ledger under his arm and the fog thick enough to make the lamps a halo. He found Mara on the rope bridge, braid dark against her collar, and they stood for a while without speaking. Behind them, in a window across the quay, someone had hung an old photograph back on the wall where it had once been taken down. It was a small domestic defiance, a family portrait returned to a mantel. They heard a bell from the town hall, slow and official, and heavy with the promise of some public gathering. Jonah's stomach constricted. The council would meet. There would be questions and votes, and perhaps a kind of public acid that could sear as much as cleans. He thought of Elias in his layers of gray and of Gideon's small, culpable hand and of Faye's ink-smudged fingers. He thought of old Tilda's kettle and of Captain List's clipped letter. Mara caught his sleeve. "You'll go?" she asked. Jonah hesitated, yet the ledger under his arm felt heavier now with decisions already made. He had nothing to sell, not in the old sense. He had a record and a voice, and something he had learned to call a moral practice. "I'll go," he said. The bell sounded again, and its note rolled over the water like something that wanted to be answered. Jonah held Mara's hand and for a second allowed himself the private thought that perhaps being known was, after all, the point. Then he folded the ledger to himself and walked toward the town hall, the lamp-misted quay bending around him in a hush of expectation. The decision had been made. Now there would be a reckoning that would be public and unadorned. Jonah straightened his shoulders and walked on, the ledger against his ribs like a heart. The meeting would be tomorrow. The town would decide how public mercy should be, and whether memory might be something to steward rather than to trade. Jonah could not say how it would end. He could only take one step at a time and keep the pages warm with his hands. And still, late as he lay awake, he found himself waiting less for his own shadow than for the moment when someone would stand in the hall and say, aloud, what it felt like to have a memory returned. He wanted to hear the sound of the town admitting its faults aloud. Because he believed, in a way that frightened him, that truth in the open might be the only way to keep the harbor from hardening into a place where sorrow was only currency. The next day would ask the town to answer that. Jonah turned his face into the small dark and waited for dawn. Jonah had always thought of his ledger as a private thing. It was, in his mind, a small, red-bound rule-book written in a hand that trembled only when the weather did. He had kept it because memory without a record was a slippery thing. He had taught himself to write down not only names and exchanges, but the ways shadows sat in a room, the precise notes of a regret sharp or blunted, a spatter of rage, a long dull ache and the ritual that had softened it. He had put faith in that carefulness the way others put faith in nets or in the logic of tides, as an instrument for survival, for measured, practical charity. So the call to the harbor council felt, for Jonah, like a sudden widening of the ledger from a page to a table as big as the quay. The chamber where they had asked him to come was an old room above the customs house, a long table that had seen votes about mooring rights and fish tariffs, and until recently, not about the things that followed a person at dusk. The committee sat with papers and tea and a sensible air. They had asked for witnesses. The town had provided merchants with their ledgered complaints, a captain with a bitter voice, a mother with a husband who could sleep now. Jonah had expected subcommittee curiosity, perhaps an admonition from the harbor master. He had not expected to feel naked. He arrived early, as he had lately arrived anywhere too early, and with a sense of his habits not fitting the occasion. The room smelled of boiled tea and old wood and the faint tang of tar from a coat hung carelessly on a peg. Mara was there before him, as she often was for such things. She had a loaf wrapped in oilcloth and the steady, tied rope about her wrist that had always been a kind of promise. Old Tilda sat at the back, small and solid as a stone in the harbor, her hands in her lap. Mrs. Holm hovered near the doorway, fingers worrying a handkerchief. Captain Lizharrow came in later, coated with a quiet grievance like salt on skin. Elias Venn was there, too, not in the formal way the council had requested but as a member of the public. He had declined to give evidence but had not declined to sit where he might hear. Jonah felt the weight of his closed notebook across his knees like an accusation. The council clerk called names and the room took on the rhythm of civic deliberation. A local grain merchant spoke first, his voice middle-aged and raw with self-importance. He told a story of a delayed cargo. The helmsman forgot the turning lane, he said. It cost us 3 days and 2 crates. When a man cannot remember the line of his night, it becomes business. He tapped the table with a gloved finger. Another merchant spoke of a dispute between neighbors, a seam in a town that had once been held by shared grievance, now sutured by forgetting. Captain List's testimony was shorter, harder. It's simple, he said. When a sailor can't remember a ledge, he is a hazard. When he can't remember whether he swore that oath, then his sense of duty rots. We can't run a port by sentiment. His words were not unkind. They were the language of someone who had to measure risk in cargo holds and crew. No one in the chamber seemed to doubt the practical point. Jonah listened as his own work was reframed in ledger terms: losses, costs, liabilities. Mrs. Holm rose at the next prompt, her voice small, and reminded the room of softer things. She spoke, haltingly, of nights when her son would wake in a sweat and remember the thing that had kept him from his children's beds. He had been cruel then, she said, but their household had kept together because she could help him soften the sharpness. It made things possible, she said, and her voice carried. We repaired what would have split us. Jonah felt, at that point, the room shift along an axis he had not noticed. The debate was not merely about whether a trade had caused a delay on a quay, but whether a trade had allowed a family to remain intact. When the clerk turned to call Jonah, he found himself unsteady in a way the ledger's loss had not previously allowed him. He had expected to be asked to explain technique, how a shadow was loosened, how he chose replacements, but the questions, as they came, were steadier and narrower. The chair of the council asked him about consent. How did he ensure a person understood what they were being offered? Another member asked whether he kept records. A third asked whether he had ever refused a trade. These were the kinds of questions his ledger had been built to answer. Jonah spoke slowly. He kept his eyes lowered more than he ordinarily would, but he made himself look up when he had to. I asked them to say it aloud, he told them. Not just a promise, but a telling of what they'd like gone. I tell them what I think I can do, soften the edges, and what I think I cannot. I don't know how to make regret disappear without making them into strangers to what they did. I write what I do down so I can go back to it if needed. He felt his own hands tremble as he spoke the last sentence and imagined, for a moment, his neat ledger unwinding inward. Someone asked whether people always consented. Jonah remembered, in that pause, the woman on the quay who had signed under pressure, because she thought it would keep her son employed. The widow who had not thought at all they had all been willing in different and complicated ways. People consent, yes, he said, but consent is not always free of desperation. I ask for time when I can give it. We try to make it a ritual so that choosing is visible. He tried to explain the evening of light small lamps people left in windows as a symbol that they had given permission, but it felt like explaining a private liturgy in a formal court. Elias listened without expression. When the clerk asked him to comment, he only said, quietly, that cataloging had its uses, and that if the town wished to preserve its stories for future generations, an archive was sensible. Forgetting can be contagious, he said. We set together what to remember, so that the rest of us will not be left adrift. His voice was the voice of a man who had slept among papers, and had allowed himself to believe that arrangement could be a substitute for mourning. The arguments unfolded with the slow logic of tides. There were points made for regulation, mandatory records, public oversight, a register of trades, counter-arguments about paternalism, about the right of a household to handle grief as it chose. Captain List's practical examples were balanced by Mrs. Holmes' softer ones. Old Tilda, when she was called, did not grandstand. She told a short story of a midwifery that had been preserved by someone remembering, and of another event where a woman had nearly been robbed of a story that turned out, later, to be the shape of a child's small surprise. We cannot tidy grief like a cupboard, she said, nor can we leave it on the floor to trip the rest of us. There must be care. At one point Gideon Price shifted in his chair, and the room, like Jonah, noticed how the clerk had the ledger with Elias' neat hand in it, neat entries, dates as if they were teeth. The council murmured. A member asked whether there had been removals of shadows outside of the consensual rituals Jonah described. Gideon did not speak. Elias cleared his throat and, in a voice not unkind, argued that an archive would, if properly administered, offer a way to restore what had been desperate. We can return what has been misplaced, he offered, if the town will allow me space and trust. The offer landed like a stone into a shallow pond. The ripples were not all in the same direction. Some members of the council liked the efficient solution preserve and then restore. Others, thinking of power and who would keep keys in their hands, recoiled. The question the debate could not make into a single, clean sentence was this: who should be allowed to decide what counts as a memory worth keeping intact? And under what conditions could a town authorize the softening of grief? Jonah's testimony, such as it was, seemed to shift the balance not merely by what he said but by the feel it left. He did not ask for absolution. He described small things, the way a softened shadow let a mother sleep, the way a sailor's face smoothed, and yet sometimes lost a sharpness that had warned others. He told them of his ledger and why he had kept it. When a councilman accused him of being an amateur mediator of a very intimate thing, Jonah answered that he had learned in practice, and he named the rituals he tried to observe. His voice, tight as a knot, did not bend to righteousness or to denial. "I have been trying," he said at one point. "I have tried to make what I do accountable in the ways I could. I have not always seen the bigger effect, and for that I am sorry." There was a hush. Jonah felt his chest loosen a little. He had expected denouncement but had instead encountered the small, sharp mercy of being understood as fallible. Mara's hand on the bench beside him was warm and firm. She had not leaned in the whole time, but her presence steadied him. When the votes were called, they did not send the matter away with the neatness of a single decree. The council did what councils often do when faced with complex things: they compromised. They voted for partial regulation, mandatory registers of trades, clearer consent protocols, and community oversight committees that would include lay members such as old Tilda and Captain Liz. They refused, for now, to criminalize the practice. They also refused to hand Elias the institutional keys he asked for. Instead, they would charter a neutral room in the customs house where records could be kept and audited and where, with consent, certain older shadows might be stored until a community process could decide a method for restitution. The coda of the vote was procedural and quiet. The House agreed on guidelines for who could access records, on a required waiting period before a trade could be finalized in urgent situations, and on the institution of public notices for certain kinds of exchanges. For Jonah, the decision felt like both relief and invitation. It meant an end to some of the secrecy that had kept him safe. It also meant that his ledger would now be compared, perhaps, to other ledgers and to a standard. It meant that some of the trades he had made in soft light were subject to scrutiny, and that some regrets might have to be taken back into the aware world. When the chairman announced the compromise, someone in the room clapped, awkward and brief. Jonah wondered who else, out at the quay, would notice the change and what it would mean for the quiet economies of mercy that had tended to the town's nights. Elias stood and gathered his coat with the slow care of a man who had not expected to be fully refused, but who also had anticipated this partial rebuff. "We will abide by the town's will," he said, quietly. Gideon looked at Jonah for a long moment with something like shame in his face. Jonah did not know whether the shame would be followed by reparation. Outside, the salt air felt both clean and stinging. Jonah and Mara walked down from the council steps together in a silence that was not empty. Mara broke it first. "You did well," she said, shortly. "You said the right things. You did not flinch." Jonah wanted to answer with something grander than the truth. "I did what I had to do," he said instead. "I tried to tell them the ledger was more than a list." She looked at him for a long moment. Under the dim late sky, with gulls folding over the water, Jonah felt once again the odd intimacy of being seen. It was not the same as the old usefulness, when he could fix someone and go back to his jars. But there was a different sort of belonging, a public one, that demanded more of him. "It will be more work," Mara said. "And it will be worse in some ways. Some people will have to remember things they had been spared. But maybe it will be better, too, if we do it properly." They walked along the quay and the town took the council's decision as a thing that would now need tending. Jonah thought of his ledger, of pages he might now add context to, of entries he might need to annotate with the new procedures they had voted into existence. He felt, in the hollow left where his shadow should have been, a small expectation that perhaps this publicness would not be only exposure, but also a kind of remedy. As they reached the wharf, a young clerk from the customs office brushed past Jonah and dropped a small scrap of paper. Jonah stooped automatically to pick it up. It was a printed notice about the council's compromise, dates, meeting times, the name of the oversight committee. Someone had written in a different hand at the bottom, "Ledger audits begin next week." Beneath that, faintly, someone had scrawled a name Jonah knew too well then. The ink was smudged as if by a restless thumb. Jonah did not speak immediately. He folded the paper into his pocket and kept walking. The compromise had been made. The town had chosen partial regulation, a set of civic rituals to hold what had been held privately. But the scrawl under the official script was a small, stubborn thing that did not let him rest. He felt the way the chamber had felt at that hush, like the instant when a tide pulls back and shows the bones left behind. The public remedy had begun, and with it a new kind of work, to watch the watchers, to keep careful records, to make sure that the town's attempt to hold memory in common did not simply become another way of choosing what to forget. Mara's hand found his as they moved down the stones. It was an ordinary gesture, one friend taking another's fingers, in a town used to hands that did practical things for one another. But for Jonah it had the whole weight of a vow. "Come by tonight," she said. "Sit. We'll put the lamps out like you ask. If someone comes to ask for quick forgetting, we will ask them to wait. We'll make space." Jonah nodded. The quay smelled of iron and kelp, and the day cooled toward evening. The compromise had been hammered out with civic care. It would, in the weeks to come, mean work and discomfort, and the slow business of people deciding to remember again. Jonah understood, with a clarity that belonged more to his ledger than to his quiet heart, that his place in the town had shifted. He would no longer be a private hands-on healer, invisible in the night. He would be a participant in a public culture that meant, sometimes, letting grief be heavy in order for truth to have room. They passed a lamplighter who was not Jonah. The lamps on the quay were still being tended by the town. Jonah's small jars lay at home, waiting for a different kind of evening. He kept his fingers closed around the scrap of paper in his pocket. The scrawl of Ven would not leave him, nor would it let him rest from watching. As they reached the point where the water lipped against the stone and the town's noises thinned to gull and rope, Jonah felt the familiar chill where his shadow was supposed to be. It felt, that evening, like a space that someone else might try to fill with neat labels and tidy boxes. The council had chosen partial regulation. The harbor had chosen to try and hold memory together. Jonah, who had traded in the small mercies of private forgetting, now had to learn how to keep them honest in public. When they parted, Jonah watched Mara go up the lane toward her house, and he felt, for the first time in a long while, that his work might be less a solitary craft and more a civic duty. He understood, vaguely and fearfully, that the next weeks would bring ledger audits and committee meetings, and perhaps an unpleasant sort of truth being returned to those who had been spared. He had told the council the truth he could, and they had answered with a compromise that put the town's care on record. He walked toward the pier alone. The salt wind pressed at his coat and made his eyes water. From where he stood he could see the lamps being lit along the quay. They were ordinary lamplights, each one an evening of light in the ritual had described. He thought of the people who would turn them on now, not only as a private promise but as a public sign. The harbor's compromise would call them to do more than forget. It would call them to choose. He held the scrap of paper in his hand until the ink warmed to his palm, then let it fall into the dark water, where the tide could take it. It was not a grand gesture. It was simply that, for now, he did not know what to do with the name scrawled there. He had borne other people's losses for a long time. The council had voted, in its slightly bureaucratic way, to share that burden differently. As the lamps blinked on one by one, Jonah turned homeward. The ledger would need rewriting, annotations and new entries. There would be audits and perhaps accusations. There would be nights when a neighbor returned a memory and did not know how to carry it. The work ahead was larger than the jars he kept on his shelves. He felt a small, tremulous hope under the perpetual melancholy that had been his companion, that the town might learn to bear sorrow together rather than to tidy it away alone, and that, even without his shadow, he might find a way to belong that was not only functional but shared. At the top of the lane he paused and looked back once more. In the window of the customs house, someone had left a lamp. For a moment, Jonah imagined the ledger as a map of lights, some dimmed, some bright, all of them attended to by hands that had to be instructed to look. He turned and went down the stone steps, the click of his shoes a small, steady sound in the evening. And the chapter of the harbor's vote moved like a tide into the nights that would follow uneven, necessary, and not yet finished. The morning Jonah woke to do ordinary tasks, mending a fisherman's torn net, boiling a pot of tea. Waiting for the council to send word about a small new regulation, he found that he did not need to prove himself. The fog had the same slow, deliberate patience. It lay on the quay like a hand that could be set aside if one chose to, and the salt in the air tasted of habitual things, rope, fish, the faint iron tang of old locks. He had imagined that the period after the council's compromise would be a species of limbo, in which people would test the edges of what they had been given back or told to keep. He had imagined petitions and angry footsteps and the occasional, dramatic return of a father's remembered face. Instead, the town moved in small increments. People made appointments they kept, or they failed to keep them and later knocked at his door with a bowl of stew and an apology. They asked practical questions about consent. They wanted a ledger clause to mark what had been offered and what had been refused. The public arguments that had filled the hall a week earlier were now quiet conversations over coffered bread at the fish stall. Jonah found himself learning to do things that had nothing to do with matching shapes of regret. He had always kept his hands busy. It was how he made sense of regret, by measuring and fitting and wrapping, but these hands were now entrusted with smaller, looser work. Mara taught him how to splice a rope so that it would not fray again. She watched the way he held the twine and corrected him with a steady hand rather than with the kind of praise that made him uncomfortable. "No, not like that," she said at the quay one damp morning, the rope between her fingers. "You make it neat so it lasts. You don't make it neat so people think you did something clever." Jonah laughed once, a thin sound, and then began again. He liked the way her directions were not about him. They were about the thing and the town and the way work could be honest. When he handed the repaired net back to the owner later, the man's jaw had a loosened line. He sat on the bench across the way and ate the bread Mara gave him, its crust still warm, and thought that this exchanged no ledger, no shadow in motion. Only bread and a quiet thank you felt like an unrehearsed kind of intimacy that made him curiously light and strangely heavy at the same time. Their days came to resemble a pattern, chores together, a shared cup of tea, talk about the most uninteresting things so conversation could practice being easy. They spoke about the market's hours, about which boats had men who were steady for the season, about a leak in Jonah's roof that had been there since he could remember, and which he had always feared to ask anyone to help him mend. When he finally mentioned it in the middle of a sentence, Mara stood up, tied her rope bracelet, and said, simply, "Tomorrow." It was the simplest kind of promise, concrete, small, and not for barter, and Jonah felt something inside him relax, the way salt loosens on a scrim of cloth. He took the promise as a kind of permission to accept help. Acceptance, he discovered, required a practice. He had to say the words aloud and feel what it meant for another person to make a place in their day for him. Old Tilda, who had been waiting in the doorway of her shop with a tray of tea, watched them. Her shop smelled of lavender and damp linen and the faint, innocent must of things put away with the intent to remember them. She had listened to the council debates in the back of the hall with the same exactness, she applied to births and names and long dead winters. She had said little in public, but her silence had the weight of a full-bodied opinion. "You've both been very useful in a new way," she told Jonah while folding the edge of her shawl over her hands. She did not smile. Useful is not the same as being used. Keep that distinction in mind. Jonah had wanted to ask whether he had been used, and by whom, and whether memory that had been given back would be kinder or crueler now, that it could not be smoothed away. Instead, he wiped his palms on his trousers and asked, more humbly, "How do you keep from making things worse?" Old Tilda's eyes fixed on a jar of preserved feathers on the shelf. She tapped the glass with a knuckle as if listening for the right answer. "You make rules for yourself you can live with," she said finally. "And you make them with other people. That way the cost is shared, and the duty does not sit alone on your shoulders." Jonah liked the simplicity of that: rules shared, duties distributed. He had been used to carrying everything alone, not necessarily because he wanted to, but because solitude had been a clearer, cleaner way to live, measure, execute, depart. To live with others now meant that his ledger could be something other than a list of transactions. He began the slow work of rekeeping it. He sat at his small table in the room that overlooked the quay and opened the notebook. The pages had always felt less like paper and more like a map of his conscience. For years he had written names there and inked shapes and small costs the coin exchanged, the promise of a night of light. Now his hand hesitated. He found himself drawing new headings: consent, returned, refused, notes on what remained. He wrote in a different language, not what had been taken, but what people wanted to hold. Mara pushed a chip bowl of stew toward him. "Eat," she said. "You look like you need it more than the ledger." He ate with the deliberate slowness of someone who is learning the taste of ordinary food after a long absence. Conversation drifted and returned like the tide to the same small points: the leak in his roof, old Tilda's warning, their shared plan to mend Jonah's patched coat, which had seen better seasons. The talk took the shape of work and not confession. He liked this. He disliked how much he liked it. When he told her, finally, that the ledger felt different, a thing he could now mend, rather than merely use, Mara's face shifted from blunt practicality to something like careful pleasure. "You keep it like you do the things in your pockets," she said. "Not a place to hide things, a place to find them." That phrasing stayed with him through the week. He met people who had the courage to take back small things they had traded unwisely. A widower who had asked Jonah to soften the slant of a remembered quarrel came around one day with a box of tools, and offered to teach Jonah a knot he didn't know. Jonah could not help thinking about the father who had come back more present, but with a blank space around his son's name. He thought of how that man then sat longer at the table that day. The gratitude he showed was less about the exchange than about the repair of the pattern of his life. There were also those who refused the return of memories. A woman from the fish market who had once asked Jonah to remove the heat of a festering memory came by and said, "Leave me what I have now." She would not reclaim what she had lost. Jonah never pressed. He had learned, by now, that the shape of someone's refusal could be as meaningful as their consent. A practical matter arrived with its own ordinary drama. Captain Liz Harrow, who had a dislike for anything that interfered with the running of the port, appeared at the quay and spoke to Jonah with his usual bluntness. "We've got men who remember wrong now," he said. "That's a public matter, not something to be kept in a ledger. You've got to help us build a way to make it sensible." Jonah felt the old reflex to answer in the language of craft: "This is how I do it. This is how I match." Instead, he found himself speaking differently. "We are making something that will be tested by ordinary life," he said. "People will need clear forms of consent and a place to keep what they choose to remember. But we must not treat memory as a commodity to be haggled over in the hall. It's not only about efficiency. It's about being honest with one another." The captain grunted. "Honesty's all well and good until the tide takes the truth and leaves us with a mutiny. Then we'll build ways to remind ourselves," Jonah said. "Small, structural things. A day when people come and say what they want and sign. A record kept not to hide but to help. This was not the defiant speech the town had expected of a boy once known for making things lighter. It was, instead, the sort of practical argument that suited the harbor's rhythms. When the captain left, he had not smiled, but he had not objected either. Small victories gathered like pebbles. Jonah and Mara continued to make their life of small things. They fixed windows in the morning, shared a pot of stew at noon, unknotted a rope at dusk. There were days when the ledgers sat closed for most of the light, and then had a single new entry in agreement between neighbors to remember a child's first laugh, with the note that the record would be held jointly. There were also evenings when the memory of what he had done for others came to him like a half-formed dream, and a dull ache settled in the base of his skull. He would then take a walk alone along the quay, watch the lanterns blink, and wonder whether the people he had changed for the better had also become smaller in his eyes. One afternoon, old Tilda called him to her shop. She had a small parcel wrapped in cloth and a thin, certain look on her face. "You have been doing the right thing with that book of yours," she said. "But I want to give you something else." She unwrapped a length of thread finely spun, blue as the water at dusk. "People need anchors," she said. "You can't give them back everything. Some things need to be kept like knots in a net. They hold the shape." Jonah accepted the thread like someone receiving a tool he had not known he required. "What do I do with it?" he asked. "Use it to bind a page," she said, "not for secrecy, for a place to write the things that are restored. And mark it with dates, the names of who asked, and why. Make it a public thing, not a ledger hidden like a private trade." It felt odd to make public an intimacy that had once been bought in whispers. Yet the thought of setting a stitched record on a shelf for anyone to see where a neighbor might read that a man had asked for his anger back, or that a woman had chosen to keep her forgetfulness brought Jonah a small relief. If memory could be held openly, perhaps the town could learn to carry it together, rather than let it sit on a single person's shoulders. The work of living between tides is not dramatic. It is a sequence of small acts that press against the shape of you. Jonah learned to ask for a hand with a leaking roof. He learned to bring his own kettle to old Tilda when she needed it. He learned the peculiar satisfaction of making a bowl of stew for someone else, and not expecting anything in return. These were the ways his life grew dense again, not with trades and exchanges, but with a network of small reciprocal obligations. There were nights when the absence of his shadow returned like a dull drum beat. He would stand by the window and look down at the quay, where the light from the lamps made small islands, and feel that hole where shade should be. Yet when he turned away from that emptiness and saw Mara asleep with her hand across her chest, or when he opened the ledger to add a new public stitch, the grief became a background noise rather than an all-consuming tide. He could hold it and still move. On a week when the wind had a hard edge and the sea pushed close, Mara asked him something he had not expected. They stood on the rope bridge, lanterns clicking like soft teeth, and watched the harbor's steady work, a crew hauling a line, a boy tying a knot wrong and starting again. "Do you think you'll ever go back to doing the old thing?" she asked. Jonah had to think of the men had seen with returns and the ways some faces had more lines now, as if remembering had put new creases in them. He thought of Elias Ven's catalogues, neat rows of jars that named pieces of life, and of how that order had almost anesthetized the town. He thought of his ledger, of the blue thread, of old Tilda's voice telling him to build rules he could live with. "I'm not sure there's anything to go back to," he said, finally. "Not in the same way. I can help stitch things together, I think. I can help build the ways to keep what people choose. But the making of people lighter, it's not the same. People have to live with what they take back. They have to learn how to carry it. And will you be able to stay near them when they do?" she asked. He wanted to say yes in the easy way he once had, but his yes would not have been honest. He had, after all, once kept sorrow for other people as a way to keep himself useful and unseen. "I'll try," he said. "That's the best I can promise." She reached out then and touched his hand, not the kind of touch that implied barter or a bargain, but a practical placement of skin against skin. It was small. It was not dramatic. It was the kind of contact that said, I will put my hand here when you need me, and we will both carry ordinary things. The chapter of their life did not close with a neat scene. There was no single resolved reconciliation with the town, no grand gesture that made everything whole. Instead, there were sequences of ordinary days in which people learned to speak, to sign, to accept or refuse what had been offered, and to live with the consequences. At the end of a day thick with wind, Jonah closed his ledger and threaded the blue string through a fresh page. He wrote the names of a woman who had reclaimed a daughter's laugh, and a man who had refused to take back a quarrel. He left room between the lines so that others might add their notes. The ledger no longer had the furtive ink of a secret market. It was a book that could be opened by anyone who came with a small request and a willingness to speak plainly. He took the book down to the quay with Mara at his side. Lanterns blinked against the fog, and the sounds of the harbor were a low machine hum. He saw neighbors in their doorways, saw the captain's squat figure talking to a crewman about schedules. He felt the ledger heavy and light, at once a weight of names that belonged now to the town as much as to him. When he looked at Mara, she smiled with a small, factual pleasure, the kind that had nothing to do with triumphant endings and everything to do with a job done with care. He answered with a look that asked for nothing and offered a lot. Between tides, he thought, one learns to hold things steady for each other. Across the quay, someone began to sing a low, unpracticed tune that a child had learned from a grandmother. It broke the hush of the evening. Jonah heard it and felt, for a moment, the whole of the town in a single fragile sound. He did not feel healed. He felt tethered. The ledger under his arm was not a tool of erasure any longer. It was a record of a community's attempt to be honest. As the lanterns blinked and the fog made silver of the ropes, Jonah found himself willing to let the hole where his shadow had been remain the shape it was, so long as he could be present in other ways. It was, he knew now, a different usefulness. It might not protect him from loneliness, but it offered a way to be known. They started toward the rope bridge together. The night breath smelled of salt and coal. Behind them the town carried on with its small, human tasks. Jonah kept his hand close to Mara's, not to hide but to be held. Ahead, lights blinked like small decisions waiting to be taken. He felt a kind of melancholy punctuated by a hopeful steadiness. The future, he understood, would be built not of single, grand trades, but of the many small acts that make a life shared and not bought. They reached the bridge and paused. Jonah looked down into the water that reflected lanterns and the blurred outlines of passing boats. The quay hummed. He thought of old Tilda's thread, of the captain's ledger, of Elias Ven's backrooms which, for all their order, had neglected to build a structure for repair. He had made choices that altered the town had altered him in return. Mara squeezed his hand once and said, "We'll see how it goes." "We will," he agreed. Behind the promise, and not loud but not quite hidden, there was a question still hanging about how people would learn to be with what they had chosen to remember, and how Jonah would come to be known without the shadow that had once marked him. It was a question that would not be answered in a single season. It would unspool through slow days, through the tightness of winter and the thaw of spring, through nights of argument and mornings of plain, repetitive kindness. They stepped onto the bridge as a wind moved the lanterns, and for a moment the fog closed around them like a clasp. Lanterns winked. Somewhere a door shut. The ledger in his satchel felt like a small repository of possibility. Jonah watched the light breathe across the water and thought, it is enough, for now, to be moving forward together. The chapter ended not with resolution, but with the quiet motion of two people walking back into the town's slow life, the ledger between them, and the promise of many small days ahead. The hook remained, a question of whether the town could sustain an ethics of shared memory, and whether Jonah, who had once kept sorrow for others, could find belonging without returning to the methods that had cost him his own shadow? The tide would take its time answering that question, and they would learn to live while it did. Jonah had come to think of the harbor as something that measured time not by clocks but by shifts, the tide that moved men's work, the low bell for the fish stalls, the listless day that followed a council meeting. The days after the hearing passed in that small metric, with Jonah waking to the same fog and to the new responsibilities that had settled on him like an added cloak. There were no drums, no sudden public triumph, only the quieter, slower work of rearranging how the town inhabited its own memory. On the morning after the vote, he found himself at old Tilda's shop with a cup of bitter tea cooling between his palms. The shop was smaller than he remembered in the weeks before he had lost his shadow. Boxes of dried herbs, a drawer of smooth bones, a shelf of jars with things pinned inside like small sacrifices. Tilda sat at her table with the ledger spread between them, the pages open to the section where Jonah had first learned to record a trade, names, the shape of the regret, the terms. Now, beneath Tilda's careful hand, those terms were changing. There were now lines to note consent, to mark whether a family had been told about the possible return of a memory, places set aside for witnesses' signatures. It had to be written down, Tilda said finally, and her voice sounded as ordinary as the creak of her chair. People needed something to touch when their heads were full of fog. She tapped the page with a finger that trembled slightly. You did not make the fog, Jonah. You made paths through it. But paths without signs get people lost. We put signs. Jonah looked at the inked lines and felt something he had not been able to name, a relief that looked too like sorrow. He had thought the ledger a map of depths and comforts, a private geography between him and the town. Now it was to be a public instrument, and that made his hands feel both lighter and oddly more exposed. They began the work that day, not the grand acts of restitution he had once imagined reclaiming enormous, identity-shaped shadows in a single, defiant moment, but the slow economy of consent. A ritual to accompany each return was drafted, a small ceremony that involved the person whose memory was to be returned, a witness who had not profited from the trade, and a written record explaining the possible consequences. There was a line to note if the person had been warned that the returned recollection might bring sharp pain or practical difficulty, if, for instance, a sailor would now remember a shoreline that might make him reckless on a certain route, or a mother would now remember a child who no longer lived. The first family to request a return came sooner than Jonah had expected. They were a pair who had bought a softened shadow months before, a baker and his wife who, in the aftermath, had laughed more at morning prayers and given their customers bread with a steadier hand. They had come to Jonah's table looking as though they had rehearsed what to say. We thought the ease was kindness, the wife explained, fingers twisting at the hem of her shawl. But now I find I am polite in a room where I once would have spoken. We thought forgetting would stop the H. But there are things to be said, and we would like them back. It was not a simple reversal. Jonah had learned by then not to offer consolation in a single breath. He explained the ritual, the witness, the recorded warning, an hour of quiet after the return in which the family could talk with Tilda or another appointed keeper. The husband pressed both hands on the ledger when he signed their signatures small, the ink set with a slow finality. When the memory returned, it did so like an object rediscovered in a room you had convinced yourself belonged to another. The woman suddenly knew the pitch of her late mother's voice and remembered the color of a scarf she had given away. She wept in a way that left her face clearer, the tears making tracks through salt-swept grime. They did not look happier. They looked altered, rerouted into weather that the rest of the town could not ignore. Others found the return rawer. A dock worker who had been given a lighter shadow, and who now remembered a promise he had made to his brother, felt anger, and then sharp regret. He struck his palm against the mast of a boat and apologized to no one, screamed a private vow that was heard by several men. Some merchants, who had purchased forgetting as a kind of tidy commodity, now found their customers watching them with a new wariness. The social fabric, which had been altered gradually by Jonah's old trades, now rearranged itself with a ragged seam. There were dinners that finished in silence and small gatherings, where people dared not bring up yesterday's subject for fear that it might unspool what had been artfully tamed. Elias's retreat was quieter than anyone expected. For a while after the council, he continued to appear in the shop rows as if to keep ordinary hours. Then he visited less often, his gray coats folding around him like a deliberate absence. He came one afternoon to Jonah's doorway not to confront, not to bargain, but to return a small bundle of tags and a single ledger page, folded neatly. "I kept things as if keeping would mean I would not lose them," he said quietly, and Jonah, who had stood in the doorway feeling the damp of the day on his ankles, thought he saw grief as a kind of careful madness passing through Elias's face. "You thought you were saving people from being undone," Jonah said, choosing words as someone might choose bread and cheese from a counter. His voice was steady, the kind of steady that comes from practice. Elias looked at him with a small, rueful smile. "Perhaps I was saving myself," Elias answered. The record felt like a lifeline. When everything else was sloppy and vanished, I had the catalog. I could point to it and say, "There is order." It kept certain sober terrors at bay. But order is not the same as love. There was no dramatic renunciation. Elias folded himself into a quieter life, his footsteps becoming less frequent on the quay. He allowed some of his apprentices to go fey among them, though not without difficulty. Her coming and going in the weeks that followed felt like a test the town was still taking. People observed her, then turned away, then watched again. She bore the suspicion, and sometimes a small gratitude, as if part of her had been spent in the service of change, and could not be reclaimed in the same form. Gideon Pry, who had handed Jonah ledger fragments in a way that had looked like a slow unburdening, lingered in town. He attended the council debates not as counsel but as a wary man who had seen the inventory go wrong. There were days he would watch the waves, and then return to his small room where he made lists that no longer included names of traded shadows. He would walk past Jonah and drop his gaze, a man in a half-forgiven state. And Jonah found that the work he had been given now required more speech and less concealment. He had to explain to a harbor of people that to keep someone's memory safe was not always kindness, and that uncovering it would not guarantee repair. He sometimes felt as though he was speaking for two kinds of town, the pre-trade town that wanted simple mercy, and the post-trade town that had to accept sharper complexities. He had, in a sense, become a translator between those who wanted forgetting and those who now had to endure remembering. When he met Mara in the afternoons, their conversations had a different texture. They met no longer as two people sharing the same small jokes, but as two people with a growing mutual obligation. They had chores to do together, mending a sail, cleaning a salted board, carrying fish baskets, and these small practicalities became the medium through which they negotiated what it meant to be near one another. Mara would press a slice of cold bread into his hand or tell him the news from the fish stalls, who had asked for a memory back, who refused, who had been made furious by a returned recollection. "You make things hotter than they were," she told him once as they sat on a step, while the harbor murmured behind them. "But I think it is better to have a real heat than to be warmed by a lamp that hides smoke." Jonah learned to say less, and to be present in ways that were not transactions. At night he sat with the ledger and listened to the town. There were still people who sought what he had offered before, softer shadows, the ease of a life without a particular sting. Jonah refused some of those requests now, or he insisted on rituals that made the choices explicit. The ledger had a new page for every return, and the pages began to thicken with cautions and witness signatures. He found that the act of recording itself changed what it meant to trade. To see a name and the terms beside it in ink made it harder to think of a memory as a mere commodity. Old Tilda visited him sometimes, bringing jars of something she called night-calming oil and speaking of the ways the body keeps time. People will come back to the water, she said once, fingering the edge of his notebook. They will be surprised by how the past sits inside them. It will be heavy or it will be light, but it will be theirs. That is a strange mercy. Jonah would look at the notebook and think of the many small deaths recorded there, how he had once removed fear like grime, how he had given the washed versions back with a soft ribbon. Now he wrote that the ribbon must be described, must be shown as ribbon and not as a rasher. On one slow afternoon, a woman came to Jonah whose edges were still raw from a return. She had asked for a shadow to be returned because she wanted to remember a voice. But the memory had reintroduced a man who had been cruel. She told Jonah she could not sleep and that when she closed her eyes she saw the man's face. "Why did you make it possible for me to be given this?" she demanded in the kitchen where he listened. Her hands were trembling. "I thought Jonah did not offer an apology that would make things smaller." He sat across from her and said, instead what he had learned to say, "Because you asked for what was yours. I thought you needed the truth, and I thought you could hold it." She made a face that was part gratitude and part accusation. "I cannot hold him," she said. "I did not know how to hold that." That exchange stayed with him. It threaded into the ledger and into the town's new etiquette, a caution that consent was not a cure. He began to teach the watchers, those who would witness returns, how to speak and how to listen. The rituals involve more than signatures. There were moments of silence to let the newly returned memory settle. There were designated people to help the returned person find practical bearings if a recollection altered their habits. They were small things, a neighbor assigned to sit with someone the first night a memory came back, directions to anyone whose recollection involved roads, where they might now be unsafe. These were not elegant solutions, they were stitches. There were consequences Jonah had not predicted. Some people, confronted with returned recollection, stopped coming to the market as they had done. They were overwhelmed by the particulars of a life they had not chosen to revisit. Others felt braver. A small group of women began to meet and read letters aloud that they had recovered, not to perform pain but to hold it together. The harbor's rhythm changed, as did the way the town spoke about one another in passing. There was more looking, as if people wanted to know whether the neighbor who had once smiled was still the same when they now bore the remembered weight of loss. Alias's withdrawal left a space that was not immediately filled. There were those who wanted the world tidy again, who missed the easiness of a transaction that erased consequence. They formed a small, private contretemps, arguing that the cataloging had prevented greater disorder. The debate did not end in a pitched battle. Rather, it rearranged relationships and obligations. Jonah found himself both resented and sought. Some accused him of having set the town on a course it could not follow. Others came with small, private thanks. The residue of the old trades remained, like old paint beneath new. Some things could not be recovered entirely, a childhood habit that had been smoothed out, the way a man used to tilt his head when he spoke of an absent son. Those small marks persisted. Jonah learned to speak of limits with care. His ledger now contained notes like margin signs, small admissions that some returns might change but not wholly restore a life. It was in these liminal months, when the town was learning to carry reopened grief, that Jonah found himself less a broker and more an ordinary neighbor. He showed up to help mend a net. He stood with Mara at the stall and handed a fish to a child whose mother had just remembered her father. He taught a young clerk how to note a witness's name with steadiness. His usefulness changed from being a private artisan who eased sorrow to being someone who helped the town hold what it had decided to keep. The ledger, for all its new solemnity, remained on his table as a reminder, lines of ink that could not unmake what had been smoothed away. When he closed it at night, he felt the same melancholy that had been there when he first began, the sense that life is made of fragments you cannot always reconcile. But there was a new steadiness to the melancholy, a recognition that some residue is not merely loss, but the place where responsibility and love meet. Sometimes, when the fog pressed low and the quay lights blinked like waiting things, Jonah would kneel and run his hand over the wood where a shadow used to fall. There was no miraculous return. There were instead small, ordinary continuities, a neighbor bringing him soup, Mara's hand finding his, old Tilda's lullaby through the wall. He found that belonging had changed its terms. It was quieter and less complete, but it had warmth. And yet the chapter did not end with tidy repair. On a night when the tide was low and the town slept with the muffled breathing of an old animal, Jonah received a note slipped beneath his door. It had no name. The paper was a scrap from a ledger, and on it a single sentence had been written in a hand he did not recognize. There are still some shelves no one has checked. He looked at the line under the lamplight, felt the cold from the window, and understood that the work was unfinished. He had altered the town's practices, and he had helped some people carry what they had asked for. But there were, perhaps, other residues, small shelves and corners where old things waited. He closed the door gently and set the lamp to burn a little longer. The ledger lay open on his table, and for the first time in a long while he found his fingers not recording trades but making a list, names to visit, shelves to examine, people to speak with about consent that had yet been ignored. He was no longer the boy who removed regret like dirt, and he would not be that again. The horizon of his task had shifted. He would not tidy the town into ease. He would not claim to cure what had been lost. He would, instead, learn the slow business of bearing testimony, of making space for memory, and for the work that such memory required. Jonah folded the scrap into the ledger and placed it beneath a stack of pages marked to ask. He blew out the lamp, and when the darkness came the harbor was a hollow thing that seemed to breathe. He stood at the window for a long time, listening to the water's measured sound, and felt, for one thin instant, that the shape of belonging might be found not in what he could take away but in the occasion he offered others to keep hold of whatever made them human. Outside, a bell called a late watchman to his post, and a dog barked twice as though in answer. Jonah turned away from the window, and with his hands lighter in some ways and heavier in others, went to bed. The ledger waited, the town waited. The residue remained difficult, stubborn, and necessary, and Jonah understood that the reckoning would go on. He had set down a course, and, like all courses, it would be changed by the tides. He slept with that small knowledge and the sense of a work that would not be finished in a single night. When morning came, there would be more visits, more signatures, more anger and gratitude braided together. He would walk to the quay with his notebook and his new measures of care. But before that, as the fog thinned, there was the sharpest of quiet hooks, a knock at the door in the hour just before dawn. Jonah rose, feeling the ledger's weight in his chest, and crossed the room. He did not know yet if the knock would bring fresh complaint, or the return of a particular shadow. He only knew that the town, like the water, kept moving, and that he had, at last, learned that moving together was the work he was asked to do. Jonah worked by the lamp until the flame looked less like light and more like a proposition, something small and steady that would not, by itself, mend what had been undone but might, if attended to, make the shape of responsibility visible. The attic room over the alley smelled of paper and salt. The window was half fogged where breath and night had settled against the glass. He had begun that evening with the intention simply to tidy, to make the ledger legible again after the scrape of many hands and the dust that had crept into the spine. He ended, 2 hours later, with a different ledger entirely. For the first part of the night he moved along the pages as he had always done, with that particular care people who work with fragile things learn. He read the names aloud under his breath sometimes, to hear how they sat in his mouth. Mrs. Holmstrict, thin-lipped. Thomas Reed is now lean in ways he had not meant to be. Captain Liz Harrow, a man whose sobriety was paid for in the strictness of his gaze. The entries had once been serviceable lists, date description, fee shadow taken, replacement given. They were in their neatness, an economy and a convenience. Now those same black lines felt like excisions. Jonah traced a finger along a name and felt the memory of the person who had asked him to carry something lighter for a season. The first thing he did was to draw a new column. He ruled it with a pen that left a faint blue line on the yellowing page and titled it in a careful hand, Context. Under it he began to add why the trade had been arranged at all. A widow's late-night tremors were not just a clause of sorrow. They were the ticking of a loss that kept her hands from sleep. A sailor's forgetfulness was not merely an absence but a safety risk for a crew. He wrote these things down, which was to say he allowed the ledger to confess what he had kept apart from its paper. The human reasons that had led people to stand in the fog and make bargains. He added another heading then, because the first felt almost too easy. Anchors, he wrote. There were shadows that ought never to have been moved, he decided. There were anchors to identity children's lullabies, the particular sound of a lover's laugh. Gestures that held a life together, that could not be smoothed without costing something essential. Under anchors he flagged the entries he thought should be considered inviolate and, beside each, he wrote his thinking. It is possible, he noted beside one, to soften the sharpness of a single night without removing the shape of the whole story. It is not possible to transplant the story to another body without bankruptcy. When old Tilda came the next morning, she came bearing teacups and a skeptical look that Jonah had come to respect as his truest mirror. She stood in his doorway, not commanding but present, the lines at the corner of her eyes, giving her face the gravity of someone who had seen grief arranged in many domestic forms. You let it sit too long, she said, but there was no sting in it. Not the ledger. You let the town believe you could take on too much. Jonah made a small sound that could have been a laugh. I thought I was making room. You did. You made room for forgetting. But you also made room for things that needed to be kept little and true things. That is the difference. They sat among old Tilda's shelves where jars held preserved things, a button with a smear of blue thread, a threadbare ribbon, a little card with a child's scrawl. The shop smelled of dried bay and lemon peel. Jonah laid the ledger on her counter and watched her fingers, surprised by how quickly she read the handwriting. She did not need to be taught to see the undertone of a line. There must be a ritual, she said finally. You cannot ask someone to forget unless they are counted present in the choice. Jonah had been thinking roughly the same. He told her of the new columns and the anchors. He told her, in the small, guarded way he had when he spoke of work, how some trades had later looked like theft to him. He left out things he could not yet say, aloud how the ledger felt like a body of its own, and how the absence of his shadow had made the pages less of a tool and more of a confession. Old Tilda hummed. Make them speak then, she said. Make them say the shape of what they are offering. Witness it. A signature of breath, if you will. A signature of breath. Jonah repeated, because the sound of the phrase pleased him. Let each trade be spoken and witnessed, she explained. Let someone who is not you stand by. Let the ledger hold the words people used. Put a consequence on the page. If you give away that thing, what are you giving up? Who will know? And this is the most important, put away back, where possible. Not always, but where possible. The ritual they devised was embarrassingly small and, to Jonah's surprise, almost domestic. A succinct formula read by the person offering the regret. I named the thing I would relieve. I asked to be eased for the following reasons, followed by a witness mark and a written note of duration and cost. If a shadow was to be offered for a temporary reprieve, that term would be explicit. If a shadow seemed to be an anchor, the ledger would refuse the trade and record the refusal, with the witness noting why. They tested it that afternoon with a woman Jonah had known only by the tremor of her hands when she paid her fees. The woman sat at old Tilda's table, the light of the window catching the frayed edge of her gloves. She spoke in a thin voice, not theatrically but plainly, of the nights she woke thinking again of the boy she had lost to the sea. She said she wanted a lighter sleep. She said she did not wish to hand over the boy's laughter because the laughter, even in her sorrow, had kept a corner of him alive. Old Tilda asked for a witness. Mara, who had come by with a basket of bread and stood at the threshold because she smelled the tea, agreed. She signed with a quick, rough mark, then read back a sentence into the quiet. This woman names her wish to sleep easier, but insists on the preservation of the boy's lauder. The ledger took the sentence like a small, damp sponge. They left the ledger open that night on the table at old Tilda's, as if its pages themselves wanted to be seen. Jonah slept less for a week, wakeful in that particular way of people making new habits of attention. He rose with the light and wrote again, redacting some of his own earlier entries with a heavy hand. Some lines he crossed out to show that they were no longer to be acted upon. Beside others he wrote notes of caution. He began adding a small symbol to interlaced circles to mark trades where return might be possible. Word moved like fog through the town. The change was not sudden, nor dramatic. It was the sort of thing that happened by small insistence. A woman who had once traded away a name for the sake of quiet came back to old Tilda to ask, not angrily but worriedly, whether she could have a part of it returned. A dockhand who had found his hands steadier came to Jonah with a list of the things that had been made blank in the wake of his relief. The list was short but glaring, a map of a lane, a joke shared with a lover, a small word of affection. Jonah read it and felt a weight he could not shift without altering another person's life. Mara proved the most useful teacher of all. She did not have Jonah's neat pens or Tilda's ceremonial patience, but she had habits that kept her steady in communal labor. She taught fishermen to make a mark that was legible even in cold hands. She taught women in the market to ask a follow-up question that forced people to name what giving up would mean. She insisted on common sense. "It isn't about making people suffer," she said once when Jonah worried aloud. "It's about asking them to take what they do and live with it. You're asking them to be honest, Jonah. That's not cruel. It's necessary." There were resistances. Some of those who had depended on what Jonah once offered with such private promptness resented the new slowness. They came to the quay and asked why Jonah had been given over to talking and ritual. They wanted the old bargains, a night of light and a coin, and then the morning without dread. Jonah could not give it to them now, without the ledger recording a certitude he did not believe in. For the first time in his work, he began to refuse people. He refused in small ways. At first, the man who wanted to forget the shape of the rusted rope had used it as an excuse to avoid his daughter, and then in clearer terms. Each refusal was a small fracture and also a small, necessary setting of a boundary. Gideon came to him with a delicate, fidgeting tray of papers. The clerk's face had that trained look of someone who lives by order, and yet it was unsettled. He had worked for Elias for years and knew how to catalog. He could, Jonah realized, show them the precise taxonomy of how shadows had been taken and stored. Gideon gave Jonah a list of old tags, the kinds of names Elias had used for more rarefied memories, and the list felt to Jonah like a small instruction manual for how not to proceed. They sat together in the back of old Tilda's and considered the language of Elias tags, formative, core, origin. The words themselves bore the weight of an ideology Jonah no longer wanted to adopt. Faye began to spend afternoons in the doorway of the shop. She no longer slipped ledgers from Elias' room in the way she had once done, or at least Jonah no longer assumed she did. She had been through enough to understand that what they were trying now would make enemies. She offered practical help without flourish, running lists, standing as a witness on mornings when the market was loud, translating the careful bureaucraties of Gideon's fragments into something a fishwife might understand. In time, Jonah began to teach. He taught old Tilda formalizations of his notation. She taught him what it felt like to refuse even when mercy tugged at the other side of the scale. He taught Mara how to read his ledger in ways that made sense by touch and by speech, and Mara, in turn, taught him how to make his instructions short and plain. There was an awkwardness to the first lessons. Jonah, who had always inhabited the ledger as a private archive of other people's needs, found it strange to have eyes other than his own reading the things he had once kept secret. He was surprised by the warmth of seeing someone else underline a line he had written, or the way Tilda's finger would halt on a sentence, and then nod as if the page had finally said aloud what needed to be said. The Harbor Council's compromise had already shifted the town's posture when they began to learn Jonah's method. That change mattered less than the way ordinary people began to place greater care between sorrow and its remedy. A few trades were undone, in the gentle sense that people were told finally what had been altered in them, and were given the chance, sometimes, to take back a piece. These returns were not cinematic, they were slow, awkward, sometimes bitter. The woman who asked for the return of her son's laughter found the cadence of her speech slightly altered by months without it. When it came back, she laughed once in private, and then wept behind her cupped hands, as if half of the sound had to be remembered into place. Jonah found himself learning to sit with people's discomfort in ways that had nothing to do with his former dexterity. He could no longer offer a tidy relief and step back into the anonymity of his work. Instead, he had to accompany people through the returns, watching their faces as a fragment of memory returned, listening to how a name sounded when it was called in a voice newly awake. He learned new patience. He learned the awkwardness of apology. He learned to keep an account of what he had done and why. At night, sometimes, when he sat alone with his ink in the lamplight, he would find his hand moving toward old entries, toward the small, precise names he had once taken and felt again like thieves. He would then draw a parenthesis, not to hide but to add, taken under duress, temporary respite, length specified, not recommended for anchors. There were pages he filled with warnings. There were pages he simply left blank with a small note, present owner requests no inquiry. For those he left alone, his conscience held a quiet, watchful echo. Not everyone agreed that what Jonah was doing was better. There were murmurs in the market, that he had grown sentimental, that his new methods made grief theatrical. There were complaints that the town would be burdened by formalities, and that life required practical forgetting to continue. Jonah understood the argument. He understood, too, that his own absence of a shadow made people pity him as much as judge him. Here was a boy who could no longer do the old work with a casual hand. They did not always understand that he felt less the loss of his craft than the loss of the old moral clarity he had once pretended to hold. Yet there were signs the change mattered. A small group of women from the market came one afternoon and asked not for a softening but for a language to speak to their sons about the sea. They wanted to learn how to name the things they had held in secrecy. Jonah and old Tilda sat with them and worked to craft phrases that were precise but not cruel. They found, in their awkward phrasing, a way to teach the children to hold grief and to act. Some sailors put forward a list of mandatory witness signatures for any alteration that might affect the safety of a crew. Captain Liz Harrow, gruff and slow to soften, wrote a line in the ledger himself one dry morning, his ink blotched where the hand that had ferried so many claims trembled slightly. For any change affecting duty, 2 witnesses required. It was a small concession, but it mattered in that it recognized the public dimension of private remedies. Several evenings later, as Jonah was tucking the ledger back into its drawer, closing a chapter of ink-stained days, something else arrived. It was a scrap no envelope, slipped under his door so lightly it might have been the wind. He held it by its corner and felt the faint grit of salt on the paper. The handwriting was not his, and yet there was a familiarity to its slant, a half-formed loop on the G, that tugged at something near the back of his memory. The sentence was short: a ledger can be rewritten, but who will write back? The question sat in the lamplight like a new kind of weather. Jonah read it twice, and his breathing became the measure of his attention. He set the scrap on the table beside the ledger, and looked at the pages he had just finished. The new notations were neat, the interlaced circles marking potential returns, the columns of context plain and honest. He had made space for testimony and for witnesses. He had asked the town to be accountable, to stop hiding the cost of its relief. But the scrap's question was not simply rhetorical. It asked who would hold Jonah to the same standards he imposed on others. If the ledger was now a communal instrument, who would consult it about him? Who would sign as a witness to his absence? The ledger could record the ways he helped. It could not, without a witness, restore what had been taken from him. He had no name to write back into his own life. Whoever had slipped the note under his door had given him, by that single line, a new task, to consider his own ledger entry as something to open to others, to allow others to put words beside his absence. It was, he thought suddenly, the precisely proper and bewildering thing to do. He did not sleep well that night. He lay awake thinking of how his hand had steadied in the months since he began to rewrite the book. He thought of the woman who had wanted a lighter sleep and had kept the laughter, of old Tilda's steady, unblinking eyes, of Mara's rope-burned palms. He thought of Faye's half-smile in the doorway and Gideon's nervous, ordered hands. He thought, too, of Elias' catalogues, and how their tidy language had tried to pretend that memory could be arranged without living consequence. In the morning he rose with a small resolution. He would not make the ledger only into a public instrument. It would also be a place where his own absence could be accounted for, where others could be invited to witness the contours of his missing shadow. He would invite people to sit with him, to read the pages that spoke of what he had done and of what had been done to him. He would ask for witnesses not only to the trades he arranged but to the emptiness that sometimes widened inside him. It was, he thought, a terrifying thing to seek the kind of intimacy he had long avoided. But the ledger had taught him, in its thin, patient way, that accountability need not be an accusation. It could be a shared keeping. He made tea and wrapped the scrap in a clean bit of cloth, like a relic, and went out into the morning fog. The quay smelled of early fish and rope tar. Gulls argued over the trash. As he walked, he planned the meeting he would call. He imagined old Tilda's voice stating the ritual aloud, imagined Mara's blunt questions shaping the form of witness. He felt, for the first time in a long while, an odd lightness, not the frivolous kind that came from making someone else lighter, but a steadier buoyancy that came from arranging things honestly. At the end of the day's work, as he pinned a new header into the ledger entries open to witness, owner requested review, an echo of wind moved across the pages. Someone had left a mark on an earlier page where he had written, long ago, under a different ledger heading, taken, anonymous, time unspecified. Where he had once crossed the line and closed it, there was now a small smudge, as if a finger had tried to smudge the ink backward into the page. He did not know whose hand had done it. He did not for a single breath want to know. There are matters, he thought with a new patience, that require not only method but also the courage to let others see you resisting the habit of secrecy. He closed the ledger and set it on the table, its pages quieter than they had been in months. He left the scrap of paper. A ledger can be rewritten, but who will write back? Folded and pinned to the front page like a question mark. The door to old Tilda's shop was open. She stood inside arranging jars, looking up once as he passed. Mara called from across the quay, asking whether he would help mend a net. He answered in the ordinary way, with a yes that carried the new weight of someone who had learned to say yes in the presence of witnesses. The ledger, he thought as the fog thickened and the town's sounds became modest and private, could not, by itself, restore all that had been traded. It could, however, be a place where the town practiced saying what it meant. That practice might be awkward. It might undo conveniences people had thought necessary. It might, in time, make some people resentful or fearful. It might also, if people did the hard work and if witnesses kept their eyes open, make room for a kind of common remembering that felt steadier than the old, private mercies. He paused at the rail of the quay and looked down at the water, where the tide moved like a patient hand. The lamplight caught on a ripple and flashed, and for a moment he could imagine the ledger open between two people, each reading the other's lines aloud and, in the reading, making themselves known. He folded his hands into the sleeves of his coat and felt the damp that always gathered there, the familiar small discomfort that had, somehow come to feel like a marker of the life he was learning to lead. There would be more work to do. There would be disputes. Some would accuse him of turning melancholy into a public ceremony. Others would praise him for giving words back to people. Either criticism might be true in its narrow way. Jonah could accept both. He had come to know that the ledger's rewriting was less about perfect solutions than about keeping a form of attention. He had, in losing a shadow, found a new way to stand beside those who were reshaping themselves. As he walked back toward old Tilda's, the fog seemed to press the town into a single, private breathing. Someone he did not yet know had slid a question under his door the night before. Jonah put his hand to the inside pocket of his coat, where he kept the folded scrap, and felt the roughness of the paper. He had decided, out of a new humility, to ask others to read what he could not yet say aloud. The ledger could be rewritten, yes, but the act of rewriting required readers, witnesses, the intent to look at hard things together. He tucked the scrap into the ledger's front page, and at the top of the next clean sheet, wrote in slow, deliberate strokes, Entry 0, Witnesses requested. For the boy who collected shadows, he left the rest of the page blank and pinned it with a small safety pin to the first leaf. He thought, not for the first time and not for the last, that there is a particular courage in inviting another person to watch you be undone. Perhaps that courage would be returned. Perhaps it would not. Either way, there would be finally writing back. He did not notice then the small movement at the edge of the quay, a figure slipping between crates, a dark coat and a hurried step. The fog took the person and kept them, as it kept so many secrets. Jonah turned toward old Tilda's door, and the sound of the bell as it rang felt, to him, like the beginning of something that would not be tidy. The ledger was open. The town had begun to learn how to read. He had asked for witnesses. The question pinned to his page would have an answer in time, or it would remain an open line. Either way, he had placed the matter where people could see it. And so he stepped inside, the lamplight following him as if it knew to be careful. Outside the tide moved, indifferent and patient, and somewhere in the town a jar against glass clinked once, as if someone were opening something they had kept closed for too long. The lamp on Jonah's table threw a narrow island of light across the ledger's scuffed cover. Beyond that circle the quay dissolved back into the fog, a world reticent in its contours. He sat with the ledger open, the pages had rewritten drying under a flat palm. The redactions and annotations made the book feel less like a weapon, and more like a record kept after a funeral, something meant to be read slowly, carefully, and with permission. He had thought for a long time that the ledger was proof of his usefulness. Now it felt like proof of the work he would have to continue in a different way. Mara stood nearby, her hands busy with a jar of salted herring she had bought for their supper. The lamplight found the soft, permanent crease on her brow and made salt freckles on her skin look like fine dust. She moved without ceremony. She set down the jar, wiped her hands on her apron, and did not stand back as if she were uncertain where to be. In the months since the council hearing, she had been what she had always been, immediate, practical, and impatient with both sentiment and evasion. Jonah liked the steadiness of her presence the way a man might like a harbor in a rough wind. "Are you keeping it like that forever?" she asked, nodding at the ledger. When he hesitated, she added, "Or do you mean to set it on fire and pretend nothing happened?" No, Jonah's voice was small. He had not known how to say the new size of his plans. He slid the page a little closer to himself and pointed to the margin where had written in a careful, patient hand, consent clauses, witness lines, a notation system that insisted on a before, during, and after. "I want people to see what was done. I want them to come and sign, to say if they want things returned or left, to know that nothing happens without them." Mara watched him for a moment the way someone watches a fish in a net to see if it fights. "That will be a good sort of trouble," she said. "You will have people coming instead of going away. They will ask things you cannot answer. You will have to say no." Jonah imagined that and felt a quick, clarifying Saying no had been one of the things he'd never wanted to do. It had been easier to decide for others in the unspeaking hush of the docks than to refuse them aloud. He had, in his earlier trade, believed that he was making choices that spared people from the little murders of memory. Now he understood that sparing someone could sometimes be another kind of erasure. "We'll have to set rules," old Tilda said when she later came in with a pot of weak tea balancing on two nimble palms. She moved as if each syllable of her body were a small ceremony. The shop smelled of dried lavender and starch. Consent, witnesses, a cooling-off period. No more taking by promise alone, no more trades for a coin and a candle. Keep the ledger open, keep the page for return requests. And if anyone asks you to take something that feels like the shape of a child's face, you refuse. Jonah made a face as if at a bitter taste. "People have asked for that. And you have not always refused," Tilda said. "It was not a rebuke so much as a naming, but you will learn. We all learn by the things we cannot undo." There had been so many of those things to learn by lately. The council's compromise had left ragged edges. The vote had not banned trades entirely, which would have been too tidy and too cruel, but it had placed them under new rules. A registry had been drawn up, officers trained in the modest bureaucracy of memory. Jonah had given testimony to the council with the same careful restraint he used when loosening a shadow from a foot. He described processes, suggested consent forms, and admitted with a plainness that had felt like exposure that some things should never have been taken. His words had landed in people's memory like pebbles in a still pond. The ripples had reached many shores. The first weeks were noisy. People who had traded away small things asked for them back in ones and twos. The memory of a daughter's lullaby, the ache of missing a mother on a winter night. Some returned willingly. They wanted to know who they had been before convenience had softened them. Others came and trembled at the thought and left begging not to be made to remember. Jonah had sat with both kinds of visits. He had learned to ask, "Do you want this back because you are curious, or because you need it to be you?" He had learned, painfully, that there were memories that when returned made life harder in the short term but truer in the long. A man named Thomas Reed had come in the late autumn with his head down and his hands clasped, like someone bracing for a blow. Jonah remembered him from years earlier, a wide-shouldered man who had once taken to loosening a child's hand on a dock, so the boy would find his way again. The man's softened shadow had made him gentler in the mornings, but had also smoothed out a particular kindness, the sort of inclination to linger and listen that had once led him, unremarked, to help a stranger who was older and lost. He had come back because his daughter had asked him, in a voice like a sudden call, if he remembered how to hum the old hymn. Jonah watched the reunion like a surgeon watching a limb reconnect. It was not without pain. The man's eyes found the child's, and there was the strange, awkward recognition of someone who had been remade. "You are my father," the girl said, and the names of the small things tumbled forward. The man cried once and then kept still, as if he were conserving himself for the future. Jonah felt strangely proud and very nearly ashamed. He had given this back, but not without cost. Not everyone wanted such a cost. A woman who had traded away the memory of a certain night's shame left the ledger's office in a cold, brittle happiness. "Why would I take it back?" she asked Jonah, snapping the lid on a tin of mending pins as if it were a box of secrets. "I am freer. I sleep." "You ought to have slept with your eyes open about it," old Tilda replied, which made Jonah laugh, and then the woman was gone. The town was being rearranged in small domestic ways. Habits resumed, but differently. Elia's ven had retreated. He moved in grey now in the margins of the market, avoided the council's committees, and took less pleasure in the exact ordering of things. His curiosity had been slowed by the knowledge that Jonah had seen his back room, and had not simply reported. Jonah had asked for a kind of reckoning, not wholesale ruin. Elias had accepted, with that pale arrogance he could not quite shed, that he had been wrong in the shape of his protections. Whether he repented or simply found less overt ways to collect, Jonah could not say. People would always seek to hide pain from themselves. The question was how the town would meet such seeking with constraint rather than commerce. The new ways of doing things were halting. At the quay, the harbor's men learned that forgetting some detail of a lane could not be left to a pocketful of coins. Captain Liz Harrow, pragmatic as ever, had grumbled at the council's interference, but when it came to the narrowness of the pier and the lives in his crew he had become, despite himself, a cautious ally. You can tidy a rope, Jonah, he had told him once, but you cannot tidy a man. Some people were angry. There were meetings at the Fishmonger's Arms where the old comfort of softening was mourned as an old economy that provided predictability. Others were relieved. The town's rhythms changed like a harbor adjusting to a new tide, slow, stiff, and sometimes catastrophic in small places. Jonah found himself spending his days mediating small quarrels about memories returned and letters from people who wanted to know if the ledger's entries could be used as proof in minor disputes. He became, in a gentle, porous way, a civil servant of grief. Mara watched him as he did this. She never watched with the odd distance others sometimes did. She watched with a readiness to say what needed to be said. "You are better at this when you do not pretend it is all neat," she told him one evening as they mended nets together by the back of the shop. "People come with aches. You must hold them for a while, let it be messy." They learned the mess together. They set chairs for waiting people. They taught the registry folk to hold the kettle, and not the judgments. And they practiced the new script Jonah had drafted, questions that asked about consent, about who might be hurt if a memory returned, about whether the person asking had considered the suffering that might re-enter a home. It felt like a patchwork of decency in a town prone to easy fixes. Jonah kept thinking of the ledger not as a way to hide things, but as a place to make undoings visible. Old Tilda's shop became, unexpectedly, a kind of parlor for recounting. People came to her to read their names aloud in a public witness ceremony. She taught them to speak in a voice that did not seek absolution, but wanted acknowledgement. Saying what you have lost is not the same as losing it all over again, she told a weeping baker who had asked to have a certain remorse returned. It is the telling that knits it into the rest of you. There were small, tender rituals. A cooling-off week after a request. A witness signature. The presence of a neighbor or family member during an exchange. Jonah insisted that no one be alone when part of them was to be returned. This was not only a bureaucratic safety. It was a moral one. He had seen how easy it was for a returned memory to be a weapon in a home, the resurrected blame used as leverage in arguments, the old truths sharpened into accusation. Having someone there to help carry that first night made a difference. A change of habit, small but structural, could make what felt inevitable into something survivable. Faye Corcoran came by sometimes. She had not stayed with Elias. The apprenticeship had shown her that the neat ordering of sorrow could feed vanity. She told Jonah that she had taken a job mending sails and that catalogs had been traded for real, rough tasks. She brought him notes, small things Elias had never thought worth saving, but that spoke toward a softer use of knowledge. She was careful with her loyalties now, like a person carrying a lit candle in both hands. On a quiet evening near the end of winter, Jonah walked the quay alone. The fog lay on the water like an old shawl. He watched the town from a distance, and tried to make a map in his head of what had been set right, and what had not. A woman who worked at the bakery had recounted to him, only that afternoon, a memory returned, the smell of her husband's pipe when he came home before he died. It had steadied her in a way that made Jonah want to believe the ledger's new life had been worth the trouble. But there were other things. The sailor who could not name his son's face upon being asked. The widow who cursed Jonah for unmaking a comfortable forgetting, who made him feel the sharpness of the choice he had taken. As he walked, a child ran past, the kind of small, unstoppable boy who made his mother shout and his dog bark. The lamplight caught the child's shadow first, long and stumbling, then squashed into a brief, black shape as the child turned. For a moment the child's shadow slid between Jonah's own feet. Jonah felt, absurdly, as if he had touched something living. He crouched and let the boy stand over his palm, as if he were looking for a handhold. The boy giggled, and did not know the particulars of the town's quarrels. He knew only that shadows could be chased and caught. Jonah watched him go and felt something like a small, decisive warmth. It was not the warmth of triumph, nor the illusion of having fixed everything. It was the warmth of being present, of knowing he could still be part of the unremarkable exchanges that made a life. He had, in the months since his own shadow was lost, learned to be known in ways that did not depend on the ledger's authority. The ledger remained a heavy thing, but it had been, in part, redeemed by the care he now insisted upon. That night they ate salt herring and bread, and Mara counted the coins they had saved by mending rather than buying. The conversation was small, a neighbor's bad cough, a child's new tooth, the council's next meeting. When silence came comfortable and not total, Jonah turned the ledger face down and closed it. The cover creaked in a familiar domestic way. "Will you sleep better now?" Mara asked. "I do not know about better," Jonah said, "but I sleep with my eyes a little more open." She laughed softly. "That is all I asked for." He left the ledger on the table and went to the window. In the street below, two old men argued about the best way to mend a net. A dog barked. The sound of a fiddler reached them from the tavern like a folded letter. Jonah thought of Elias, gray and distant, of Faye with her quick, careful hands, of old Tilda with her eyes that did not blink. He thought of the ledger and the pages that would never be able to put back. Everything they had once softened. Still, in the space of the harbor and the fog there was a small movement toward what Tilda had called tempered honesty. It would be a slow thing. There would be people who left the town because they could not bear the return of some truth, and there would be others who stayed because they could finally see themselves. Jonah had thought, for many long years, that the work of repair was about making people comfortable. It had taken losing his shadow to teach him that repair was about presence, the willingness to be there at the edge of someone's pain when it stirs, to find the ordinary mechanisms that let people carry grief, rather than letting it be outsourced. He turned out the lamp and the room went soft as cloth. Beyond the window a child called, and a shadow leapt against the wall of the opposite house, as if it were in a hurry to be somewhere. Jonah stood a while in the dark and listened. He could not tell if the town would ever be the same as it had been, or if that was even desirable. The ledger sat on the table, a quieter instrument than it had been, and his hands felt empty of a thing he had always thought essential. But there was, in that emptiness, a new smallness, a space to be given away and filled by others. He had been the boy who collected shadows. He would remain a man who tended memory. If this was a demotion, it was also, he thought, an honest one. There was, he realized, a kind of companionship in the ordinary, the sharing of tea, the passing of a broom, the way a neighbor would lend a hand without asking a price. He had begun to learn these economies: no ledger entries, no labels, only names and hands. Before he went to bed, Mara tied a bit of rope around his wrist, a looped knot that would remind him, when he woke, that he had a place to come back to. Jonah watched her fingers because he wanted to remember the exact way she folded the rope. The knot felt like an argument and a promise. He slept poorly, but he slept. At dawn he woke to the smell of sea and coffee, and when he opened the window he saw, across the quay, a small group of people standing under a lamplight. They were reading from the ledger aloud, a ritual that old Tilda had suggested and that had become a Thursday practice: names read, consent confirmed, songs hummed. The sound of people making a public thing of formerly private exchanges. Jonah stood and watched them from his sill, and a small, steady contentment warmed the place in his chest that had been cold for so long. Someone laughed, the sound bright and unself-conscious, and a child's shadow stretched in their game between two women who argued over the right way to knot a net. Jonah thought, with an ache and a thankfulness that tasted like salt, that belonging could be renewed in ways that were not tidy. A ledger could be a testament instead of a secret. Loss could be preserved as part of a life rather than smoothed away into hollowness. He closed the window and reached for the ledger. He did not feel the absence of his shadow, as he once had no hole of cold in the morning light, but as a fact, a part of his shape altered. That absence would always be a companion. He had traded the old instrument of authority for the labor of presence, and in that trade, found that there was a kind of quiet dignity in being merely useful, merely neighborly, merely available. The town would go on with its uncomfortable decisions, its returned recollections, and its comfortable forgettings. Jonah would be present for many of them, witness and steward. For now he put the ledger into a drawer and drew the curtain, and from the darkness at the window someone called a name he had known as a boy, and a shadow ran along the wall like a small, foolish promise. When he lay down, his last thought was not a plan but a listening. He had learned late that the work of memory was not the work of making things lighter, but the work of learning how to hold what is heavy. The harbor breathed beneath the boards. Outside, a child's shadow stumbled and then righted itself. Jonah, unmoving, felt a small consolation that in a town of fog and salt-sore air, people were trying, imperfectly, to be honest with each other again. The ledger would stay on the table. The knot on his wrist would loosen and be retied. He would wake and walk the quay and be, in the small ways he had always wanted, part of a place that kept its faces visible even when they hurt. And half an hour later, when the morning had warmed enough for the fog to thin, a woman from the council came by with a list and a cup of strong tea. She sat and read the names aloud, and Jonah listened with a patient attention that no ledger had ever been able to teach him. Outside, a child chased his shadow across the quay, and Jonah felt the shadow brush his bare toes. It did not return what he had lost, but it touched him with a new kind of belonging, a belonging that he could hold without asking anyone to forget. The feeling was small and fragile, and it was enough to make him stand and step outside into the thin, honest light.